For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
To the second regular meeting of the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County. Today is Wednesday, November 20th, 2024. It is 10 o'clock a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis. Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Vice Chair Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty and powerful God, we give you thanks for this day, for your continued grace and mercy upon our lives. We pray now you bless those who are present. Give now our leaders your strength and direction. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one. Thank you. Continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 240770, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the second regular meeting agenda for separate consideration.
Nothing on the consent agenda. Commissioners, any items on the consent agenda? If not, I will entertain a motion to adopt as printed. Our motion to adopt by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 6, second regular meeting agenda, 240785, adoption of the second regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have one item to be removed from today's agenda at the bottom of page 9. Under Infrastructure and Economic Development, 24-0803, select Fulton. Request approval and associated funding of an initiative for the 2025 American Black Film Festival Honors. This item has been removed and will be brought back as a discussion item as part of the 2025 budget.
Anything else?
That's all I have.
All right, the motion to adopt as amended by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 240786, ratification of minutes, second regular meeting minutes, October 16th, first regular meeting post-agenda minutes, November 6th, 2024.
All right, a motion to adopt by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 240787, presentation of proclamations and certificates. There are no proclamations today.
Wow. Continue.
Public hearings, 240788, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing. By registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 60 minutes. In the event the 60-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we'll start with the speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 12 speaker cards. Will the first 12 speakers please come forward? Chief Magistrate Judge Cassandra Kirk, Patrice Perkins Hooker, Helen Butler, Nancy Blake Johnson, John Moy, and Margaret Stagmeyer.
All right, speakers, when you have 15 seconds left of your 2 minutes, I'll simply say 15 seconds. That will be your cue to begin to conclude your remarks. Thank you. First speaker.
All right, good morning, Commissioners. My name is Cassandra Kirk. I serve as your Chief Magistrate Judge here in Fulton County. Nearly 10 years ago, the state legislature created this court. The purpose was to bring accountability and efficiency to Fulton's justice system, and we have met that challenge. Since 2015, this court has closed 650,000 cases. Yet for 10 years, the county has failed to plan for the resources this court needs, leaving us in unsafe, overcrowded working conditions. Our team is working in cramped spaces, has been exposed to mold, and has unsustainable workloads. Despite these challenges, this year alone, we have closed over 54,000 cases, reviewed 34,000 arrest warrants, over 5,500 search warrants, and over 11,000 writs. Since losing funding in August, we have been reduced to 3 staff members for court functions. We are not asking for more than what's necessary. We are asking that you reinstate the $780,000 to our budget. We are also asking for 6 positions in an enhancement. Those 6 positions cost the county $711,000. Our current $5.1 million budget is 0.36% of the county's overall budget. I'd say that's a small price to pay for justice. I urge you not to look at me as you weigh this decision, but to look at the families, the police officers, the small business owners, the landlords, and the tenants as you make the determination whether or not
15
you
seconds.
all will serve those who cannot afford to wait for justice. These are your constituents, and their need is urgent. I urge you to rise to meet this moment and the people we serve. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Pitts and Commissioners. My name is Helen Butler. I represent the Georgia Coalition for the People's Agenda, and I stand today in support of Judge Kirk and the Magistrates Court and ask that you do fulfill her request for budget items. We feel that justice needs to be done in an efficient manner for all parties that are concerned, and therefore we ask that you really support Judge Kirk in her request for the budget. She has shown that she has been very astute and wise in fulfilling her duties, and we ask that you allow her to continue by supporting her budget request. Thank you.
Next speaker. Who's number 3?
Good morning. My name is Margaret Stagmeyer, and I am also here to support Judge Kirk's request for funding. I am the founder of Starseed, which is a nonprofit that has provided over $16 million in rental assistance to families in Fulton and Metro Atlanta. I am also a landlord, and I have seen firsthand the impact of this court. It's an inability basically to address evictions in a timely manner. I have seen the impact. We have had hundreds of tenants basically fail to pay rent. We've had to evict 52 tenants, even though that a lot of them could pay rent. And it's just been very expensive, and there's a lot of landlords in Atlanta and Fulton County who are really requesting a function in court. If you all cannot find it in your budget to basically fund what she's requesting, I would like to suggest that you consider raising the fees. As landlords, we would happily pay another $10, $15, or $20 for filings, as long as that money went directly to the magistrate court. So basically, in summary, and also I want to point out one thing that Judge Kirk has done. She started a landlord court working group in January, which has brought all the landlords, the attorneys, everyone to the table to discuss this issue. And I think we've made a lot of progress, but we understand that the lack of funding is significant and is very much needed in this circumstance. So thank you very much.
Next 6 speakers, please come forward. L.A. Pink, Paul Hershey, Chris Hayden, Dominique Grant, Melody Rawson, and Maria Guardia.
Well, good morning, good morning. Today I come thanking God for the DOJ and hoping that Rob Pitts and the rest of the board continues to do what they need to do. This just lets me know that the TPO, the false TPO that was placed upon me, that I was in the right direction, because everything that came out in the DOJ is what's being discussed. There is a plot to cover. They said it was a plot for murder inside of the jail. Well, it's a plot for cover. We have text messages, pictures, you name it, to justify the words that have been spoken when I come down here and speak. We have text messages from the sheriff's wife about LaShawn Thompson, them knowing about the bed bugs. And for me, that should be an investigation and an indictment being for his murder. There was in the DOJ report that there was an inmate strangled, which we had already said that an inmate had came forward and said that he had strangled Travis Landry, and nothing has been said about it openly, but in the report they speak about it. So they didn't name a name. So I'm just desperate to know who was this person that they were talking about was strangled. We've only heard of one person that had hung himself, and now all of a sudden there's an inmate that has strangled another inmate off in there. So we're just asking continuously for the indictment to be issued, because
15 seconds.
This is now considered, as we know, to be some serious issues going on inside of the Fulton County Jail. We're also asking for a new sheriff, Charles Rambo. Send him in.
Morning. My name is Paul Hershey. Haven't been here in a while, so let's get started on some facts. Number one, the DOJ has come out, and if you read the report, it's very clear and concise. The sheriff is undermanaged, his department, and basically there should be a vote of no confidence from this board. There should be a total cleanup and reevaluation. The $2 million that he's asking for overtime is basically a waste. He's already got $11 million left in the budget, and that was validated by by Commissioner Ellis. So he doesn't need any more $2 million deals. And anybody that votes for that and approves that, basically don't give me the line that you're looking out for the constituents of this county. The DOJ has been in violation of the open records request. I've got 4 of them that basically went into the trash can. Number 2, grants. All right, the bottom line is this. There was a $575,000 grant by the DOJ, and that's on record, but the DA only reported $500,000. Where's the other $75,000? Why aren't you guys doing anything about any of that? You've been bogus in following the DOJ's compliance with the sheriff. You've been bogus on the DA not validating the open records request I mean, my God, when are we going to stop all this stuff? And by the way, crimes haven't gone down. You just don't report a lot of crimes because the Biden administration changed the rules. So you need to look at everything.
15 seconds.
And the bottom line is this. You got a responsibility to the constituents of this county, not to them. And by the way, you've been sold a bill of goods by Arrington that says you guys don't have any authority to do anything to the elected officials. You do. And I've already checked that out with the
Good morning. I'm Chris Hayden. I'm a citizen of Fulton County. I was a poll worker at East Roswell Library Advanced Voting Precinct during the most recent advanced voting. The precinct was laid out in such a way that the poll clerks were in the library lobby checking voters' registration, and the ballot marking devices and ballot scanners were in a separate room. The precinct manager and assistant managers were in this room. I think this is a very bad setup. All the poll workers and managers and equipment need to be in the same room. It has been this way before at this precinct. There was an incident at this precinct of paper without watermark being used to produce ballots. I do not know the specifics of how that happened, but maybe having everyone in the room would have prevented it. Also, I wasn't there on this particular day. It was a Saturday, first Saturday of advanced voting. The manager at closing time told everyone to leave. One poll worker chose not to leave. She tried to stay because she knew there should be two people, but eventually the manager got her to leave and he closed out the precinct by himself. The next day, Sunday morning, an early worker came to the library but found that the building was already unlocked, so she went in, and when she went to the room where the voting was to be set up to take place, she found the door was open and unlocked. There was a black box on the table, so she backed out of the building, not knowing what was going on. She called the police. The manager was fired sometime between Sunday and Monday. There was an elevation of one assistant manager to the poll manager. Another assistant manager had a planned early departure. She planned on an abbreviated length of employment all along. A clerk was made assistant poll manager to fill her spot. With these changes, 2 other clerks were placed at the precinct the same day they were trained. After training, they were told you were
15 seconds, sir.
This precinct worked a couple of days. One of those clerks became a poll manager. I've given this information also to the various Board of Elections.
Good morning, Commissioners, again. My name is Dominique Grant, and I'm the Campaign and Operations Manager with Women on the Rise. I want to start by saying this. We keep coming to y'all, and every time the circumstances are worse. I'm here today because I read the DOJ's investigation of Fulton County Jail in its entirety. We've talked about how horrific and mismanaged the jail is, but nothing could have prepared me for the 90 pages of absolute horror that I read. There are things in this report that have haunted me since. Staff using excessive force without reason, like the officer who choked the woman unconscious during the booking process. Before she even entered the jail, she was brutalized by someone now responsible for her safety. Officers using tasers without justification, treating people's lives like a game. And then there's a story of a paralyzed man in his 60s left sitting naked in a diaper, dragging himself across the floor. He was given a walker for 1 hour a day to exercise and bathed every couple of months and had his diaper changed once a day. Staff stepped over him like he was nothing. And the crazy thing about it is none of this required funding. None of this is about the building. This is about integrity. And integrity Sheriff Labatt was supposed to uphold and promote. This is about the culture that he has created. A culture where our people are thrown into that jail, traumatized on purpose, and if they survive, dumped back into our communities for us to heal them. This county, this city, this country is watching Fulton County in horror. They are watching a commission created to maintain checks and balances let a sheriff do whatever he wants to their constituents. It's time for Sheriff Labatt to resign. Enough is enough.
15 seconds.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Melody Rosser. I am the membership organizer with Women on the Rise. For the past 2 years, I've worked closely with our community to help women successfully reintegrate into Atlanta and Georgia after incarceration, as I myself had to reintegrate back into the Atlanta area after completing a 20-year sentence in Georgia prisons. As a native Atlantan, someone who grew up in the Red Dog era, it's heartbreaking to see that our approach to jailing hasn't changed much. The conditions of our jails remain inhumane, and our community continues to suffer the consequences. Atlanta has been in the business of incarcerating for far too long, and it has done little, if anything, to strengthen our communities. A bigger jail, or even a newer one, isn't the answer. We've seen how the creation of ACDC tore families apart, how it criminalized our own community instead of supporting it. Looking back on my own story, I often wonder how different things could have been if instead of investing in jails, we invested in solutions like better schools, affordable housing, and access to community resources. Atlanta has the opportunity to take the different path. We need to prioritize care over cages, invest in diverse programs, crisis centers, and the kinds of resources that actually reduce harm and uplift our people. Let's build a future where reinvestment in our community takes precedence over incarceration. Thank you, and we need to have Labat to resign.
Good morning, Maria Gaudio, Fulton County. I echo the same sentiments as the speakers before me with regard to the jail and the county clerk's office for Judge Kirk. But I'm here to speak about the last-minute changes to the election locations for the absentee ballots. I spent 4 days at 130 Peachtree Street, right in your backyard, and starting with Saturday morning, there was no staff present in the morning. So another poll worker and I walked outside only to hear gunshots, and we found a man bleeding out on the corner. The officers were called, followed by more gunshots that shot out the CVS. I just felt like for a Saturday morning, that was way too much. There was not enough safety for people to be dropping off ballots. There were elderly people who were disenfranchised by thinking they could vote there. They didn't understand it was absentee ballot drop-off, and they spent money taking taxis and paying for parking. There were students who were told by their professors at colleges and universities that they could vote there, which was incorrect. And even sadder were the laborers who showed up to vote, who had changed so that they could get time and a half or double time for Tuesday voting. They had come to vote and were turned away. There were many people who came who wanted to register to vote, and the registrars told them, here's your paper, and you can vote on Tuesday, and they showed them where the precinct was. That was too late to be registered. Even worse, I saw people with 4, 8, 16 ballots, and the woman who brought 8 ballots, they were shoved in there so quick, there was no chain of custody affidavit for each one. We had words. She called the cops on me, but she made a false report and said that I had physically assaulted her. That's a $1,000 fine. $1,000 fine up to a year in jail, and we should have that registrar's job. She should be removed. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for this time today. I left some information with the clerk here. Today marks 6 years since I was beaten into a coma. November 20th, 2018. Since then, I've suffered such traumatic stress. I've been diagnosed with severe depression, severe anxiety, PTSD. I have nightmares from the incident of the guys calling me homos, fags, sissies, told me I was gonna suck dick. All of this is on camera. But as of today, 6 years later, no one's been prosecuted. 2 people have been indicted, but instead, Keith Gamage decided to charge me with a misdemeanor of fray, which is a disorderly conduct. He then took that misdemeanor charge and upgraded it to a felony. And no one's been able to make it make sense to me. Instead, Keith Gamage, the main assailant on camera smacking me, Keith Gamage, this man right behind me, dismissed his charge, and nobody can tell me how that makes sense. As of right now, I've been coerced to dismiss the 2 charges that's in Fonnie Willis' office. I've been threatened with extortion. I'll be in jail, not be able to take care of my elderly mom who has dementia. So as of today, since I've had no support, no
15
consolation
seconds.
from the Fulton County Commission's office, you are served. I have officially filed a civil lawsuit against you, Keith Gamage, the Board of Commissioners, and the Solicitor General's office. Thank you.
I simply rise today to thank you all for your collaborative spirit when you can agree on these funding needs where you can agree. All of the folks in the Justice Partnership are working tirelessly. And there's so many examples of people who are suffering from mental illness. And there's so many challenges with the time necessary to concentrate and focus our resources in an individualized manner. We're all trying our very best, I can assure you of that. Things always come up, and certainly more resources are always helpful. Our responsibility, of course, is to wisely manage those resources. I do think that as a result of the published report from the Justice Department, that you should give further consideration to coming back to the Justice Partners and giving us an opportunity to, as much great work as Mr. Anderson and others have done on the budget as proposed, we put in our ask in a conservative way, quite honestly, knowing that we needed more resources. But we made a conservative ask based on bottom line needs. I hope you will approve it. But I would also say that we could certainly deliver better justice to individuals and to the collective community with additional resources to take more time on every single case. And I would just ask you to consider that revelation from the Department of Justice in light of what this county is going to look to regarding funding for Justice Partners. And again, I thank you all for your service. Each of us has people who are upset with us.
All right, 15 seconds.
And I would say this, you can never satisfy everyone as much as you might endeavor and try, but I believe my team is inassailable by the work we do, and it speaks for itself, and I thank you all.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have 3 speakers on Zoom.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Matt Rowanzak.
Morning, Commissioners. As has been mentioned before, and I've heard it today, we have a culture problem in our elections department. So when are we going to address it? We had laws broken multiple times in this most recent election. So I don't want to hear the excuse anymore that there's human error or clerical error. If someone assaults you multiple times, are you going to say, you're going to claim the same thing? Like, it's getting absurd. We have a lack of leadership in the department. And I think that's maybe part of the problem is how do we continue to appoint people or hire people to this department that is either incompetent or worse, isn't willing to follow the law and conduct an open and transparent elections. This is basic stuff, but yet we continue to obstruct and break the law. So my question is, how did Nadine Williams come up as a nomination or as a candidate for director? Was it one of you commissioners, county manager? Was it you? Who advocated for her? Because it is clear she is not qualified. So another question I would have is, do we do performance reviews in this county? we should at least do them for the department heads. So that would be my question to you, County Manager, is do you do performance reviews?
All right,
And
15 seconds.
do you do real performance reviews? Not just going through the motions, right? Does violating the law count, right? Is something that someone should do, you'd think, right? So I think that needs to be looked into. Thank you for the time.
The next person to speak is Ben Howard.
Greetings, commissioners and staff, and special greetings, fellow citizens. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate and Public Policy Analyst. It is a breath of fresh air to see Housing Authority on the agenda and not be inclined to shudder in shame. On the agenda today are 3 matters relating to senior citizens. However, those bent on balancing the budget on the backs of the elderly may stand down because these items are innocuous. 24-0781 on page 5 regarding TransDev is funded via grant. 24-0743 on page 7 is a renewed contract with common courtesy. 24-0799 on page 9 has to do with temporary staff. The Commission on Elder Affairs meets tomorrow, Thursday, November 21st at 11:30 a.m. Item 5 on their agenda, Senior Services Update, 3 words, contains a plethora of topics that need to be parsed and transparently digested one at a time. Stay tuned.
The next person to speak is Adrian Coleman.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Adrian Coleman, and I'm calling to comment on the Department of Justice report on the Fulton County Jail and the conditions. And if you've read that report, which I hope each of you have, it becomes very clear that it's not just a building, and a new jail will not fix the problems at Fulton County Jail. It is, I'm watching today because I want to see if and how Fulton County Board of Commissioners address this issue. The fact that our neighbors, people in Fulton County, are living in, their civil rights are being violated. Basic things such as nutrition, not enough food, people wasting away. The fact that staff are watching as people being harmed. The fact that, the 17-year-olds are not getting federally required education. What is happening here? I stand with the other speakers who asked the Board of Commissioners to put forth a no vote of confidence in our sheriff. I agree and thank the NAACP for their submitting to the board a list of recommendations, but it doesn't go far enough. We need accountability. I would ask this commission to stand up a commission, a tribunal, to allow victims, their families, to be able to come in and give their testimony for oversight of how we're going to move this jail forward and to make strong recommendations back to the commissions. Please, the sad part is if this was an animal shelter where dogs were being left injured, untreated, there would be criminal action taken. Why are Black bodies not valued as much as our dogs and cats? Thank you for your time.
The last person to speak is David Fadul. David Fadul.
Hey, good morning, Commission. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. I'd like to address food intelligence this morning and to make the commission known that a lot of the products in in vending machines that are in the schools have ingredients that are linked to cancer, whether it's yellow 5, red 40, blue 4, or other things that are found in products like Skittles, like Gatorade, like Powerade. A lot of just unhealthy snacks and beverages. They are a direct correlation not only to cancer, but also to obesity, to diabetes, and other health ailments that are plaguing children every single day. So my proposal is very simple. I have healthy vendors that are lined up and ready to sell their products and replace the products that are in the vending machines right now. A few of them are BioLite, which are it's just a simple electrolyte beverage drink without the sugar. And another simple suggestion is Outclass Nutrition Bars. It's a 6-ingredient profile, very simple. It's not anything with these. Okay. So bottom line, I have products that I'd like to replace in vending machines, and I'd be able to do it as soon as possible.
And this concludes the Zoom public comments.
That's it.
No further speakers.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry. Mr. Arrington.
Yes, Patrice Perkins Hooker and Nancy Flake Johnson just walked in during that presentation. They were called, their names were called on the list.
They call what? Come on down. We got plenty of time. Not plenty of time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to speak. I tried to get here on time, but it was a little problem with getting across the street. I'm Patrice Perkins Hooker, and I'm here today to speak as a citizen of Fulton County and one of the former chairs of the Board of Registration and Election earlier this year that put together the plan with the county manager and support from the commissioners to conduct these elections. I was here until May. I want you to know that the 2024 presidential elections are over and the results are in. Notice that since Donald Trump won, there has not been any lamentations about the elections being fraudulent or the results being false. This election cycle, despite the tremendous pressure and challenges endured by the staff members of the Department of Registration and Elections, went off extraordinarily well. The preliminary results were reported on time, all of the polling precincts were open on time, and the votes were tallied properly. All of the hoopla about the need for additional rules, regulations, and oversight proved meritless. The public should care about the operations of a nonpartisan election process and react more strongly when certain groups of people in power try to manipulate a process that has worked for decades to achieve these goals. Misinformation and mistrust and distrust are designed to sow seeds of doubt into a process that we all need to ensure a fundamental democratic process. Members of the conspiracy theorists and election denier groups try to subvert our election process by using their respective positions and clout with state elected officials to try and address a non-existent problem. Under the banner of election integrity and transparency, members of these groups sought to alter the time-tested practices of elections in Georgia.
15 seconds.
They sought to discourage voters from voting by making it more difficult to access early polling precincts, by limiting the number of precincts, etc. Stop it. You as a citizen have a right to stop it. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Nancy Flake Johnson. I'm President and CEO of the Urban League of Greater Atlanta. I'm here today in support of the Magistrate Court's need for a budget increase to maintain and increase efficient and effective service. The Urban League is well aware because of the Magistrate Court's operations, because we often serve clients who find themselves in landlord-tenant disputes. The efficient and timely resolution of these cases often makes the difference between a family remaining housed or facing immediate eviction. Homelessness is a looming problem in our region, and with adequate resources, the court will be able to respond and resolve time-sensitive cases. This gives us time to work with families, partner with government agencies, and help resolve financial problems that lead to eviction in the first place. With a budget increase, the magistrate court will be able to assign more than one judge to landlord-tenant cases and continue to resolve those cases within 30 days. Any delays beyond that time will have the effect of increasing the number of evictions in a climate of uncertainty about the safety net system in our country. As community leaders, the Urban League and our partners ask Fulton County officials to place a priority on the health and efficiency of the magistrate court. We value our role as a partner and offer our support in this process. I also want to offer our support as you work to resolve the many horrific issues facing our Fulton County Jail. We are here to be a partner in that process. Thank you so much.
Anyone else we missed? All right, continue. Madam Clerk.
Bottom of page 6, presentations to the board, 240789, Housing Authority of Fulton County.
All right, President Moore, come on down.
Good morning to Commission Chair Pitts, members of the commission. You see here, I'm joined by all of your appointees. I hope that this shows a testament to our commitment to working to make Fulton County Housing Authority better. We're going to do a brief presentation. We certainly hope to see you in 2025 when we have even more progress to report. But I want you to know that since
Introduce the
Sure,
board.
I'm sorry, I'm going too fast. So the members of the board, which you know, but the public may not, is Stephen Davis, Ryan Glover, Miss Holly York, and I call her we're Batman and Robin, a vice chair, Lauren Waits. And then some of you have had an opportunity to meet the executive director, Mr. Carl Walton. And he will speak briefly as well. But I want to just quickly give you an update on where we are. So since the time you appointed us, we jumped in. We didn't just put our toe in the water. We dived right in. We were having at least 2 meetings a month because we knew that there were a lot of things that needed to be accomplished. We elected our acting leadership. We were able to do our emergency procurement with CVR to do the assessment that we needed. And we also looked at forensic audit, which was asked about, but I will talk about that in just a minute. And we all, at that time, had an acting executive director by contract. That contract was going to end, and so we had to also move very quickly into finding leadership for the agency. We approved a hiring and onboarding freeze so that we could get an assessment of where we were and where we were going. We had started working around in August, talking about projects that were outstanding that hadn't moved, which is Anthem 3, which is another public housing property that we are considering being a part of. We had the 30-day assessment by CVR, and we started to work on some of those action items. We posted an executive director position. We also had more professional services that were needed, and you'll understand why as I go on. CVR is doing a lot of tasks for us, and we will probably continue to add to that task list because we found a lot of things that were not done. We hired Emerge Accounting, who is doing our fee accounting work, and they are helping us. The agency was behind from 2022, 2023, and now 2024 in doing our financial statements, which if you don't have the financial statements, you can't do an audit. So we've got to get all of those back years up to date, get an auditor to audit them so that we can get audits. And then once we get those audits, everybody's waiting on them. HUD's waiting on them, the bank's waiting on them, I'm waiting on them. But there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen to do that. We hired the Perkins Group that is doing our HR and risk management. Human resources has been a big challenge for the agency, and I'll explain why, and risk management. And we had a utility allowance update. In September, we were able to get these emergency contracts underway, hire Mr. Carl Walton, approved our budget, looked at legal services. We put that out for RFP and have come to Taylor English, which we are completing our contract with them. And so we have challenges, and I'll get to that real quick. The challenges that we have: outdated systems, none of it works, it's breaking down. It's gonna take a long time to get us up to date and moving. Low staff morale, which has increased now that we're getting some stability. There are files that are missing, incomplete. For instance, we searched in an office and found checks that were not even cash, so that's money that was sitting there. HUD has made us aware of money of approximately $1 million that has never been drawn down, so we're working on recovering that. We have contracts that are non-existent or unfulfilled, unpaid bills, financial reporting issues, public housing outstanding payments, which we're working on, numerous EEOC complaints, and current and potential lawsuits, which are going to be something that's going to take us a while to get back. There are a lot of outstanding suits against the agency. The only thing that I will leave with before I turn it over is that we are still needing, HUD wants us to have a resident member of the board. Federal law requires that. And so whatever we need to do working with the law department so that we're able to move forward and at least getting 1 or 2 resident members is what is outstanding that we would love for you to help us with moving forward with. I'll introduce you now to Carl Walton.
Good morning, members of the Fulton County Commission. I'm Carl Walton, the new Executive Director at the Fulton County Housing Authority. Can you hear me now? I'm sorry. My name is Carl Walton. I'm the new Executive Director at the Fulton County Housing Authority. I've had the pleasure of meeting some of you. I thank the Housing Authority for selecting me as the candidate to move this Housing Authority in the direction that it needs to be. Upon my arrival, there was a series of circumstances that I encountered. The staff morale was the biggest thing that I have increased tenfold. Staff has stated to me that I was the breath of fresh air that they were looking for. There are, as Chairperson Moore stated, there are a series of circumstances in terms of landlords that have not been paid, bills that were not done properly, contracts and the like. I've made an assessment along with CVR. I've met with all the staff to determine what their needs are, and assess them to see whether they were in the proper positions within the authority. Some positions people have been moved around to better be suited in the spaces that they do, in which that they have skill sets that match the work that they do. It's a long road ahead. I'm up for the challenge, because it is one. With the help of the board and you, I think it is a doable circumstance. I've met with HUD. I continue to meet with them regularly to give them updates on things that I'm doing. I'm getting access to all of the programs that I need to get access in order to move this forward. They're working with me. They understand what I walked into and they said they have committed to working with me to bring the Housing Authority out of the trouble status and into a positive light.
Okay.
And I was going so fast because I know your time. I was remiss. I need to start back up and say thank you. Thank you all for appointing such a great board. We're all committed to making this agency better. We're starting from ground zero, and we're going to work our way up. But I also want to say thank you to Dr. Rochelle. I also want to thank your county attorney, your staff member, Ms. Thomas, and everyone who has helped us get started. And now that we're on our own and we're moving forward, I do also want to say thank you to HUD, even though they're not here, because they have given us grace, they have given us assistance, and they are working with us, and we're working with them to do all we can to make sure the Fulton County Housing Authority is not only repaired and rebuilt, but also becomes the premier agency in the state of Georgia. That's our goal. Thank you.
Okay. Got time for some questions and comments. Beginning with Commissioner Arrington.
Good morning. Certainly want to thank you and the board for your service to Fulton County. The resident issue is one that we have to go to the legislature on. The current language is for residents of unincorporated Fulton County. And that area just really doesn't exist anymore, right? There's probably less than 100 people in that area. And so I don't know exactly what the fix is, but I know that the legislature is required to fix it. And I don't know what language would be required, if it just say residents of Fulton County or what, but we will probably need to add that to our legislative agenda.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add, the reason why I still bring it up is there was a lot of back and forth by email. Federal law requires at least one resident member. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not going to pretend to be one, but it would seem to me that if federal law requires it, that should supersede state law. That's number one. And then number two, because there are lacking unincorporated areas, that we should be able to find voucher holders that are either close to that area or whatever that we could be able to put on the board. So that's something that legal needs to grapple with and continue to go back with HUD. But HUD is being very clear about the fact that federal law requires it. They don't really care about what state law says. So I don't know, you all can figure that out, but as soon as we can get it figured out, we'd love to get two resident members on the board.
Madam County Attorney, we probably need to, I don't know why it was limited to unincorporated Fulton County residents from the beginning. I guess that's part of the confusion for me, but we maybe need to understand that. Could it just be any two residents from the county?
The way that it's written now, no, although I think we would have a good argument that we tried to comply in the only way that was possible, that was the closest to the original concept. I think when that statute was enacted, there was a lot more of unincorporated Fulton County at that time. So over time, that has become impossible for strict compliance. I believe that it is on our legislative agenda for the next session already. So
Okay.
it may be something that's resolved within the next few
And
months.
I guess what I was really asking is, if we get it changed, if the legislature changes it, I guess I was wondering, why was it restricted to unincorporated originally? Because if we get it changed, it seems that we could have anyone from throughout the county.
True, and the way that the vouchers work now is different than when the program first started. I believe it's a voucher that you can take to any landlord, use for any rental situation, as opposed to being limited to a housing facility that's run by HUD. So I think it just reflects that times have changed and the program has changed, but the statute is a throwback to a time when it was different. If it gets changed over the next few months, I think the board can move very quickly to fill those spots. And it most likely would be anyone who lives in Fulton County.
And I just want to add, Commissioner Arrington, that at the time it was done, understand that there are other housing authorities, so like the city of Atlanta, whatever, so unincorporated was probably set aside just for the county.
That makes sense. Thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, let me say that having fought for this day to be here, thank you for your service, all of you all. I know it was not an easy task to walk into what I consider a battlefield, and you all are to be commended, and you as well, Madam Chair, because Fulton County deserves the kind of leadership that's in front of me. I have received so many phone calls, emails, and I would venture to say it's not a breath of fresh air. It's CPR that you all did. Okay, nobody else probably will say that, but I have no problem in saying that. You all did CPR, you came in, you understood the task, and you did what needed to be done. And I want to commend all of you all because you didn't have to do it. And I appreciate the fact that in the midst of all of that foolishness, you all stayed the task. And it speaks to real leadership, and it speaks to the desire to see that housing authority blossom. The employee morale is stellar. The customer service people have reached out to me, and they have said, you know, something as simple in knowing how to speak to people. None of this is a dictatorship, it's a democracy. And I appreciate the fact that you all are providing oversight, especially to you, Mr. Walton. I want to welcome you to Fulton County, and I want to welcome your style of leadership. I am in front of you all stating that the reports that I have been getting have been stellar from day one. And I appreciate that we have a group of individuals from one end of the county to the other that are working in unison to make sure that this housing authority not only soars, but we can be the model. Like they say, the ashes, from the ashes, the phoenix that rises. I believe that will happen with you all. I just want to close with saying, Madam Chairperson, preliminarily, I have been lobbying at the state for it to be changed. So the appetite, Chairman, at the state is one of they will accommodate a change. They just needed to have a conversation and find out why the change needs to be made. And so I appreciate you all and thank you for your service.
Thank you for thanking us.
All right, Commissioner Thorne.
I'll just piggyback on everything she said. I'm in agreement with. Thank you for stepping up, and thank you for diving in because it was a mess, and you guys have put in so much work, and I'm just very, very appreciative to all you've done. I just was wondering if you could expand a little bit on the outdated systems, what's required, and if we can be of assistance in any way in helping with that.
Well, I don't think that there's anything that you can do for assistance, but they use a system called TMAST, and it is outdated. It's not even supported by the company. Before we got on board, they were looking at Yardi, which is a more updated system, and for unknown reasons, the board chair stopped that from moving, although we did have a contract. And so right now our executive director is in contact with them. We're working on that, but when the system crashes, you can't work on it, number one. And then number two, we're still having the issue of missing files, missing information, et cetera, and trying to get it in there because we've got to get that system right so that we can, you know, sort of go over to the next system. So it's a matter of manpower and input. Anything else you would add on that?
No, Yardi, the only thing I'm sorry. The only thing that I would say is Yardi is the industry standard. I've met with them. They gave me the information that I need in order to do the transition from 10 mast over to Yardi. So right now we are actually matching files to make sure the correct voucher holder and/or resident is in the correct department. So when they do the conversion, it does convert without a hitch, and there are no problems or limited problems. I'm waiting for some information from them. I've been in constant contact with them since like my second week. They came out and had a visit and gave me the information. So CVR is helping us to make sure that the information that we give to them is the correct information so that it can be uploaded properly.
Thank you for all that. You guys are doing an amazing job.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, thank you all again for coming down here and sharing information with us. I think certainly echo the other folks. Thanks to the board members being willing to serve. I'm glad we've identified a good executive director to come in and help us out. And thank you for your leadership, Madam Chair. But just, I think you spit out a lot of stuff there at the early portion and things that you identified. And I think that's critical, that we not try to sugarcoat anything. And I appreciate that we kind of get the things all out on the table. And I think in future updates, maybe enumerating those and then sort of showing the progress would be helpful, for us as well as, kind of the public as well. So, and do reiterate this issue around the resident thing. It does seem like there's some opportunity to potentially move on that in advance of legislation and then get it cured later on. I can't imagine there would be a whole lot of resistance to that, per se, given the, like you described, Madam Chair, the federal law versus state law probably trumping, and since they're the ones providing the funding. So anyway, I'll leave it for that. Right. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
And thank you. That when we come back next year, we certainly will do that, as well as taking the letter and information from HUD and giving you some update as to where and what we've resolved. It's just going to take a little time, but we're working diligently on all of these issues.
So let me just ask that you come back, schedule a quarterly presentation by the board. And I'd just like to say that I echo everything that's been said, but when this situation occurred, I talked to each of you as board members, and I want to congratulate the board for taking the time to identify quality people to serve on this board. I believe this is probably the finest board that we have. Of all the boards and commissions and authorities that we have, in my judgment. So congratulations to y'all.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Anything
Chair.
else? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much.
Madam Clerk.
On page 7, County Manager's renewal items. 240790, Information Technology. Request approval to renew an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $1,950,000 to provide enterprise business class desktop personal computers and specialty computing devices.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Natalie Hall, seconded by Commissioner Dana Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. And unanimous with Commissioner Arrington. 240743, Senior Services. Request approval to renew existing contracts in an amount not to exceed $3,134,178 to provide transportation services, ride sharing to eligible Fulton County residents age 60 and above.
So, Madam COO, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Hold on, let me get my question.
I'm sorry.
Just a clarification. I thought that, why is this up before us for approval? I thought that you were going to, at Commissioner Hall's, we were talking at the last meeting about a sliding scale.
Yes, sir.
And you were going to come back with some information. I think Commissioner Arrington had asked for some additional information.
Yes, sir, and that's what we're presenting today. We are attempting to simplify the sliding scale even further with our recommendation for today. So what you will see today is twofold. One, the data on how the implementation of the trip limit and the implementation of the $4 cost share, what the implications are with 1 month of data. Based on that 1 month of data, we heard you loud and clear as it relates to concerns with trip limit, and we heard you loud and clear as it related to the impact of the $4 on constituents. So today we are going to be presenting an alternative that basically will remove the $4 trip limit, and it will provide an opportunity to flex up the 8 trips to 2 for medical purposes. So that is what you'll hear today. We thought that based on the data that we gleaned from the 1 month of implementation, the $4 trip cost was not significant. We don't believe that over time that $4 will be a significant driver of program sustainability. So we are going to present today an opportunity to remove that $4, only have the $1, and the driver really of the program is the trip limit or the trips taken. So we do believe that 8 trips are going to be sufficient. Our trend over the last month has been 5, but we do know that some constituents need more rides. And so this will provide an opportunity for the staff when a constituent calls and needs more rides for them to provide that opportunity. So that is what we're presenting today, Mr. Chairman, and why we're not bringing back a sliding scale, because the data does not indicate that that will be helpful.
So I'm not sure I understood what you just said. So are we scrapping the $4?
Yes,
and
sir,
back to
that's
the
our
$1?
recommendation. Yes, sir.
Hallelujah. Okay.
So that's why I'm saying we wouldn't need a sliding scale. Our recommendation is revert to $1, hold at 8 trips, but give constituents an opportunity to add 2 additional trips if they need it.
Good morning, Ladisa Onilagu, Department of Senior Services. Thank you, Dr. Rochelle. I'm going to go through the slides real quickly. Next slide. So just to recap, our department forwarded information to the over 7,000 registered senior riders to obtain self-attestation. We received 3,749 attestations from the registered riders, determined that 3,250 will pay $1 and 499 will pay $4. Next slide. The October trip data is on this slide, and it echoes what Dr. Rochelle just shared with you. 2,105 unduplicated riders participated in the Uber Lyft program. 1,875 of those seniors paid $1, 230 paid $4. The average number of trips taken by riders in October was 5. And the table below those bullet points gives information about the total number of trips that are available to seniors, which is 8, and the total number of trips, plus the final trip invoice that only reflects the number of trips taken. Next slide. This is the final slide, and if you can go back to that slide, please. It provides our recommendations to the board that we will maintain the 8 trips per month allocation at $1. The board can consider eliminating the $4 cost share and also carving out a medical trip supplemental program for seniors who might have maxed at the 8 trip allotment and needs a trip to a medical appointment. Our department will continue to monitor ridership, trips, and budgetary impact and report back to this board on a quarterly basis. And based on these assumptions, we believe we'll hold at our budget at about $4.7 million. And that concludes this presentation. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. Commissioner Hall, followed by Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just told that an updated version of the presentation was sent just a little while ago. And now I understand why this doesn't really make sense, what I have before me. But I just want to confirm that what we are going to vote on today is to remove the $4, limit the trips to 8. They can add 2 if they need to, and that's it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much.
But we're holding at $1. That's the key.
Yes, sir.
There's no misunderstanding about that, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you. Sounds like this will work a lot better. I guess my question is, get 8 rides, maybe up to 2 more for medical, and then what happens after that? You just have to pay regular price?
Yes, sir, that would be the maximum number of trips that we could provide through this program.
Okay. All right, I mean, I guess I could live with that. I just didn't know if it may make sense to, maybe go to the 4 after the 10 trips. But if it's just cut off after 10 trips, I guess that's fine as well.
Commissioner Thorne?
I'm supportive of this because it's budget neutral. So I think this is a great option, compromise. The 2 additional trips for medical, do the people, who vets that it's for a doctor's appointment, or how is that process?
It's going to just be self-attestation. We're not going to take seniors through any type of eligibility. If they call and say they have a medical appointment, they will receive a ride.
Okay. And then does Common Courtesy, they're a nonprofit organization that provide trips to seniors. If there is a senior that has gone over their 10 trips, does Common Courtesy step in and offer services to them?
They do not, but the transportation team is very compassionate. They monitor the budget on a monthly basis. If there is any opportunity on a case-by-case basis, I'm sure they will consider that.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had. Thank you, Ladisa.
Commissioner Arrington?
The 2 additional trips, I'm assuming that's 2 additional round trips? Because 2 trips could be go to the doctor and come home. So is it 2 additional round trips or just 2 additional rides?
Commissioner Arrington, we usually catalog these as one-way trips, so it would be a 1 round trip in that essence.
All right, so it's really 1 additional trip for medical. It doesn't make any sense to take someone somewhere and not
Yes, sir.
and not pick them up.
That's right.
So it's really 1 additional trip, 1 additional round trip.
Yes.
So I think it's important as we communicate that we make that distinction.
Yes, sir.
And, I'll let y'all decide, or maybe after 3 or 4 months, we could look at maybe we might want to go to the $4 for anything after the 8.
Oh, I see.
The 8 plus the 1, right?
Yes, sir.
So,
We'll certainly monitor and bring that back quarterly.
thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Abdul Rahman?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for this. And I wanted to let you all know, Commissioner-elect Ivory and I are working with some sponsors. And going into 2025, we want to get with you all to have a resource of a sponsor that will say when the person gets to the amount of trips, that this sponsor will sponsor 2 trips or 4 trips or whatever. It's not something that we will necessarily have oversight for at the county, but it's an additional resource. I've talked and identified, as well as her, some individuals and some corporations and some nonprofits that would like to sponsor some trips, because I understand from a budget. That was the concern that drove this.
Yes.
And so what we had talked about is if the budget is or running over the budget is a concern, then maybe we need to find a backup plan. And so I want to get with you all going into 2025 and see if we can have these resources that will say, okay, you're at your limit, but here's a resource. And you meet the criteria for the resource. So I want to just let you all know we want to work with you all on that.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
All right.
We
Commissioner
look forward
Natalie.
to working with you.
Sorry. Commissioner Hall.
I want to go back to the trips because it is significant what Commissioner Arrington said about the trips are actually one way each way. So when we say that we're offering 8 trips, is that really 4 round trips?
It is. It was previously 8 round trips.
Right. It was previously 8 round trips.
Yes, ma'am.
But now it's 4 round
Yes, ma'am.
trips, not really 8 trips.
8 one-way trips.
8 one-way
And
trips.
We can be more specific the way Commissioner Arrington encouraged us to be, so that it's clear.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, other comments, questions? Thank you. I'm sorry, Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, just on that limit, I do think, and maybe you were referring to this, Commissioner, but just the option if somebody needs this as a point of access in order just to set up their transportation, and they're willing to pay full freight after that, I think that's another thing to consider as well. You understand what I'm saying?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
I mean, once they've reached their trip limit, you know, if they still want to utilize it and they got the financial means to do it, that they can pay full freight, but utilize the service in order to arrange the travel. And I think that's something, part of this is just having, some of this is an economic thing. Some of this is just an access thing for people that probably do have the funds to do it. And I just think that's something that we need to think about in terms of, particularly once you reach a particular limit, if I want to continue to utilize it, if I've got the funds to do it, and we've got the facilitation in order for it to occur.
Thank you both for that suggestion. We'll certainly look into what associated administrative cost might be involved in administering the program past the Fulton County funded program for the cost share. So we'll certainly bring that back. Thank you.
Other comments, questions? All right, thank you. The motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote at $1.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 240791, Police, request approval to renew existing contracts in the amount of $8,390,000 to provide armed and unarmed security services.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. County Manager's items under Open and Responsible Government, 240792, presentation of the Fulton County Operational Report.
Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you and the board. We have a robust operations report this morning, and then following that, the 2025 budget submission. So good discussion for the next 15 to 4 or 5 hours. The project worker continues to make progress. You'll see that we're within, again, 10,000 cases of completing that out of 148,000. We have 17 folks that have moved to now permanent positions or left out of the staffing, so that also continues as planned. On the justice scorecard, you're going to see a slight rise in average length of stay as well as the average population, so that's something to continue, obviously, to monitor. The ARPA funds, we have a brief update on today, letting you know what has to be done by 12/31. So we're in discussions right now to ensure that all those funds are either obligated or spent by that date, and we'll bring back the details in the December meetings, but we'll tell you the process today. With the procurement completed on 4700 North Point, we're excited to bring that project forward. As you know, that purchase was made. It served us extremely well during COVID. We're finally now, and with some prodding along the way from the commissioners, to bring that to a point of being able to contract for. That contract selection is on the agenda, but more importantly even than that is to remind you of the intended moves, the scope that building will entail, and the financial constraints. Additionally important, I think, to the board will be also to remind you that we'll be undertaking a feasibility study for a like facility in South Fulton. If you remember, Vice Chair, that was discussed over a year or so ago when this was teed up, and we're in a position now of kicking off that study. So that will probably go through the year of 2025 as this comes on line in 2025. The jail Blitz, of course, very important work that we continue to do. You'll see the number of living units at 726 being completed, as well as an overall projection for completion of that in the first quarter of 2025. We also are now starting the additional repairs in kitchen, laundry, and elevator equipment areas, but all of us are highly sensitized, again, to the urgency of this, as well as the complementary nature of the second thing, which when Steve comes back up post this operations report and the agenda item appears, we'll be talking about and recommending a selection of a firm for the jail program management team. Again, that's a very important step along the path of a complete assessment of the jail from all aspects in terms of what systems, what architecturally needs to be done over a 6-month period, and then we'll begin the process with recommendations to you in terms of capital improvements. We also today have details, and I'll have some more detailed comments about the 2025 budget when we get there. I just want to say a couple things. One, a huge thanks to Sabrina, Hakeem, and Sharon, both working very late nights and into mornings, both Thursday and Friday of last week as well as this week. I think they've put together a tremendously clear budget presentation for your consideration. As you'll note when we get into it, it is very tight. We are relying on attrition-based savings as well as the ARPA interest that you were made aware of several months ago to close the gap between budgeted expenses and expected revenues. So again, more to come on that as we get into that, but we'll start now with the operational report, and Steve Naraki out of the Strategy Office will begin us with Project Orca.
Thank you, County Manager. Steve Naraki, Strategy Office. As you know, we are in the final months of Project Orca and continuing our ramp down. We can go to the next slide. We've disposed of nearly 138,000 cases of the original 148,000, leaving us with 10,319. This does have us at currently about 93% complete for Project Orca. Next slide. Here we have our remaining cases where we did see a slight decrease, or a decrease from the previous month in October at 664 dispositions compared to over 1,500 for the month of September. Although worth noting, some good news here, the Solicitor General's office has only 701 cases remaining, and we do expect that they will clear and achieve all dispositions by program end. Next slide. Here we have our dispositions by department for the month of October, as well as project to date. Superior and State Court both continue at their normal cadence of about 221 and 140 dispositions respectively. You'll see here the zeros across, still indicating that the DA has achieved all of her dispositions that was in her court, and her remaining ORCA staff are now prosecuting those cases in Superior Court. And the Solicitor General and Magistrate Court both saw a small dip compared to the previous month and have achieved 171 and 132 dispositions for the month of October. And project to date, we do remain to the good with a variance of just over 1,500. Next slide. Here we have our staffing ramp down by department for the month of October, as well as year to date. We do have 50 remaining ORCA staff as of November 4th, marking a reduction, as the county manager noted, of 17 for the month of October. There are now 4 departments that have no ORCA staff remaining, and you'll see here that is the clerk's office, juvenile court, magistrate court, and marshal's office, with about half the other remaining justice system departments down to single digits for staff. Where we do have staff remaining with each of these departments, we continue to work with them on the targeted dates when we plan for those final separations and transfers to permanent general fund positions. Next slide. And sorry, next slide. Here we have our justice system scorecard. Our average length of stay in October was 45 days, marking a small increase of 4 days from September. Next, we have the unindicted jail population, which is now down to 15%, marking a 4% decrease. And most notably, this is the lowest percent of unindicted we have had at the jail since tracking this metric back in May of 2023. Next, the clearance rate for felony criminal cases saw a significant increase of 24% since September, putting us at about 78% for October. And finally, felony cases disposed within 180 days and 365 days both saw a 4% decrease, now at 25% and 60% respectively. Next slide. And now we'll move to our jail population update. Thank you. First, looking at the average monthly jail population, October did see another slight increase up to an average population of 2,679. While we have seen now several month-over-month increases, the population does continue to be at a manageable level. And for comparison, just a snapshot provided here on November 14th, the population was 2,532 for the entire jail system. Next slide. And here we have the chart representation from the previous slide. Next slide. Next, we have our facility utilization for the jail population. As of November 1st, 1,633 inmates were at Rice Street, with the balance being outsourced across the other county and out-of-county facilities. Next slide. Next, we have our inmate analysis of the jail population. Improvement from last month, over 70% or 1,607 inmates are either currently indicted or accused, while 15%, as mentioned earlier, or 343 are unindicted. If we can go to the next slide to look at those 343. Looking here at the aging of the unindicted by days in jail, 303, or about 88%, haven't been incarcerated for less than 90 days, which is where we want them, the 90 days or less. We've seen proportional decreases across the other time periods, 91 to 180 days and 181 to 365. And again, for the first time that we've been tracking this report, no individuals have been in jail for, no unindicted, individuals have been in jail for greater than 1 year. Next slide.
No unindicted.
And finally, we have our priorities. We do continue to focus on a smooth ramp down for Project Orca. This does include working with each department, trying our best to provide real-time budget and staffing information as they plan their final separations and transfers into the permanent full-time positions. And for the remaining cases, we do continue to provide disposition data case data month over month, so that remaining justice partners have a targeted plan for final dispositions to close out the program. And with that, I can take any questions.
All right, questions? Mr. Barrett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Naraki. Appreciate the update. Just a couple questions. I'm sure this has been asked before, but I know on slide, I guess it's like 227 in our materials, 14, I think, on yours.
Okay.
But with the beds, the facility utilization with the bed number.
Yes, 14.
Yeah, I think because we don't include in here the beds that are out of commission, there's sort of an implication that there's just 621 beds available that can be used right now but aren't for some unknown reason, and instead that we're outsourcing. But and I'm also hearing some different numbers about how many beds are out of commission, which I think comes later in one of the other reports. So I don't know if you want to speak to that now, or if we should wait and talk about that at some other point.
Yes, can we please go to slide 14, which has the facility utilization? Can provide a couple clarifications and may ask Mr. Davis to chime in too. First, if you look at the legend at the bottom, beds available and under repair, we did want to call that out specifically because that did lead to questions previously. Are those just beds unavailable? But the bulk of those do represent beds that are offline right now because they are going through the Blitz. There's always going to be a small disparity in the number that we're reporting here for open beds versus what's provided in the jail Blitz. We're pulling just a snapshot as of November 1st. So our number is 621. I think when Mr. Davis does the Blitz update, the numbers can be closer to 500, but he's pulling his data from another day. The other thing that kind of can influence the number in the main jail is because that's the primary book-in location. And so we're using this chart to say beds, but it's actually individuals. And so there can be somewhat significant fluctuations day after day in the main jail if an influx have come in, but they've yet to be outsourced to either the other county facilities or out-of-county facilities.
You know, I know we're going to be changing some of the reporting as the ORCA reporting goes away and all of that, but I think it might be worthwhile trying to kind of come together around that number so that we are all talking from the same piece of information, because also we're, as I think everyone knows, we're offered regular updates from the sheriff's office that we could participate in, giving a couple of times, I think, per week. Right. Or every other week or whatever it was. And I did have my meeting with the sheriff's office yesterday, and the number they gave of beds that were out of commission was a different number. So there's like 3 different numbers circulating, I think, about how many beds are out of commission. So, you know, I don't expect a solution today, but I think as we look at reporting down the road, we might want to sort of have Dream, your office, and the sheriff sort of on the same page about what beds are available or not, because it's confusing for the public. It looks like we've got these empty beds and we're, as I said, outsourcing to further away and such when we have space available in our jail. So that was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Arrington?
I'm trying to understand it. It seems to be an oxymoron. How can a bed be available and under repair at the same time? Either it's available or it's under repair. It can't be both.
We're using that because it applies to multiple facilities, not just Maine. Maine does have the Blitz going on, and so for Maine, those are under repair. For the other facilities listed, those would be available. To your point, Commissioner, we can maybe change our legend to denote unavailable, or excuse me, under repair would apply to Maine, whereas beds available would apply to the other facilities.
Yeah, we need to look at that because it's impossible to be available and under repair at the same time. And thank you.
Understood.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I mean, I think what your reporting's good. It's consistent. You know, I mean, I think everybody gets it. That there's moving targets when things are available or under repair. You know, so, and you know, this is a public meeting. This is the place we share information. Nice that people are maybe meeting individually with a sheriff, but I believe in open meetings and transparency, and having one document we're consistent with, I think, is important. The thing I was going to ask you about was where are we at in terms of, you know, kind of a view of what we will intend to present, you know, going forward in terms of data tracking and that sort of stuff. When can we expect to maybe see a view of that? Would it be January, February? Kind of what's your target on that?
We can expect the back half of the report, so everything after ORCA, I think it's good, useful information the board would like to see continued. So that will probably mostly remain the same. We will use January for kind of a program closeout of ORCA. We'll be capturing the final December data, but then I think it'd be, again, beneficial for the board to see kind of what the overall accomplishments and impact to the justice system was with Project ORCA. Specifically, Commissioner Ellis, with your question, that is something we are working on right now to understand what performance measures, metrics would make sense to, I guess, fill out that front half in the absence of ORCA. We would probably want to debut that starting in February, assuming we have that framework worked out, the data flowing in. So best I can say right now is probably target February 2025, but would certainly want to get some guidance and feedback from the board leading into that.
So sections 2 and 3, you say that that's effectively, we continue those, but kind of one.
Yes, sir.
God, that's what you're referring
Yeah,
to.
the orchid case reduction would go away, the cumulative case reduction and jail population updates would remain.
Got it. One thing that I thought we had as sort of a consistent piece going forward, which I didn't see, was the monthly reporting on ankle monitoring.
Ankle monitors. Our plan is to continue to do it this month and continue. We realized when we were scrubbing the data last week, just before the report was submitted to the board, we were capturing self-paid individuals in our numbers in addition to county paid. We only wanted to report accurate numbers, so we were not able to scrub that data in time for this report to be submitted, but certainly look to resume that and try to do a catch-up of the October numbers when we present next month.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. In light of the fact that we have the DOJ report out, I've gotten some calls, and I wanted publicly for our dream to speak about the Blitz program. This our county manager. The Blitz program has already started. And so I think it's important to reiterate to the public what the Blitz program is, Chairman, and when it started, and the tentative maybe end or projected end date, because it's a lot of misinformation that's going on out here, and I think it's incumbent on this entire body to clear that up. And so whoever county manager can speak to the Blitz program, the purpose of it, and why it's going. Oh, we hadn't got to it yet. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Commissioner Thorne. Chairman, as usual, I'm ahead of the curve. So I just wanted to make sure, given the amount of calls that I've gotten, that the public knows about the Blitz program, the purpose of it, and what's going on. So I will withdraw that, since my colleague here has told me that I'm putting the cart before the horse. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this report, and thank you, Commissioner Arrington, for pointing out beds available and under repair. I do believe it needs to be more clear, because in my investigation of what's going on with the jail, I was told that 1 North was not available for use because it was flooding and it was being repaired. And hopefully the rains that just passed through yesterday will prove that the repairs are working, I hope. So yes, it does need to be more clear, because the number that I was given was 744 inoperable beds. So we need to make sure that's very clear. And I'm looking forward to the Blitz report, because this is part of that Blitz zone. Thank you.
All right, other questions?
Thank you, Commissioners.
Mr. Manager?
We'll go to page 19, and I'll ask Madam CFO to cover the ARPA closeout process, and then a reminder that we'll be bringing back recommendations in December to finalize that program. Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. This first slide, what we wanted to do is just share with the board what the regulations actually reflect related to the closeout of the ARPA program and resources. And so the thing that we wanted to highlight on this particular slide is that we need to have our funds obligated by the end of this year. And the obligation is defined on the next slide. But we need to have them obligated, because if we don't, then we will have to return any unobligated funds. So our objective is to get everything obligated by the end of the year, so we will not have to return any funds. The next slide
So
defines.
Are you going to address where we are at this point in time at some point during your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, this next slide is the definition of obligations, which is defined as orders placed for property and services, entering into contract subawards and similar transactions that require payment and must be complete by December 31st, 2024. And then the deadline for obligated projects, which would be like a infrastructure or construction-related project, you have to have it contracted by the end of 2024, but then you have to have the project complete by the end of 2026. Next slide, please. And so the point that we're at right now is getting all of the departments who had projects and resources made available to them through our ARPA dollars to submit to us any final invoices that they have so that we can get those actually paid out this year. We're also looking for departments to have received goods and services where we have purchase orders in place for goods or services where the expectation is that we would have finalized those services by the end, received the goods or finalized the services by the end of the year. All open purchase orders, we've sent all of those out to the departments and asked them to communicate back with us on their status so we can prepare those for closeout. And then finance and purchasing are working with the county attorney's office to make sure that we make any contract modifications or change the language in any of our contracts to ensure that they meet the definition of obligation by the end of this year. So next slide, please. That is the reference that the county manager has made to we will be bringing back recommendations and some action items to the board in December at both meetings. It's in order to ensure that we have our contracts in place, the language is tight, and we meet the requirements for the items to be considered obligated by the end of the year. Our plan is to submit to you our last ARPA report, which will show you the allocation plan at the December 18th meeting, second meeting of the board. And then we will submit our obligations as part of our December report that we have to make to the Treasury Department. With that said, Mr. Chairman, to your question of where are we, the report that we included, next slide please, the report that we included in the package is as of September 30th. The obligations have not changed since September 30th. We have expended a little more in the resources, but because of trying to get the budget completed, we did not have time to complete this report for the month of October. So we will do that and share that with the board. So what we've presented here is through the end of September. So you can see that through the end of September, we had 206. If you go to the next slide, please, I'm sorry. Just so everybody can see what I'm talking about. Down at the bottom of the slide, you'll see that we had $206.2 million in the budget. We have 46.8 of that was sitting in an encumbrance. We had expended 152.2, and we had 7.3 remaining to either obligate through a purchase order or a contract, or to spend because it is part of the Project Orca projects. So when we come back to you in December, we will have the recommendations for any contract amendments or modifications. For example, in our project budget for the developmental disabilities facility, the renovations for that, we have a contingency that we've built in for that project. That contingency is not currently contracted with the provider, so we will be bringing that back to get it included in the contract value so that it is in fact encumbered as part of that project, and we will not have to return those funds. So those are the types of changes that we will bring back to you in December. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So the number is 7.3?
As of September 30th, yes, sir. And that does include amounts that are allocated for Project Orca through the end of the year, and those contingencies that we had built in for certain projects that we will need to bring back, either contract amendments or a different recommendation. For example, we had a little over $1 million in a contingency for the ERP upgrade. What we would like to do is bring back, instead of that, one of the IT betterment items that we have ready to go from a procurement perspective, because cybersecurity projects are allowed under ARPA. We want to bring that item back, and then we will hold a piece out of the IT capital budget for the ERP contingency if we need it. Right now, we're not certain that we will need it, but we do know we have this IT betterment issue that would be a qualifying expense. So those are the types of changes that we will be bringing forward at the first and second meeting of December.
Okay. Commissioner Ellis?
I don't know what our cadence is in terms of this, but we generally doing the operational report in our second meeting, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's certainly important that we make sure that we've got, do you have an idea of what that 7.3 really is right now? I mean, because you said it's through September, so were there some things in here we know that we definitely previously have obligated? Is this more like a 6, 5.8, or do we not have any? We haven't scrubbed it. We don't have an idea.
We do have an idea of what's embodied in that 7.3.
No, I mean what it is right now.
Oh, what the amount? What the
Yeah.
7.3? Sabrina, do you have that number? What the 7.3 would be through November? Is it still 7.3?
It's around the same.
Yeah, that's what.
Around the same.
Yeah, because that's really keying off of what we have either already encumbered, or it's probably down a little bit because we did spend some of our ORCA resources in October, which would not be reflected in the expenditure column. The majority of that is going to come from the contingencies that we've built into the infrastructure modernization project, the developmental disabilities project, the ERP project. We have some resources remaining in the tiny homes project that have not yet been fully encumbered. So those are the things that we're looking to make adjustments on to bring back recommendations in the first meeting in December and the second meeting of December.
I mean, I just think it's critical we do this in the first meeting, is what my point is, right? So we don't have something that's lingering, that just gets missed, that we get in a bind with, that we don't have tidied up. I think we really need to focus on trying to close this discussion out in that first meeting in December.
Yes, I agree, certainly, to make sure that the allocations are taken care of.
And the amount that's in the encumbered category, we feel fairly solid with those numbers, that these are tight and there's not some.
So there some of the some of the smaller amounts that remain in the encumbered balance, those are the POs now that we're going through with every department. And if they do not have any invoices remaining for those, we are closing those POs out, which will release the encumbrance and allow us to use those resources for another purpose. So we could either include it in one of our other existing projects. I know some of the things that we've discussed include providing for another round of
Yeah, I mean, just, I'm not looking to get into
okay.
weeds as to what. I'm just saying, is that, what is in this encumbered category? If we, has this been scrubbed pretty tight to say that it was definitely encumbered, or are there things that are going to be coming back out of it?
Well, they were currently encumbered, but we do know that we have some things that we will be reducing. And
Okay.
if you'll give me just a second, I'm going to ask Hakeem, because he's been communicating with each of the departments about those encumbrances. He can give you an idea of what information has come back that we'll be releasing from the encumbrances.
Good morning, Commissioners. Yes, we have been working with departments on making sure that we clean out those POs and whatever we can repurpose. We've been trying to repurpose them. We've been working with purchasing department on this. So far, with what we're looking at, from some of the ones that we've been able to close, and then there are some others that we need to increase a little bit because we know that we'll be getting invoices to pay against them before December 31st. And net, we have a little bit over $1 million that, we can repurpose for some other uses. So this will be part of what we'll bring to you in December as to what the recommendation will be.
And I think where we are in the process, I think the fewer number of moving parts in terms of what a recommendation is and just a closeout is probably more in order, versus trying to get, we just run out of time to have like, hey, we got some sort of creative idea we want to explore and that sort of thing, right? So hopefully these are known, clear things that we can contract, move forward with, or there are things that we maybe have that we can use to offset, kind of something that would be in the 2025 budget. Correct.
Yes.
That's the kind of stuff you're talking about. You're going to be looking to bring back to.
Yeah, it's really only two big areas. One
Okay.
is IT betterment.
Okay.
And that one could probably take all of it.
Okay.
Or if you thought about the remake of this building,
Right.
More than likely will exceed what the estimates are. The question is, do we go ahead and contract with the provider, which would encumber it?
Okay.
So I think we need to make that call. And I feel very comfortable that we're going through every purchase order. And if it doesn't have a necessity to, against it, in terms of an invoice, we're closing that out. So they'll free up whatever otherwise, will not be spent by the end of the year. So it's really that exercise and those two uses.
But the timing to contract it, we feel like we've got adequate amount
We
of
do.
time to do it. That's, okay. All right.
In those two areas.
Okay. All right. In my last question, do we still have significant pending FEMA reimbursement? Or no?
I'm going to let Hakeem, because he's also been tracking FEMA. And we do have some that are still pending. We've had some disallowed costs that we've tried to clean out against this ARPA balance as well. But Hakeem has been tracking that, so I'll let him respond.
Yes, again, Commissioner, yes, we do. We still have, if I'm not mistaken, because it's been a while that I looked at it now. I think we have maybe a little over $5 million or so still outstanding for us to receive as reimbursement from FEMA. So what we've done, as the CFO stated, is, there are some of those amounts that, we've actually been able to ascertain that, we're not going to be reimbursed because, they've informed us that, they're disallowed. So on those ones, we looked at the transactions, and the ones that can be charged against ARPA, we've charged them against, ARPA funds, and then the ones that cannot be charged against ARPA, we put them in within our general fund budget to clear those out. So net, I think we still have a little bit over $5 million. And then the plan on those is depending on, what happens. We do have funds that we set aside for, the possible future audit that things might be rejected. I don't know if you remember, there was a $16.4 million that the board approved a couple of years ago for us to set aside. So we will be using some of that to clear out, anything that FEMA doesn't reimburse us in the future. But we're still hopeful, though, that we'll get most of them.
Okay, I'm just making, so we've got 5.4 roughly outstanding of ask for FEMA reimbursement. Some of that will be disallowed. We know, pretty sure it will be disallowed.
Yes.
So that, of that of whatever the number is, is this part of this 2.206.2? And then if there's reimbursement, here's really my underlying question, right? If there's reimbursement that takes place post December 31st, which sounds like if we get reimbursement, it will be post December 31st. Are we entitled to use those funds free and clear for other purposes? Or, you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Sharon, you want to speak to it?
We established our FEMA program as a separate operating fund.
Okay.
So if, of what is remaining, when those monies are reimbursed, it will go into the FEMA fund as revenue to offset the expenses that we've already incurred. So that is how the FEMA fund was set up and established. So we cash flowed it all on the front end, and we
Cash flowed it through what?
well, we had originally monies that we carved out of this ARPA bucket that we were holding to help backstop what we were fronting on FEMA, and then the 16 million that Hakeem indicated. So we cash flowed it that way, set it up in a separate special revenue fund, and as the reimbursements have come in from FEMA, they have been deposited into that fund. So when the additional reimbursements, whatever the amount is that comes in, it'll be deposited into the FEMA fund, matched against those FEMA expenses. Managed it very much like we manage all of our other regular state and federal grants, where they're reimbursement based. We have to spend first and then seek reimbursement. So we established those in a separate special revenue fund to be able to do that.
So when they're replenished, what can you use those funds for?
We're not going to be able to use them for anything other than to lower the receivable, because that $5.4 million that I'm talking about is like a receivable against, the FEMA fund. So whatever amount that, they reimburse us will reduce that receivable. And then anything that is not reimbursed is, what will go against that $16.4 million that I mentioned.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it's really all right. Maybe you and I can sit down and talk about the puts and takes.
The net
right.
of it is, right, we're more than adequately reserved for
Right.
the FEMA reimbursement that
Right.
doesn't occur. We can't use these ARPA funds to reimburse against that because it's going to occur after the effect. In other words, the
I got
curtain's
that,
going to
right.
close on this.
Yeah.
So there's no impact to the general fund. Now, somewhere down the path, since we have reserved 16 million and we have 5 outstanding, there are some funds there for future use, or I guess return to the general fund would be the natural flow from that once FEMA closes out.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
That's what I was getting at. So
Right.
at some point at the end of that process with the reimbursement, or there may be there's some funds that we need to look at how we would repurpose.
Yes, sir.
But that's separate and distinct from
ARPA.
from the ARPA pieces of it. All right, thanks.
Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you. I guess my question is about these, the 4 last line items that have no budget amount, the diversion center, medical debt. What is going on with those?
Commissioner Arrington, those were items that we had originally proposed to the board earlier this year as possible uses of the interest that had been earned on the ARPA resources, and we subsequently reversed course, and when we restructured this report, we left them in to show you that we had reduced those down to 0, and we're no longer pursuing those particular projects.
Okay, and so the board voted against those 4?
I don't recall there being a specific vote, but during the discussion, the direction I believe that we received from the board's discussion was that we should not consider creating new programs. And so that's why we pulled those out of the recommendation and then just shared with the board what the amount of interest is that has been accruing against those ARPA dollars.
Thank you.
All right, other questions or comments? All right, Mr. Manager.
Thank you. We'll now have Dr. Rochelle cover the Health and Human Services North project.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. As you can see here on the slide, this will just reiterate the goals of the acquisition of the 4700 North Point Parkway property, which we purchased in 2019. As the county manager previously indicated, that property has served us well, especially during the pandemic.
So what did we pay for that, 10 million?
Somewhere in the range of $10.5, $11 million, Mr. Chairman.
So the goal of this project is to improve access in a centrally located footprint for health, behavioral health, and social services supports. We also want to address the growing need for additional space, and we cannot accomplish that with the current facilities from which we will relocate these services. It also provides an opportunity for us to monetize the sale of the Roswell Road project property, as well as discontinue the lease on Royal Drive. So Roswell Road is where the developmental disabilities facility is located, and Royal Drive is the facility for public health. The next slide, please. This facility is again at 4700 North Point Parkway in Alpharetta, over 100,000 square feet. It's on 2 floors, over 23 acres, and has over 600 parking spaces. There's also room for expansion. Next slide. The amenities at this location, it's certainly on a MARTA bus line. It's visible from the street. There are opportunities for improved signage, again, the large parking ratio. It also provides the kitchen amenities that we will need for services like developmental disabilities and senior services. Aesthetically, it is a lake property view, and again, there is land for additional development. Next slide, please. So the plan is to build out the first and second floor, not in its entirety, but to accommodate a new senior services footprint in the north. The senior service offering in the north right now is contained at the Benson Center, so this will allow us to add some additional senior services capacity. So that would be a new service. We would be relocating the developmental disabilities facility services that are currently at Roswell Road. We will relocate behavioral health services that are at the North Training Center and relocate the Board of Health Services that are at Royal Drive. This will also provide an opportunity for us to expand our footprint with wraparound services, which would be a new service. So what this conceptual drawing illustrates is just the layout of where services would be in this facility. Next slide, please. Today, the Department of Real Estate and Asset Management will be presenting a recommendation for approval for the Beck Group. They are the design build firm that would complete the construction of this facility. That agenda item is 24-0797 for $15 million. After the board considers this, and if approved, we would move to contracting, schedule our kickoff meetings, and begin design and program meetings with departments. We would also look to complete the construction in the fourth quarter of 2025, and we will be developing the budget for senior services and an expanded footprint for public health for the 2026 budget and for implementation in 2026. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my update on this facility.
Could you also just comment on the feasibility study for HHS South and what you anticipate?
Yes,
from
sir.
that?
Thank you,
Took
Mr.
the
Manager.
question out of my mouth. You know where I was going.
Yes, so simultaneously, the Department of Real Estate and Asset Management will be working to stand up a feasibility study to determine where and what services we need to provide in the south part of the county. So we will certainly keep the board updated. We have funding set aside for this initiative, and we'll look forward to concluding the feasibility study, bringing the findings back, and moving forward with a recommendation based on board's input and wishes.
But the site is the site that we own still, correct?
Well, the feasibility study will tell us, Mr. Chairman, whether that is the best site or whether we need to be looking at building.
Repeat that?
I think what you meant to say, not building necessarily, but using the site across from the South Annex
which we
probably
own.
makes the most sense, but I think when we do this feasibility study, won't we look at other
Yes.
potential sites?
Yes, thank you. When I say build, perhaps rehab a facility similar to 4700, not build from the out of the ground necessarily. But yes, we
But-
will be considering.
But we've always, though, talked about that site because we own that site. And we may go through the
Yes, sir.
process of looking
And we've
at
already completed some mitigation of the underground gas lines. So we have done some preliminary preparation, but we just wanted to do a thorough review of the area to make sure that that makes the best opportunity for the county.
And I don't know if everyone knows what site we're talking about. If you're in South Fulton, it's directly across from the South Annex. It's where we had transportation for years, and it's 40-plus acres, I believe, isn't it, Joe?
That's correct, sir.
So from that perspective, it's more than ample space, and of course, in proximity to South Annex would be, I think, terrific in terms of a government complex, campus.
And the city of South Fulton is interested in that government complex campus.
They are. I mean, that may be a lot of slip between the cup and the lip before we
Sure,
got to there,
sure.
but I do think it, should be part of the decision-making process.
All right, Commissioner Arrington?
I guess I'm just wondering about the timing because I thought we had the money in the budget for this year, and you're saying the feasibility study is going to get done before December 31st, or are you talking about in 2025 budget? And if we had it in the budget for 2024, what happened? Why didn't it get done this year?
We were wanting to make a decision about how we were going to manage all of the projects, the 4700, the 475 Fairburn Road, the Developmental Disability Center, and a potential new project in South Fulton. And after deliberations among the team, we decided that a project management approach would be best, and that to ensure that we had enough resources to do everything, that DREAM would take more ownership of the feasibility study to maximize the resources that we had. So the 2025 budget contemplates this feasibility study in the base budget, and so that funding is available.
All right, that's what I was told last year. So let's not go another year. I mean, there is an abundance of seniors in South Fulton that are looking for this facility, and so I hate to see another year go by without any action, without moving forward.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, other comments or questions?
All right, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rochelle. All right, the jail Blitz plan. Here's where it is in the deck, and we will spend, I think, probably considerable time going through this and having Joe give you an update, as well as, Joe, anything that you want to add to this as it relates to, not in entirety, but contemplating some of the issues brought up in the DOJ report.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Joe Davis, Real Estate Asset Management. Based on Madam Vice Chair's question previously, I would like to begin with essentially defining what the jail blitz entails. The jail blitz was conceived in approximately April or the May timeframe of 2023 and intended to refurbish all housing zones with the exception of the 2 medical housing areas. So that would essentially mean out of the 13 housing units in the facility, we would rehab or refurbish 11 of them. The rehab consists of addressing all, and I want to reiterate, all known maintenance issues in the housing areas of the jail. We feel it was a direct effort to improve the overall physical condition of the inmate housing areas. It includes addressing doors that no longer operate in terms of locking or being off balance, if you will. It includes repairing all sink toilet combo fixtures. One of the biggest benefits of this particular project also includes installing Supermax lighting. One of the things that we've had historically at the jail is the destruction of lighting fixtures in the jail by the inmates for various reasons, whether it be to charge electronic devices or to make weapons. And so this new light fixture that we've worked to get a demonstration from has been immensely successful. Post installation, where we have completed the jail blitz, we have seen a less than 1% repeat occurrence of damage to lighting fixtures where they've been installed. We are also making certain cosmetic improvements, such as painting the flooring, walls. The cells are being painted with a special proprietary coating that is more chip resistant. One of the things we're seeing nationwide in jails and prisons are inmates using paint chips for inhalation purposes and things of that nature. So we decided to do that as well. But it is essentially, in working and partnering with the sheriff's office, once we complete a housing unit, all known maintenance items in that unit have been addressed. And both sides, both our team as well as the sheriff's office, signs off on that particular housing unit as being completely free of deficiencies. So I hope that answers that particular question.
Yes, what I wanted the public to know based on phone calls that I had received was this, and you stated it has been going on since 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's still going on now. Do we have a tentative or projected date that it will be finished?
March 25.
Okay, and so the point that I wanted to make sure in sake of transparency, we have already started the process over a year ago of addressing issues. And as the issues arise, because we know that we will address them, Chairman, accordingly as they arise. Personally, as a sitting legislator in this body, we do not have the funding for a new jail, period. The appetite for a new jail, per my understanding as a legislator, is a $1 billion jail is not appropriate for Fulton County at this time. However, the Blitz program that we've already started has started addressing issues, has continually addressed issues, and now I don't want to misspeak. So what you explained when you came before us, you said the Blitz program addresses the issues that you all have identified, but that is different from anything that may arise, any type of emergency. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but can you make that statement again that you made before when you gave us the presentation?
Yes, ma'am. The Blitz program was intended to address all known pre-existing deficiencies in
Thank
the
you.
housing areas and is a completely separate effort from our overall maintenance operation.
County Manager?
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to remind the board that the Blitz program was funded with about $13 million or so
Exactly.
in funds. And then in addition to that, as we identified issues in the kitchen area, in the elevators, and in the laundry, another $3 million was added to that. Now, what comes later on the agenda is the project management team selection, which precedes or is a precursor to a $300 million grant that will be looking at every aspect of
Exactly.
the jail, not just the living areas or not just those specific areas that I mentioned. So it's a combination of all three of those to address the identified areas of concern.
And thank you, County Manager. The reason, Chairman, and thank you for indulging me, the reason that I wanted to be crystal clear and wanted you all to reiterate is because I have had constituents that have been given misinformation for whatever reason that there's nothing going on. And that's the furthest thing from the truth. There has been something going on since those problems have been identified. And like you said, the Blitz program is different. And County Manager, like you stated, the other project is different from that. And so I just wanted to make sure, for the sake of transparency, Chairman, that the public knows that we have been working and we will continue to work and make sure that we can remediate and work collectively with the sheriff to address the problems that we need to address.
Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you. The non-blitz work orders, 1,442, is that like total for 2024 or?
No, sir. That's what was done or submitted in the month of October alone.
So 1,442 work orders in the month of October.
Yes, sir.
What's the average number of work orders you get at the jail each month?
I would say the average is roughly 1,200. We range anywhere from 1,000 to roughly 15 in certain cases, extreme months, 1,600.
What is the cost on an annual basis to do that 1,000 to 1,500 work orders?
Our current jail maintenance contract cost is about $5.3 million and change, if you will. We have expended significantly more than that this year because that maintenance contract is also used for completion of certain Blitz activities. But our base contract at this moment is 5.3.
Does that include the preventative maintenance? Because I see there's another 300 work orders for that.
Yes, sir.
And so is that 5 million plus the 16 million for the Blitz, so 21 million this year?
So the Blitz funding is designed to be expensed to various contractors, one being our maintenance provider at the jail, the others being those performing the various lock work, painting, and things of that nature. So those are, and I would need the assistance of the finance team, those are multi-year funds, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, those are capital funds, not operating dollars. The funding allocated for the Blitz itself.
All right, I'm just trying to find out how much we spent this year on maintaining the facility. Blitz, non-blitz, operating capital, all of it together.
The grand total for the year will probably be around $10 million.
Well, I thought we just said you spent 16 million on the Blitz project.
That number is for the total of the Blitz. However, the Blitz began mid-year of last year.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, thank you, Dick, for mentioning the elevators, because that's one of my questions. Have the elevators been repaired in the jail, during this jail blitz?
The elevators were not a portion of the jail blitz. However, we did have the board's approval for $3.2 million in immediate needs that we needed to address in advance of the facility condition assessment. The elevator assessment and specifications for a modernization and subsequent modernization are a part of that, and we're working through contractual differences, I'll say, so that we can finalize those contracts.
Okay, so the answer is no, the elevators are not repaired yet?
Well, the elevators are functioning. That is a portion or aspect of the ongoing jail maintenance contract. They're responsible for keeping the elevators operational. However, we do have some aged elevators that have suffered some damage over time that make them somewhat less reliable than if they were newly modernized. So they're working, but we have to maintain them on an ongoing basis.
There are some elevators that are working and some that are old and aging that work intermittently. Is that what you're saying?
As of this morning, I believe we have 2 elevators out of 9 that are down at the jail that are pending some repairs that are going to occur today. But elevators maintenance is a meticulous and tedious process, and they do go down from time to time. We experience it here. However, it's much more frequent at the jail, based upon usage, based upon age.
All right. And what is the problem with the radios? Because that seems to be keeping the jail beds from being used as well.
So throughout the jail, there are what we call BDAs. They're repeaters for the sheriff's office radio system. Apparently, there is an issue with the BDA that serves 1 North. And the Emergency Services Department has the contract with the company that services all our BDAs around the county. So the sheriff's office is working with Emergency Services to have their contractor address the deficiencies with the BDAs on 1 North.
Thank you. And so I unfortunately have constituents that have family members and friends who are in jail. And it has been told to me that we repair the walls, but then they still return to the walls and dig them out and create these weapons. Do you know, are you keeping track of how many times we're having to repair walls repeatedly because the inmates are actually creating these weapons and digging out what has already been repaired?
Yes, ma'am. We track every instance of a work request. And in this particular case, when a hole is reported in a wall, it's entered into our computerized maintenance management system, Maximo, and our vendor goes about addressing them. And that's one of our priority items when we're facing 1,500 work orders. That particular type of work order, because it's related to life safety and security, takes precedence over others.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I have a couple questions. With the corrective maintenance work orders that you're getting, how many of those are coming from sections of the jail that have already been blitzed?
Certainly, I would have to say roughly about 15% are from areas that are, that have already been blitzed. Please keep in mind the blitz, where we could, we implemented solutions to minimize future damage, but we were not able to eliminate. I mentioned previously the Supermax lighting, which was extremely problematic for us. But that's simply one solution. And so what we anticipate is that as we move forward during the overall $300 million program, we will be assessing through engineering assessments where we can improve systems that are designed to be more resilient for the inmate population that we have.
You know, I think my ongoing concern is that given the age of the building, the design of the building in terms of where things are located, the sections that are, I forget what they're called, in between the cells where they can get in, where the, what is that called? The pipe chases, thank you. Where the pipe chases are located, and as well as, and I guess, or combined with the indirect supervision model that is sort of the only model possible in that facility based on the design, that the areas are going to be falling into disrepair again, despite our best efforts. And the question for me, I guess, is just how long does that process take? How much time does that buy us? And how much, in other words, when do we essentially start the jail blitz plan again? Because we're staying in the same building and it is going to continue to degrade over time. That's what happens. And, you know, I think, you know, my colleagues asking questions about the holes in the walls is very fair, especially given that that was called out specifically in the DOJ report and in the press conference. And, you know, I think no matter, despite your best efforts, and so therefore it's certainly not a criticism of you, but, you know, I just wonder really, what is the lifetime, you know, when does this building actually run out of usability, full stop? We've talked about from, you know, long before I got here, replacing this building has been talked about. I think, and you can answer this, Madam CFO, because I know you remember everything, but I know certainly as early as 2009, there were discussions about replacing the building. And I know that that is off the table because this board's appetite for, you know, any increase to the millage rate to cover debt service is just not there. But you know, I think we have to take this DOJ report really, really seriously. And in order to, I think, transparently share this information with the public, I think we need to have reporting on these ongoing maintenance costs. And I think this is what Commissioner Arrington was getting at to some extent. You know, this growth over time of costs, what we project those maintenance costs to be as the building continues to age. Again, when would we have to do another jail blitz plan? So I don't know, Mr. County Manager, or you know, whoever really should be doing this reporting. I'm not really sure where this would come from, but I do think we need some comprehensive sort of maintenance reporting that specifically addresses long and short-term concerns and shows not only how many things you're doing well, which are plenty, but also where things are really problematic. And I'm not sure we're getting this right now. And I think everybody here agrees that the DOJ report is deeply concerning. I agree with Madam Vice Chair in saying that we have been making efforts for quite some time. I think the question is, are those efforts enough? And how do they impact in a positive way or the jail population as soon as today, tomorrow, the next day? Like things that we're planning for 5 years out, in terms of a $300 million upgrade and projects and all of that, that doesn't make things safer tomorrow. So what are we doing from a maintenance perspective, facilities perspective now? So those are my concerns. And are you gonna, as this presentation goes, are you gonna continue and get to the page 7, I guess 2 pages up, or should I wait for questions on that page? On the elevators and the laundry and kitchen? It's been brought up already, but I don't know if we've actually.
We have not discussed it, but I will be getting to that page in the presentation now.
Okay, then I will hold my questions on that. Thank you. That's all I have for right now.
So if we can go back, oh, we're still there. So to talk about the jail blitz maintenance and repairs, and I do want to touch upon the discussion that was had earlier about the available versus under repair number and why there's a difference. So in the chart Mr. Nowaki displayed, that number is truly just what's not being used. So it's either unavailable for repairs or just not in use. and there are reasons why certain beds are not in use. What we see here as of today, 506 beds are currently unavailable for use. And you'll see later in this slide where I detail why there are beds beyond this 506 that are not in use. We have 405 beds that are currently being impacted by Blitz work on 5 South and 7 North. As I list here in the second bullet, we have the Sheriff's Office has created a workaround where they can have radio communications, just not the level or type of radio communications they would prefer. So we have resolved the flooding issue in 1 North with our collapsed sewer line repairs. I did check in this morning. We did not have any flooding on 1 North after the rains yesterday. And we also have 101 beds that are impacted by extreme repairs that are needed, excuse me, on 7 South Zone and 6 North. There are roughly 90% of the unused beds are due to either long-term repairs or are held, roughly 10% of our beds are held for classification. So when you see that difference of 651 as listed in Mr. Nowaki's presentation and the beds listed here, 506, that's the number you can, to understand that variance, that's the number of beds that have to be held open or unassigned to allow the Sheriff's Office to properly classify inmates. Empty space and available out-of-county jails are due to, along with ACDC and the South Annex, essentially staffing availability in order to manage properly those beds. Next slide, please. Also, I think we did skip one slide. If you can go back to slide number 35, please. I did want to mention the non-Blitz work orders at the bottom of the slide for the month of October. In prior months' reports, we have seen what I described as a drop-off in overall completion percentages of both corrective and preventative maintenance. We saw a significant uptick in the month of October to where we're closer to where I would like to be to feel comfortable in terms of the amount of work that we're completing on a monthly basis. And so we're at 71.8% with regards to corrective maintenance, where we had fallen all the way down to the low 60s, around 63%. And then we're back to 87.5% on preventive maintenance, where we had fallen all the way down into the upper 60s. Everyone faces staffing challenges. Our maintenance provider is no different. And so they've worked to plus up their staff, adjust shifts and things of that nature. And we also have a little bit more coordination with the Sheriff's Office as it relates to gaining access to areas that need repairs. And now we can go to slide number 37. So back in August, the board approved $3.2 million for what were deemed to be critical repairs or upgrades in various areas: fire alarm system upgrades, padded cells at the South Annex, kitchen equipment replacement, laundry equipment replacement, and the elevator modernization. The board has already approved the fire alarm upgrade. That is with a company by the name of Siemens, the actual manufacturer. We are working through contract terms at this time to fully understand exactly what the county would be committing to over time. We are also moving forward with installing padded cells in the South Annex. The Sheriff's Office did not have any padded cells in the building. And so with the decision to move some of the worst actors at the Rice Street location out to the Union City location, it created an environment where the building didn't meet the classification of inmates. And one of the things that facility did not have was padded cells. So we're converting 2 existing cells to padded cells. That entailed installing the in-floor plumbing and toilet fixtures that go along with padded cells, along with camera installation. We completed the plumbing piece yesterday. I spoke with our padded cell vendor yesterday. They are looking to start their work on December the 4th for the padded cells. I'm sorry, the first week in December for the padded cells. We're also working to obtain a vendor that can actually meet our needs for kitchen equipment. Because these repairs on this list were deemed critical and immediate, our intent was to use or shorten the procurement time frame. So our goal was to use cooperatives or statewide contract and so forth. The challenge with that is some of these entities have contractual terms that are not suitable to the county and what our requirements are. So it extends the negotiation period. That's what we're doing now so that we can bring these things forward to you. But right now, the most on the immediate horizon for us is the fire alarm upgrade, the padded cells at the South Annex, as well as the assessment for the subsequent elevator modernization. I'll stop there, and if anyone has any questions.
Commissioner Thorne.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you for all the work you're doing with the jail, the ongoing work that you've been doing starting last year in April. I just wanted to address how much in these overall Blitz projects and non-Blitz work is related to inmate damage as opposed to actual building deterioration?
A large percentage of the work needed is the result of vandalism by the inmates.
Because I read the report and it seemed like it was very, very small percentage of the report actually had to do with facilities. It had more to do with management or their lack of management of the inmates in these buildings, or as we call them, residents in these buildings. It also, there was mentioning in the report of the bugs and the lice. I imagine we're taking, is that part of your department to address that issue, or is that the sheriff's department addressing that issue?
General pest control is the responsibility of DREAM. However, lice and the bed bugs and things of that nature, I would tell you when it occurs, we respond and bring in our pest control vendor who has the expertise to deal with bed bugs and things of that nature. But typically with lice, that becomes more of a treatment and healthcare provision in terms of the resolution. But as it relates to generalized pest control, your rats, your roaches and things of that nature, that falls on DREAM.
Okay, okay. And I have seen the Supermax lighting. I saw the fixtures at the South Annex, and you're gradually replacing those at all the facilities, correct?
We are doing it at the main jail and the South Annex, not the Alpharetta Annex, as we don't own the facility.
And from my understanding now, there are some repeat offenders and vandalism that the sheriff is now moving to the South Annex.
Yes, that's been underway for a while now. Those individuals that had multiple incidents of violence in the jail or became problematic in the community they were in, they have been moved to the jail South Annex.
Okay. So yes, I just want to kind of reiterate that most of the damage is being done by the residents themselves, not by the building falling apart. So whether we spent $2 billion on a jail, they're going to figure out how to vandalize it. And we just need, I think some steps are being made. I'll give the sheriff credit. He's kind of punishing those repeat offenders by sending them to the South Annex. And the indirect supervision, you know, it takes a while to go through a wall. It's not something that happens overnight. I visited some indirect supervision places in Orlando. The buildings were built in 1973. They look nothing like our buildings, and they have the cells monitored closely, inspected almost on a daily basis for vandalism. So I appreciate all the work you're doing trying to keep up with keeping the jail in a humane condition for the residents.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 36, I see the picture of the doors and the locks in the jail. And there is an item on the agenda today, I believe, for replacement of doors at the jail?
Yes, ma'am. There's an item with one of our standby contractors who's been responsible throughout the Blitz program with not replacing the doors, but reframing them and making sure, because the issue is it's one thing to control the door from a tower, it's another for the door to actually be able to physically close.
Okay, so this made me think about when I was chief of staff to Commissioner Garner, and there was a agenda item that came before us from the former sheriff, Ted Jackson, to replace locks at the jail.
$5 million.
Oh, you remember.
And voted against it. Yes, ma'am.
It was for $5 million. That's right, Mr. Chair. And, but it passed, regardless of the fact that you voted against it, it did pass. And so, you know, everything has a life expectancy, and that includes the jail. And Joe, you are tasked with a very hard task in trying to maintain this jail, because it is really past its life expectancy. $5 million was spent, that was around 2012, 2013. And I'm looking at these pictures like, oh my gosh, okay, so do you happen to know what the life expectancy is of these doors and these locks and these frames? Because now you're back at it. I don't think you were even.
Yes, ma'am. I was the building operations manager. I actually managed that project.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Supposed to last forever.
They were supposed to last forever. Oh, well, they did not last forever. But that brings me to a comment that was made about the lack of management. Unfortunately, in this deteriorating jail, we have sheriff's employees who are resigning because they don't want to work in the jail, because they feel like we don't get it, that we don't understand that the more we repair, the more it gets torn apart. And it's unsafe for the people that work in that jail. Most recently, I received a call from someone saying that there's a 15-year employee who is leaving because they don't feel the jail is a safe place to work because of the deterioration of the jail, and because every day they find more and more weapons that are being created out of the walls and pieces of the building, and it's a never-ending battle. So I think when you speak of lack of management, we need to take into consideration that employees from the Sheriff's Department have been resigning due to not receiving overtime, due to the conditions of the jail, and so much more. And who in the world can manage with no people or not enough people? Now, these locks, okay, so $5 million around 2012, 2013, and as Mr. Chair recalls, they were supposed to last forever. The current item on the agenda, how many frames are you replacing? And it's only frames?
Yes, ma'am. The item that's on the agenda is for the welding of door frames, re-securing them to the structure, realigning the door. It does not involve the lock itself. It is the doors that are misaligned due to inmates purposely racking them so that they're able to exit their cell or enter their cell at will.
Mm-hmm. And how many of those are you going to be replacing, or should I say, working on?
The item that you have before you on the agenda is for a little over 100 doors.
And how many doors are there total in the jail?
1,100 and I believe 75, something along those lines.
Doors to the cells?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, all right. And the other thing, in the presentations that we've received and the meetings that we've had about the need for a new jail, I do recall that what has been told to us is that the materials that are now being used to build these jails are less penetratable. They are much stronger. It's not the same type of material that was being used in the past. Of course, as everything is new and improved as we move into the future. So the jail wouldn't be built, a new jail would not be built with the same types of materials as the old jail. So that also is a consideration. But Joe, I just want to tell you that you're doing an outstanding job, because it is a lot of work and it's constant work that you and your team are doing. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't want to belabor the point, but I think it's important that we know my position coming into this office was for a new jail, and it changed, and I'm going to tell you why it changed. It changed because I received information from current employees. I received information from former employees. I received information from family members of individuals that were locked up at the jail. No amount of money will suffice accountability. When I speak to management, if I have a home and I don't manage my home and I allow my children to swing from the windows and I allow them to do a lot of things, that home will not last 10, 20, or 30 years. It will only last the amount of time of the damage that's being done from unsupervision. Now, depending on who you are, is the county responsible for the supervision, or is the sheriff? And so I would say, being a person that lives in District 6, in City Council District 10, and I see sheriff deputies patrolling my neighborhood, is that a necessity in my district, Chairman? Or should those deputies be at the jail? And so what I say to the listening public who has reached out to me, I have no problem looking for a solution, but it has to be a solution based in reality of we must change the culture at the jail as it presently speaks. DREAM does have anything to do with excessive force. DREAM does not have anything to do with a person not getting the services or the educational needs that they need. So let's not play politics and do what we should do as a body, and let the sheriff do what he needs to do as someone who runs the jail. Now, county attorney, I think it may have been a year ago, that there was bipartisan measure that came here asking for a report that will align the behavior needs, the medical needs of assessment, because at that time we felt like it was important enough that that report being made. I don't know if you remember it, County Attorney, but I would like to bring that back and modify it to the questions or concerns that we have, because we can't continue to invisibly kick this ball over the net back and forth. The public needs to know what this body is responsible for and what the sheriff is responsible for. The DOJ report is in black and white, and it shows the areas of concern and can be immediately addressed. And I believe this body and my colleagues want to move forward in addressing those needs. But part of addressing the needs cannot be done without accountability. on behalf of the sheriff and accountability on behalf of this board. So County Attorney, would you please, when you get an opportunity, pull up that bipartisan legislation that asks for us to have a meeting. I'm not sure, County Manager, if you remember it, but it was basically just to find out what the needs were, what needed to be done, what was the progress of it and everything. And you may be doing this already, I don't know. But whatever to the letter of what that legislation that we put forth in a bipartisan spirit, please look at it and please update it accordingly and let me know. Thank you.
Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple more questions for you, Mr. Davis, just about the presentation, but I feel like I need to sort of respond a little bit to what's been said and just say that I agree with some of what you're saying, Madam Vice Chair, in the sense that we all have to be accountable for our part in the conditions at the jail. And, you know, there are some very clear-cut areas that are the sheriff's responsibility and, you know, that he is accountable for, and likewise with us. There are some things that are mentioned in the DOJ report that specifically speak to the condition of the facility and the maintenance of the facility. And we do need to own that, and we do need to be working on that. And I do believe that there are reasons that a new building would be not a solution, but would be very helpful in addressing some of these things on a long-term, ongoing basis. Because some of the things that are able to be broken, to Commissioner Thorne's point, by inmates are that way because of the age and condition of the building and the design of the building and all those things. So I think there's also, unfortunately, a lot of crossover, if you will, in terms of accountability and responsibility, because while the sheriff does have responsibility for how he runs the staff that he has and what he chooses to do with his budget, we are responsible for providing that budget. And so there are, you know, concerns that I have about us not approving overtime, for example, for some of the sheriff's staff, that we did not support double overtime. In fact, I heard the same story that Commissioner Hall heard about someone who has been there for 15 years getting ready to leave, and one of the reasons that was cited to me was because there was no longer overtime pay, that we're now asking sworn officers in the sheriff's department to take comp time instead of overtime. And so there's ownership across the board, and it's just, I think my overriding sense here is that while we all have to do our separate jobs, we also have to collaborate and work together. We have to put whatever personal differences or political differences we have aside, and even just differences of opinion, and come to the table and work together. I mean, this is a all hands on deck, you know, crisis situation that we're in here, and we just have to work accordingly. And so, you know, I guess to some extent to be continued on that front. Let's see what we're able to do. But I do think, you know, this is deeply troubling, deeply concerning, and we all are accountable. On that note, let me ask a couple quick questions here on the presentation, Mr. Davis. I want to go back just briefly to the first page where you talked about the number of corrective maintenance orders, et cetera. Looking sort of past the success numbers, the 71.8% and the 87.5% accomplishment, to sort of what that means about what didn't get done. It seems based on this and the prior reports that I've seen, there is a backlog getting created because these are not all getting resolved in the month that they're you know, submitted. Now, obviously, some of them could be submitted on the last day of the month and what have you, so I realize there's a certain amount of that is to be expected. But what is the backlog looking like? And is part of the reason we're accomplishing less because there's a backlog that's building up?
So the way we track maintenance work order completion, the numbers we've presented here are the work orders that were submitted between October the 1st and October the 31st, and the number that were completed. We have an entirely different data point that actually tracks the total number of work orders that were completed during the month of October that includes the backlog from those that were not done in the previous month. So I have a very detailed monthly maintenance report that from our computerized maintenance management system that tells us requested, completed, requested, and completed. So the number of completed work orders in total, if you're looking at just the man hours of maintenance, here we have 1,035 that are shown as being completed out of the 1,442 that were created during the 31-day period that is October. The total number of work orders that were actually completed during the month of October exceeds the 1,035 because of the work orders that carried over from the previous month. Preventive maintenance is a little bit different. Preventive maintenance is that which is scheduled according to the manufacturer's recommended maintenance schedule. There are any number of reasons why we have to push a PM. But the way we operate our system, both at the jail and county-wide, is that work order is then pushed to the next or subsequent reporting period. So there's always going to be variance between what you see here, because our thought here was to give you a clear snapshot of the month, the specific month, in terms of work orders submitted versus that which was completed. We can shift and provide you with the information that would show you that there were 1,442 work orders submitted in the month of October, but as a whole, we completed 1,310. But that wouldn't give you the full story without both pieces of data being presented. And I hope that explains.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent it does. I think there's, anytime you start talking about something getting accomplished, there's more data in general, right? Because it's also now the question that's popping into my head is how many of these things are outstanding for what period of time? Are there some issues? I think anybody who's ever had a problem in their house knows there's some issues you can call somebody and get it fixed right away, and other issues they have to come back multiple times, or they don't have a part and it takes however long to get it. So, I guess the other question is how long, do we have any maintenance issues that are outstanding for long periods of time that can't be addressed? Are there things like that? And these numbers are much more high level than that. So yeah, I mean, at some point, I think whether it's presented in detail at this meeting or not, it might be good information to be shared with the board, just to sort of have an overview of what kinds of things are, outstanding for longer periods of time than we would like, or that might require some other type of, way to address them. I won't belabor the point, but I'm not sure that I have the right answer to that, Mr. Davis, in terms of reporting, but maybe there's just something more about what the system has in it and what those kinds of things are. So I'll leave that to you to come up with something. And again, not making a demand here, just if there is a way that feels, doable for you without a lot of extra work, I think it might be, especially under the circumstances of the DOJ report, good to see as much as we can in terms of the maintenance.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. The other quick question I had, and I guess concern I want to share, is that on page, I guess it's 250 for us, the immediate repairs update with this list of the 3.1 or almost $3.2 million in repairs. This original approval was made in August, and it was sort of put to us at the time as an emergency, that these things were things that needed to be done quickly. They were not expected, and we're almost at the end of November. So there's a lot of months here. If this was an emergency, why are we not moving more quickly on these? I know you talked about some of the issues with cooperative purchasing and such, but it just feels like, what is the cause of the 3-month delay? I mean, and how do we get this so that when we have things like kitchen equipment being down and laundry equipment being down, that they can be turned around more quickly? I'm just puzzled by this, and I don't know if it's a purchasing question or a dream question or a county manager question or I have no idea, but somebody please give me some guidance here.
So as an entity, meaning Dream, that deals with various contractors and RFPs and solicitations routinely, we have a very stringent guidelines as it relates to executable contracts that are in the best interest of the county. Some of these items, because they were deemed immediate, we immediately looked at the best way to deliver the end result based on procurement schedule. For us, that meant cooperative purchasing, whether it be U.S. Communities, Sourcewell, State of Georgia statewide contract, things of that nature. Unfortunately, many of the vendors that we reached out to in these respective, I'll call them trade areas, are vendors that have never done business with Fulton County before. And when that typically occurs, we continually have this back and forth between the corporate entity and our purchasing department, as well as legal, to hash out contractual concerns. I would defer to Ms. Strong-Whitaker if she has any more on that, because she and I have been discussing this on an ongoing basis, and every time we get one thing resolved, oh, we've got another term we've got to deal with. But I'll let Ms. Strong-Whitaker expand upon that.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. One of the biggest issues that we tend to have is indemnification, insurance requirements. Those are some things that the county cannot negotiate with them on. Jurisdiction. So those are some of the issues that we have. When we put out our own solicitation, all of our provisions are in the contract, right? And so if they have an exception to the contract, we let them know some of these things are non-negotiable. When we're using cooperatives, we are not the ones that have put out the solicitation. It's based on either the cooperative purchasing agency or the person or that lead agency. Their requirements and their rules are going to be different than ours. Sometimes going through the cooperative is fast. It works pretty fast for us. Sometimes it does not because of these issues that we cannot sign a contract that is not in the county's best interest. And these corporations, they have large legal departments just like we do, and so there is a lot of back and forth with those. But we are on the tail end of most of these and should have them resolved within the next week or two.
Well, that's good to hear. I guess I wonder, because of the number of contracts we approve over the course of the year for work as needed, that maybe we need to be looking at vendors that we can have ongoing contracts with for as needed, laundry equipment, kitchen equipment, elevator, whatever, so that we don't have to, so we can go to an existing contract that we've, already allotted an up to amount, as needed, so that we can address things more quickly, because this is just a lot of months that have gone by on things that we're calling urgent and emergency. So I don't know if there's other solutions maybe that we can attempt for 2025 to try to turn this around faster.
Commissioner, we do have a lot of standby contracts in place, right, for certain things. But these would be outside of those because of the dollar amount. And remember, in purchasing, we have to provide people with the opportunity to bid. We can't sole source a lot of things. We have to provide those avenues and make it as competitive as we can to get the best pricing that we can. And so because this is the jail, there is a lot of different things. And when you have a contractor who is going to go into the jail and do work, sometimes on their side, they want a lot of assurances as well. So it's not the same as coming into government center and doing some work. So you're going to have some back and forth because of the facility that they're doing the work in. But as I said, we're on the tail end of that, and we should have all of those resolved in the next week or two.
Okay.
Commissioner Arrington.
Mr. Davis, you opened up Pandora's box, because now I want to know how many are outstanding. Now I want to know how many work orders are outstanding. You said you did 1,000 or 1,400, but you actually did 1,300 in October because there were others outstanding. So how many work orders are there that are outstanding? Because if the number is 1,400 for the month of October, what's the total number of outstanding work orders?
If you'll give me a moment, sir, I can pull that information. We do track it. It's a data point that we established an inquiry for in our system, and we actually can readily see how many work orders are open and outstanding.
Thank you. And I don't know that I necessarily need it now, but I mean, do you have an idea? Is it 2,000? Is it 3,000? Is it 10,000?
Off the top of my head, sir, no. I couldn't tell you that. But
That's fine.
what I can tell you is,
I mean, I think we need all of that information at the next meeting, right? We got a serious condition with this jail and its facility. The other question, and I don't know, I guess if you're an engineer, now I want to ask an engineer, I mean, how does this building continue to stand if they're taking the metal reinforcement out of the walls? How much metal do you have to remove from the walls before the whole wall comes down?
so the primary structure of the jail is concrete cinder block or CMU. And in certain walls, there are what we call rebar, which is a steel or iron reinforcement. When we talk about the metal that is being used to fashion weapons, we're not talking about metal coming from the concrete wall. The concrete wall is being destroyed to get to the adjacent space where there is a plethora of metal, i.e. the pipe chase, where you have all the toilet controls, water pipelines, all kinds of steel. That is also the reason why we upgraded to the Supermax lighting. The lighting fixtures themselves have a metal housing, metal plates inside of them, and they were being destroyed because, as we all know, the facility was built for minimum to medium security. So the metal pieces that are being used are not being taken from the structure. They're being taken from the systems that they're able to access once they get through the wall.
Okay. And how does one go through a concrete wall?
In short, time and opportunity. And I would say that once you have one metal piece in your hand and you're able to start using it on a concrete wall and you have sufficient time, then you can, over time, do so.
All right, so thank you. It's not just the time and the opportunity, it's the metal and the time and opportunity, because it's got to be some type of tool. You give me all day with my hands, I'm not going through it, right?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. That was helpful to understand, one, where that metal is coming from, because that's where all the stabbings are coming from, right? So we got to really, really look at what we're doing. And I don't want to get into the argument today of a new jail or not, but what I will say is I don't second guess the way any of my colleagues up here perform their job or their duties. Likewise, I don't second guess the way the sheriff or the DA or the solicitor, I don't second guess the way that they perform their duties. I don't know if they're out on patrol or if they're executing a warrant. I don't know if they're out on patrol or if they're serving somebody with a lawsuit. But what I will say to you is I don't visit the jail. I go there frequently because I'm a lawyer. So I know the horrible condition that it's in. I don't have to go visit to find out. I know because I see it on a regular basis. I know how filthy it is. So I'll just leave it there.
Commissioner Ellis?
Mr. Davis, I just want to say thanks for opening yourself up to flagellation by, for the past hour or so. And And I say that somewhat in jest, but also I'll just say this. I mean, in all seriousness, this discussion has been emblematic of the type of transparency we've tried to provide into what we have been trying to do in response to what we've known as an issue. And while there are a lot of people that may not have paid attention to it, this is a process we've gone through on a monthly basis. These are things that we anticipated and we knew were challenges, and we started acting on in April of 2023? Okay. And, you know, we report on them, we ask questions about them, we let you get beat out of you, you know, and that sort of stuff. And that's a healthy process, I think, to a certain level. I think you're getting some unjust criticism with some of it. But there's transparency into it. And we've committed resources to it. And we've had an attempted focused plan in order to try to go about addressing these things. We haven't sat and we haven't waited. And then we're going to have another action which we haven't sat and waited on, right? I know there's this, look, we litigated the concept of a new jail or not. We made a different decision. I mean, some of you didn't want to support that, but that was a decision that was made. We can continue to talk about that, but I don't really think the discussion, that particular discussion, is no longer particularly a productive discussion to have. It's really more about how do we go forward and make use of what we're about, hopefully we're going to approve a little bit later in terms of continuing to modernize the facility and improve facility. We have this DOJ report, which everybody that obviously is pretty ticked off that they see the contents of, they should be, our citizens should be, and everybody should be. One thing that was missing from the DOJ report, a recommendation to build a new jail. It wasn't in there. There were facilities type things that were noted, and as we'll see from terms of what was contained here, and if you go back and look at other stuff that's been done, many of those things we've been on a pathway to fix. Remember that DOJ report, when they do things, they were at a point in time when they were observing many of these things. And I think we've been on a pathway to demonstrate, particularly with a lot of the facility issues, that many of those things are in flight and are being addressed. Other parts of this were operational. I don't like to criticize other people either, but this is an outside entity that did an investigation and provided a report. There are facilities components, which are probably about a third of it, and there are operational pieces that are about 2/3 of it. We have a lot of transparency. We've had a lot of discussion around facilities-based stuff, and we're going to continue to. Unfortunately, we've had, even though we've expended and obligated a lot of general fund money, sheriff's budget's been up about 60%, 65% since he's been in office. We've had not that type of transparency into how the funding has been spent. And, you know, we have questions. We have questions because our citizens have questions, right? There are things that we posited back when we put funding in for higher salaries, you know, recruiting bonuses, all that sort of stuff, right? And one of the early asks was, how are we doing with that? We made it a priority that we wanted to hire more detention officers because we knew staffing was an issue. Talked about this. When do we have this discussion, Mr. Herman? Probably about 2021, 2022, we were having that discussion, right? And one of the things we wanted to track is, how were we doing? Well, I mean, we asked for it. I think we had one report where we got some sort of insight into it, and then there was sort of obfuscation around it. We've not had transparency into it. Those are questions. We got access to other facilities to decrease the population at the main facility, to lessen the load on that, lessen the risk and all that. AC/DC, a lot of beds. Never reached about 50% capacity. Took a long time before it reached any level of capacity functionally because we just moved people from one facility to that facility, while the other one sat overcrowded. There are questions around expenditures which people have raised. So there have been a lot of things there, right? So there are operational issues that there will be questions around that there needs to be, you know, answers for. And I'm not pointing a finger at the sheriff or not. I mean, these are things that are spelled out within the DOJ findings and reports. So yes, we all will have to work together, and that is incumbent upon us. But you know, but there are hard questions that need to be answered as well. And, I think we've leaned into this facilities issue and try to do, kind of really a whole lot of work already, and it will be planned in the future. And, I think there's more to come in terms, and I think we have some further discussion when we get to the future item about the significant expenditure that we're going to be on the pathway of roughly 300 to 350 million for the modernization of this facility.
All right, anything else? Mr. Manager?
Yeah, I would just say
sorry,
the
Commissioner
reason.
Harrington.
And I'm sure everybody has different reasons why different things happen, but we proceeded with plans for building a new facility. Paid over $1 million, $2 million for those plans. And the reason, my understanding, my recollection is the reason we did not go forward with the new facility was because the legislature would not allow a sales tax to finance it. So for me, for this commissioner, I am of the opinion that we need to ask the legislature for a sales tax to finance a new facility. That's just me. That's just my opinion. But I don't think there's any doubt. I have no doubt that a new facility is needed. That focuses on treatment of all of these people with mental health issues that we have. We need, again, I'm of the opinion that we need a new facility, but we can have that discussion at a later date.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Arrington, thank you for that. And let's just be clear. It wasn't just for a new jail. It was for a new concept, a new way of housing inmates, of course, humanely, but also with wraparound services and programs for the inmate and their families, and a way for them to stay connected to their families with rehabilitation and recidivism and quality of life at the center of it all. So yes, that is what we were looking at with the feasibility study. Thank you, Commissioner Arrington, for those comments.
Anybody else? All right, Mr. Manager?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe we have anything else. There's only some routine reporting on emergency purchase orders and contract approvals. Less than 100,000, so unless there's questions, that concludes our report.
Okay, colleagues, 1:17, we have a nice lunch. Let's recess for lunch and executive session, issues of real estate, litigation, and personnel. Entertain a motion. Motion to do so by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Items from executive session, Madam County Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there a motion to approve the requests for representation in items 1 and 2 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve the settlement authority requested in item 3 of the executive session agenda?
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Dana Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
No further action items.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Bottom of page 7, 240793, Finance, presentation of the fiscal year 2025 proposed operating budget.
All right, Mr. Manager, Madam CFO.
Yes, sir. Each of you should have received the budget on its due date, which was the 15th of November. I've already complimented the staff on their hard work in putting this together. One observation that I'd make before turning over to Madam CFO is that everything is relative. I'll give you 2 points of that I think this is relative to. Number one, when I was first appointed county manager, the general fund budget was $629 million. This proposed budget is $974 million, so it's 55% larger over a 10-year period. So keep that in mind. Number two, as you look at this budget and you compare it against where we project we will spend, not what we budgeted, but what we'll spend this year, $974 million budget against a projected $894 million spend, it's almost 9% higher than that. So 55% greater than what the budget was 10 years ago, 9% greater than what we will spend this year, both of which sound pretty healthy. Where the tightness comes in and feels pretty significant is just comparing budget to budget. So if you look at this budget that's proposed to you versus last year's budget, it's 974 versus 954. That's a 2% increase. And the main issue to continue to struggle with is we never fill all of the positions. Continuing to fund all of the positions, even partially, is what creates as much pressure as we sometimes feel. Once again, this year will depend on having some attrition savings, which means taking some monies out of the budget for positions that are vacant, not in their entirety, but at least a proportion. I think this year 30% is what we're recommending.
So, but on that point, you mean funded, strike that, authorized and funded,
Yes,
but
sir.
vacant.
That's right. The positions themselves are still there. The funding is still there. It's just reduced by not quite a third to help close what we think are the things that are mandated or critical in this budget to be able to make it. And it also is dependent upon the approximately $10 million in ARPA-related interest. So we're running past the point where savings from the previous year can fund not only everything that we're required to do, but all the enhancement requests. So that's where we find ourselves. We realize, though, and I'll say up front, we know this is the starting point, not the ending point. So there's all kinds of changes and assumptions, both in terms of revenue growth rate, millage rate, what the mix of enhancements that you would consider or want to consider. So again, we look forward to discussing this with you today and then progressively through December and January. I'll turn it over to Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Good afternoon, Commissioners. We can go to the next slide, please. Each year, we like to kind of start our budget discussion with just kind of looking at where we're at in the current in our current year budget, current year spend. So for 2024, and the county manager sort of covered this a little bit in his remarks, but for 2024, we had a $954 million expenditure budget. It looks like we'll spend around $893 million. That's our current projection. And I do want to say that, we will continue to monitor that as we go through the end of the year. We may do better, we may do worse, we may spend more than what we've currently projected. With that, and our resources that we have available to us in 2024, we will plan to end this year with about $220 million in fund balance for the general fund. So better than what we expected at the beginning of the year, and provide some resources moving into 2025 that we're relying on to help us balance the 25 general fund budget. Next slide, please. With regard to the proposed budget for all of our appropriated funds, this slide shares with you each of the appropriated funds and our total, and it provides you with a 3-year comparison, 23, 24, and 25. So for 2025, we are proposing a total all funds budget of $1,418,200,000. The majority of which rests with our general fund, which is our primary operating budget. That's $973.7 million. The next largest operating fund would be our water and sewer system, which the revenue fund at $170 million, and the renewal and extension fund at $107.7 million. And then we share with you each of our other operating funds. And I would also like to highlight from this page the county risk fund, the risk management fund. We have proposed $65.4 million in that fund. Next slide, please. This next slide breaks out those appropriated funds into each of our focus areas and gives you a view of how the resources have been allocated across funds, across focus areas. So of the $1.4 billion in total, $268.7 million has been allocated to the health and human service focus area, $494.1 million to justice and safety, $262.6 million to open and responsible government, $334.8 million to infrastructure and economic development, $58.1 to arts and libraries. Next slide, please. We do tend to talk, and most of the rest of the information that I share will be focused on the county's general fund, which is our primary operating fund. This slide is simply a graphic view of how the general fund is constructed for 2025. As noted previously, we plan to carry forward about $220 million in fund balance. We will add to that about $915 million in projected revenue. The majority of that revenue is in the form of taxes. That would be property and ad valorem taxes, $789.6 million. We have all other revenue at $102.6 and local option sales tax at $23 million. The expenditure budget, $973.7 million, then breaks down $449.2 for justice and safety, $189 for open and responsible government, $146.5 for health and human services, $147.1 for infrastructure and economic development, and $41.1 million for arts and libraries. So when you take the fund balance and you add in the revenue, subtract out the expenditures, you're left with a projected ending fund balance of $161.5 million, which meets our fund balance reserve requirement of 16.67% of budgeted expenditures. Next slide, please. The general fund budget is funded primarily through, as noted on the previous slide, through property taxes, followed by local option sales tax, all other revenues, and then the use of fund balance. The assumptions that we've made in developing these revenue projections and estimates for property taxes include a flat millage rate at 8.87 mils, a 3% growth in the billable portion of the digest, and that would be a combination of both new growth and reassessment, and that would be for the section of the digest that we collect on outside of the tax allocation districts. And then a 96% collection rate on the 2025 property tax billings. Next slide, please. From a local option sales tax perspective, we are adjusting this year's collection percentage as we progress through the years in this current negotiated local option sales tax certificate. For 2025, we will be collecting at 7.15%, which is up a little bit from 2024. So we are beginning to see our share of the local option sales tax distribution increase as we move through this current 10-year cycle. We've also included in our revenue projection the interest revenue from the ARPA funds that the county received, as well as the expected increment that's to be returned from current TAD closures and the expectation that the Atlantic Station TAD will close and the 25 increment will be returned to the county. So that is all part and parcel of our revenue projection. And then lastly, the last source of funds that we're using is the fund balance, the amount that's above the required minimum reserve fund balance. Next slide, please. So within that expected expense budget of $973.7 million, we will be funding a number of things. We'll be ensuring that we cover all of our recurring operational needs, our pension obligations, which is primarily associated with the closed defined benefit pension plan, our debt service payments, including the $10 million set aside for the jail capital improvement program to fund a jail capital improvement program. As the manager mentioned in his open remarks, we do have funding built into the budget for vacant positions, but we have reduced that amount by $10 million for attrition, which results in roughly a 30% reduction on the value of vacant positions and will require departments to stagger their hiring throughout the year so as to stay within the amount of resources available for those vacancies. We've also provided funding to continue outsourcing inmate housing, as well as to continue the ankle monitoring contract that we've had in place for a year or so now. $16 million for outsourcing and $3 million for ankle monitoring. We funded the required Public Service Commission election cycle. The registration and elections asked for a total of $15.8 million. We funded 15. That is the amount that we had built in our multi-year view for off-year election cycles. That will fully cover 3 out of 4 of the requested election cycles, partially covering the 4th, and we will have to fill in the difference from any underruns out of those cycles, or if runoff elections are in fact not required for that particular race. Next slide, please. We have provided for a performance bonus for county employees, $15 million in the general fund set aside for that purpose. We have increased our risk management fund contribution. This is a lump sum contribution. We did not increase the premiums that are paid by each department, So this was a specific one-time lump sum contribution. We programmed that in at $10 million. We've also provided funding for the county's contributions to Grady Hospital in accordance with the newly negotiated agreement. That amount is $46 million. In addition to that, we have programmed in the $6 million that is subject to our current debt service agreements that we have with the hospital authority to support several facilities for the hospital. And then lastly, although not in the allocation for Grady yet because we do not have an agreement in place, we have committed to cover a portion of the construction costs associated with the freestanding emergency department that Grady is constructing in South Fulton, and had planned to do that through a bond issuance with the Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority. So in non-agency, we have provided for the $1.7 million associated with that to cover the debt service. We've also provided for the continuation of several programs in behavioral health, $2.3 million for school-based therapy. We've programmed funding for the emerging adult reentry programs and supportive housing programs of $1.3 million, $400,000 for pre-arrest diversion programs, and the full $2.5 million to support the operation of the diversion center that recently had its ribbon cutting. Next slide, please. Funding for community service programs and contracts for services are at their base levels, which for the community service program is $5.3 million, and for contracts for services for arts, it's $1.38 million. We have continued the funding that was identified under the jail bridging program. If you'll recall, that program included the jail Blitz plan, increased funding for inmate medical, increased funding for inmate food, as well as funding for tower security for the Sheriff's Department. So the inmate medical, inmate food, and tower security funding have been made available in the Sheriff's budget at the same rates as in 2024. We've also provided for our standard capital pay-as-you-go funding over to the capital fund, as well as the recurring costs associated with the physical security improvement plan that was funded in 2024. We've also carved out from the amount of funding that we would have ordinarily set aside for vehicle replacement. For the actual acquisition of vehicles, we have instead funded a lease program, which we intend to present to the board at the next board meeting for your consideration and approval, but we have gone ahead and anticipated that in our recommendation to the board. And we've also covered within the proposed budget requests that came in as enhancements that were evaluated and determined to meet our rules-based criteria, which are listed here as contractual, regulatory, statutory, inflationary increases, and cybersecurity betterment items this year. And then we also received a number of enhancement requests that we were not able to fit into the resources that we had available, and we have identified those into categorized tranches. We did not prioritize them, but we categorized them, and those are presented in your budget book. And if we can go to the next slide, they are also presented here in this slide with the millage rate equivalent, what it would take from a millage rate perspective to be able to fund the requests that were received that we were not able to fit into the resources that we had available. The first item that we have in the list is the request, the operational request that came in from the sheriff's office, $73.9 million. And in the budget message, you'll see the list, and we categorize those as sheriff and/or jail operations. The next bucket is $14.4 million for expired grants. We had a number of departments that requested positions to be able to continue what was started and what was previously funded under Project Orca, as well as some other grants, federal grants that have expired or are expected to expire. So we placed all of those requests into that expired grants category. $14.9 million from the justice agencies that did not otherwise fit into that expired grants area or did not meet the rules criteria. $3.5 million for community-based expenditures, $1.8 million in the employee category, and then $21 million that we categorized as other. And you can see, based on the color coding, what the millage rate equivalency is for each of these tranches, with the total amount being a 1.64 mil increase if we were to try to fund all of the operational enhancements that were received. Next slide, please. This slide is just a quick summary of three of the other major operating funds. The airport fund, the budget reflects funding for the base budget for public works and for the airport fire and rescue operations that will be coming online in 2025, as well as the continued expansion at the airport from available fund balance. From the water and sewer system, we are funding the operating request from the departments that are covered or part of the water and sewer system. It also provides funds for their capital improvement requests. We do want to highlight that the rates for the water and sewer system we will have another 5% increase, planned increase in early 2025, and that 5% increase is embodied in the revenue estimates for the water and sewer system. And then it is the last year of the current planned increases, and we will be undergoing a new rate study in 25 for implementation in 26 and beyond. And then the Fulton Industrial Special Services District has funds available to cover police, public works, and fire services with the city of South Fulton, as well as we have appropriated a significant portion of the fund balance available in that fund to help support our continued economic development activities in the Fulton Industrial area, specifically around the parcels that the county acquired and has been working to redevelop since acquisition. Next slide, please. And then the last slide that we have today, Commissioners, is simply a view of where we're at on the calendar. We always like to end with this slide. So today we are presenting the proposed budget. As the manager said, we submitted it to you on November 15th in accordance with our budget ordinance. And then we are planning to hold the legally required public hearing on December the 6th, which will set us up in a position to be able to consider adoption of the 2025 budget at either the first or the second meeting in January. And Mr. Chairman, with that, we can take your questions or your feedback. I would also like to say we didn't include it on this schedule, but we will, as we have in the past, at the December 6th meeting, in addition to the holding the official public hearing, we will also have a discussion item on the agenda for the board, should there be anything the board would like to continue discussing related to the budget, and we'll have one at the second meeting in December as well.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Floor is open. Preguntas, questions? Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know how much discussion we want to get into today.
A
so-
lot.
Oh, all right. Then I will start with my questions and see where we go from there. I want to just start by asking about the growth rate. The growth rate, I know we had a fairly high growth rate in the 2024 budget. I think we, if I recall, it was 7%. Is that correct, that we budgeted with in the 2024 budget? And then I know that the actual tax, the digest actually came in lower, and that is sort of what, we had to make some adjustments around that. What was the number that it came in at? Was it 6 point something?
6.35, if I remember correctly.
Okay, and what is the, like, that's a pretty significant, I know we used to sort of do it at 3% all the time to be more conservative, and we sort of lifted that a little bit to try to make things work because it had been higher year over year for the past several years. But what is the, what has the average been over, let's say, the last 5 to 7 years of the growth rate?
I don't have that calculation right in front of me. Over the last 5 years, it probably has been closer, average, closer to the 6 or 7%. Hakeem, do you have that number handy?
I mean, I believe last year when we looked, it was between 5 and 6.
5 and 6, yeah.
So I guess I'm, you know, I understand us not wanting to overshoot and have what happened this year happen. But it feels like going back to 3 is probably not necessary either. That might be a little bit too conservative in terms of what we're, you know, given how tight everything is. And so to underestimate to that extent also feels maybe like some place for some wiggle room. And I'm just, you know, without having a calculator in front of me and trying to quickly do math, you know, what is the dollar difference if we go, you know, if we were to go to, let's say, a 4% growth rate in terms of an assumption? What does that look like in terms of addition to the budget and other expenses that we're able to cover? I tried to do back of the napkin math, but it's not my strong suit, so I don't want to share my numbers.
Yeah, each increase, each percentage increase in growth rate will bring roughly about $7 million, or a little over $7 million is what we're going to get.
$7 million per percent increase. So if we went up to 4%, for example, we'd have $7 million more in the budget, is what you're
Yes,
saying, give or take.
or maybe slightly,
Okay.
slightly a little bit more. I mean, one thing I want to caution the board about, though, is, you know, when it comes to the growth rate, when you, I mean, the news that, you know, we've been hearing about the real estate market, you know, in Atlanta region, the prices are way, way high. And they're not expected to go higher than that. And that's where you generate most of your growth. So, you know, likelihood, you know, the prices will be going down next year. So we took that into consideration, you know, in determining, you know, what growth rate, you know, we should use, you know, for the budget. So I just...
Yeah, I totally
wanna
get
put
that.
on
I
the
mean, I know the market right now is turning around a bit, and also we don't know what to expect because of the political climate changing and all of that, so I guess we'll see.
Yes.
But it does just seem like a pretty big jump down. I'm not saying an additional $7 million is going to save the day. I'm just sort of trying to get the lay of the land here on that front and understand what the decision-making was to get that, that number. Let's see, I also had a couple of specifics. I know you talked significantly, or, you know, frequently in the course of the written part of the budget book about the fact that we're kind of at the end of the run to be able to continue to have revenues exceed expenses year over year, that we've gotten the fund balance down now to where this year in particular, with the budget as proposed, the amount left in fund balance is almost exactly equal to what is required in the reserve. So I guess I'm going to ask the same question I think I probably asked last year. Then what? So what does that set us up for in 2026 if we operate this way in 2025?
It will make meeting the recurring expenditure needs from a budget basis, it will make meeting those more difficult. So this year, we're, as we stated, we filled the gap this year with some non-recurring revenue that we know we will not have next year, and fund balance, which we may or may not have as much of next year. So as we get closer to not having a substantial fund balance amount above the required minimum, then it means that we're more structurally imbalanced, and we will have to either eliminate some things that we have in the budget, or look for an alternative revenue source. Now,
So meaning we either have to, so we either
Well,
are
our-
going to have to cut dramatically or increase the millage rate
Well,
in
or
'26.
discontinue funding known vacancies. That
Right.
would be the easiest thing to do of every option, right? Because we operate every year with 400+ vacancies. It's like a huge department that never takes on any assignment, never does any work, doesn't have a leader. And you can say, well, that is not a way to characterize it, but I can say in many previous lives, eliminating the expense that you didn't incur in the previous year is like step one to a tightened environment, if that's what we want to do. So that's the one option before you got to the two that you just pointed to.
I guess my question on that front would be, well, I totally understand that from a logic standpoint. I think the need for those positions and the fluctuation, I think, varies across departments. Some have more vacant positions than others. Some fill them for some part of the time and then not for others. I mean, I'm just guessing here because I don't have all that information in front of me either. But I did look at some of the numbers. Some departments have higher vacancies than others, that kind of thing. So, what's the implication if we get rid of all of those positions? Then that means no new hires, essentially, for any department going forward.
Well, you would hire as vacancies inevitably occur in the current year.
Right.
But you wouldn't keep chasing the same 400 vacant positions year over year, because that's what generates the underruns.
Sure, but is it the same positions year over year? I guess it's.
No, I mean, no, of course not. I mean, it varies day by day and month by month. But on average, if you were looking at the enterprise level, you would say that would be the first thing, if you didn't want to raise tax rates and you don't want to cut a program altogether, and really, we're doing it already. That's how now for the last couple of 3 years, we're taking a third or more of those unfunded positions or vacant positions and unfunding a third of them. You could unfund a half of them. You could unfund 75% of them. So
Yeah.
it can be done. And it's
Yeah.
not just a mathematical exercise.
Yeah.
We would not enjoy it generally.
I mean, I hear what you're saying. I think it's easy to say it kind of at the high level, but when you start digging into the departments, it gets more complicated as to which positions get unfunded and are the positions that are funded at the right levels for the people that they actually need. And, anyway, obviously it gets more complicated than that, but I take your point. There's also, I guess I say this, and now I feel like I've said this multiple years in a row, but I feel like sort of the conclusion is like we're doing, like even at this level where we are, the belt is pretty tight, we're saying that it's all good. Like we're gonna meet all of our needs. And I don't know that I agree with that, so I'm just voicing that concern. I feel like we're really running very, very tight, and there are things that we're not able to do because of how tight we're running. And I'm gonna echo something I think Commissioner Arrington said, like last year at this time, which is we keep calling these additional asks enhancement requests as if they're like things that people are asking for fun, as opposed to just these are things that they asked for in their budget that they don't currently have and would like to have in the coming years. And many of them have been asked for year over year over year over year. So it's not like these are, I think the public perception of that word enhancement request is like, this is just, I want to take my employees out for lunch. And that's not it at all. I mean, these are often additional staff. They are software and technology requests for upgrades for things that are desperately needed that will make things better. and more efficient and better for the end users, and ultimately more cost-effective for taxpayers in the long run. So, respectfully, I know Commissioner Arrington asked for it last time. I'll ask for it again. I think we need to change that terminology to say what it really is. These are unmet budget requests, period. They're not enhancements. They're unmet budget requests for all of these departments. And I do acknowledge, Sabrina, and thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, being informal, but for adding into the budget message that there are many unmet requests. And I just want to be clear that that is what those air quotes enhancements are. Those are unmet requests by departments, many of them that have happened again and again and again. And with each passing year that we don't upgrade technology, as an example, we end up more vulnerable to a cyber attack again. Again, just as an example, but we're seeing the results of those things happening. And by the way, also I appreciate all of you adding in cyber security measures into the base budget because it is critical. Anyway, I think for starters, that's what I have. Oh, I'm sorry, I had one other thing. On page, let me see if I can find it. There's a spot in the book where you talk about a couple of the justice things, I think it is. Yes, it's on page 29 in the book at the bottom where you talk about organizational impacts. And there's a typo, first of all, because you refer to, in the very last paragraph, the continued process in compliance. You've continued the process in compliance of approved BOC resolution 23-0682. It's actually 23-0832. I looked it up because I wanted to read it again. And it does not say anything about service revenues and expenditures remaining in non-agency. It purely says that the revenue from any services provided at the jail go into the general fund, period. Anything else is based on things you think you heard us say in the meeting and opinions and whatnot. So I think we should be really clear that the law, as written, only mandates that that revenue goes into the general fund. It does not mandate that it go into non-agency, and it does not mandate where the expenditures go. So I just want to make that clear because I think I do have some issues with the way that is set up in terms of us still calling, putting money into a line in non-agency called inmate services or whatever. That to me, I don't agree with that, and I think basing it on this resolution is inaccurate. So we can discuss that at another time if you like, but before this process finishes, but I do have an issue with that, and I'm not really good with us moving forward without correcting it. That's it for now.
Commissioner Hall.
All right, thank you. Let's see here. Okay. Let's go to page 2 of the 2025 proposed budget. There is a sentence in the second paragraph that speaks to working within these financial constraints, a rules-based criterion which first categorized enhancements based on contractual, regulatory, statutory, board action, inflationary drivers, and then expanded to include cybersecurity protections were considered as additional investments above a department's base budget. And it goes on to say, even with the utilization of non-recurring revenue for recurring costs, there were no additional resources available to fund program enhancements above and beyond the increased costs for maintaining a current service level. Can you explain a little bit more about these rule-based criterion? Because I do recall that this was used before in the past. Is that correct? That's right, right?
Yes, Commissioner Hall. We've used it. I think this is the third year that we've used a rules-based approach when evaluating budget requests.
And has anything changed from years past?
I think we've tried to clarify to some extent, what we are categorizing and including as rules-based. We also, as we met with our departments this year, we tried to ensure that when they were submitting requests, that if it was an inflationary cost just to keep the same level of service. So, you know, we're going to serve 10 people today, and the vendor is going to charge us more next year to serve those same 10 people. We wanted to make sure that they didn't categorize that as a program expansion or a new program, but they picked it up as cost to maintain service. So we tried to clarify that. We did add in this year explicitly the cybersecurity piece of it, given the cyber incident that we had earlier this year. We wanted to make sure that we considered that as part of our rules-based criteria when we evaluated the requests that departments submitted that were above their base budget.
Yes, please do that, because cybersecurity could take us out. And then I think I thought we had moved away from strategic priority areas, but it looks like we have a little bit of that in the book. And I say that because I see arts and libraries together. And I kind of think that we do both of them in justice, lumping them together, because arts and libraries are so very different. And then arts touches so many areas of people's lives. I've learned over the years that it even helps with mental and behavioral health issues. So I'm trying to find, and I didn't have enough time to really go through everything, what the budget is for arts and culture and what the budget is for libraries. Because even when you look at this page in the presentation, on page 4, where it says arts and libraries, the 58.1 million, it doesn't really break out which is arts and which is libraries.
Yes, ma'am. Well, actually, Sabrina's saying one page, but I'm looking at page 58, which is
in the book?
In the book, page 58. It is the list of departmental budgets for the general fund. Arts and culture is at $6,090,899. And libraries, $31,499,348. And I would just like to remind the board that the library also includes the cooperative extension function.
That's right.
So it's,
when Gabe was the arts and culture director, they were moved under libraries, right?
yes.
Okay. And then there's a highlighted portion in here on page 58. Can you just let us know why this is highlighted? Because I didn't see any kind of key or anything that referred back to why it's highlighted.
Yes, ma'am. Those are the broad categories that the non-agency budget is broken down into. So if you look at it, the 25 proposed budget, total proposed budget for non-agency is $237,496,623. Of that amount, $68.2 million is related to pension. 48.6 is related to lease and debt categories. 26.7 is related to utilities. 72.3 is other. There's a number of things within that. Inmate welfare, it should say inmate services, is 5.4 million. At compensation, 16 million. So those are all components of the non-agency budget, where we were asked, I believe originally by Commissioner Ellis, to break out some of the larger components of the non-agency budget. And so that's what's represented in that shaded area.
Okay, so that's why you highlighted it, because Commissioner Ellis asked for.
We highlight it because they're really components of the bigger non-agency number. But the reason we show it that way is because originally, I believe it was Commissioner Ellis who asked us to break out the components of non-agency and show that on the schedule.
Okay, and then when I was looking through the tranches, starting on page 43, I noticed that there are some places where things are bold but then other places they're not. And for instance, on page 43, jail operations in the category column is highlighted, but then when you go to page 44, it's not highlighted. Is there a reason for that?
No, ma'am. I think we've worked on these spreadsheets so many times, we probably just missed unbolding something that we may have had bolded on another tab where we had to merge some tabs together. So there's no significance to that in this particular report.
Okay, well, it did draw my attention because it stood out in that way. And so, for instance, on page 44, I noticed that there is a request for property and evidence, film and bags, and just quite a bit of other items that are listed. And these are things that are not going to be in the budget. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. The items in the tranches are not currently funded in the proposed budget. And Commissioner Hall, Sabrina did remind me that some of the formatting that you see on this is the way that it was actually keyed in to the spreadsheets when the department submitted it, and we may not have had the time to go back and uncapitalize everything if it had been capitalized or unbold it. So, but again, there's no significance to it in the presentation.
Okay, well, it drew my attention and caused major curiosity as to how some of these things are supposed to be, how were they even decided on to be placed on the list of not being funded? Because, like I said, property and evidence, film and bags, what are they supposed to put the evidence, film and bag, what are they supposed to put the evidence and property in if they don't have the bags? And I mean, there's a lot of things, I'm not gonna go through the whole list, but there's just a lot of things that are questionable on if they don't have it, then how are they supposed to do their jobs? So was that considered, is there a page in here that kind of explains, or, because I know you use this rules-based criterion, but what is being offered to those offices and departments who are not getting things that they need as some other way of them being able to do their jobs if they don't have the resources and the things that they need to do them?
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
those items that are listed on the tranche, those were submitted, many were submitted by the department and labeled as an enhancement. And when I say enhancement, I mean above and beyond, not to maintain. They didn't have it in the maintain, and they currently supply that, and now it just costs more. They entered it in as something new above and beyond.
Wait, you said they currently provide that and now it costs more, meaning that the price increased?
No.
What?
So when we had the rules-based criterion, it was basically surrounding, you're providing the same level of service, it just costs more to provide the same level of service. So we had the departments to categorize maintain services, program expansion, and then a completely new program. So if we, for the rules-based, to Commissioner Barrett's also point, and to many of your points, of they have to provide these services anyway. So if it costs more to provide the same level of service, that is what fell into the first category of rules. Next, we had a majority of program expansions, which was the above and beyond, and then you also had the new programs. So that's why and the envelope was full past. We tried to stuff as much as we could.
And so we wanted to still present it for your guidance and consideration and direction. So that's why you'll see them in these particular categories. No priority to it, because whoever is providing the service may feel that theirs is just as important as someone else's. So we did not say we're going to pull this one first. However, if our commitment was to provide the same level of service, that is what fell into first rules.
Okay, so was there a conversation to make sure that these were not things that were needed to continue the level of service moving forward?
Yes.
And not just an enhancement or something in addition to that level of service?
Yes, many of our Justice Center partners we met with individually, and they actually came with their own priorities of what was submitted. So of what was submitted, they then had a secondary list of all of these things, they ranked items. So yes, we did have conversation.
Okay, and so we heard from two justice partners today in public comment, during public comment, Judge Kirk, Chief Judge of Magistrate Court, and Solicitor General Keith Gamage, who both in their public comment made some statements about funding needs. Are those addressed in this budget?
The best that we could.
Okay, so that means that the funding, the additional funding needs that they say they need to be able to run their court, run their office, are not being budgeted for 2025, because they're saying they still need funding.
How detailed did you want to go? I can have a separate conversation.
It's just a yes or no question. Are they budgeted for the things that they stood here and said they're not funded for or not?
Yeah, Commissioner Hall.
Yes,
One of the items that Chief Judge Kirk mentioned was $780,000 that the board directed us to put in Superior Court budget last year. That money is still sitting in Superior Court budget. It's funded again this year. I believe, what the Chief Judge was requesting was for us to transfer that money back to our budget. And we said that, the board approved the resolution for us to put the money in Superior Court. If the board wants us to do something differently, then, we have to be directed to do so, either by resolution or by any other means that, you wish to instruct us to do.
Okay, so the money that she's requesting is in Superior Court's budget? That's what you're saying?
Last year, there was a resolution approved by the board.
Yes, I remember that.
For us to move $780,000, transfer it from Magistrate Court budget and put the money in Superior Court.
Yes.
Okay? We have not received any other directive from the board for us to put that money back in Magistrate Court's budget. So right now, that money is sitting in Superior Court's budget.
Okay, I'm not going to open that can of worms again. So I'm leaving that to y'all. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Thorne.
I just have a couple quick questions. There was concern about the inmate welfare fund being in non-agency, and non-agency is in our general fund. So if inmate welfare is under non-agency, it's in our general fund, just a line item within non-agency. So if you didn't put it there, where would you put it? Or is that seems like the best place for it?
To answer your question, yes, Commissioner Thorne, non-agency is part of the general fund. So inmate services is in the general fund budget in non-agency. The board's resolution, Commissioner Barrett is correct. The board's resolution simply required for the funds to be paid over to the county. There was no other direction. Absent the direction, we placed it in non-agency and developed a plan around how those funds would be used, communicated that to the board. The reason we called it out in the budget message is because Commissioner Barrett has expressed that she felt like it should not be in non-agency and should be in the sheriff's budget. So we called out that the inmate services resources are, again, placed in non-agency unless the board gives us some other guidance on that. So if you're not going to put it in non-agency and you intend for those resources to be expended on the benefit of the inmates, then the logical other place to put it would be in the sheriff's department, in the budget for the sheriff's office and in the jail unit within the sheriff's office.
Okay, or could we move it in Dream?
I mean, you could move it into Dream. These resources are primarily used to acquire the things that the inmates need: uniforms, mattresses, things like that.
Okay.
So if you didn't want to put it in non-agency, I suppose you could put it into Dream. We have it set up and structured and have built out a commodities package to go along with it, as well as the 3 counseling services that were court-ordered and note active are the primary expenses currently being serviced out of that area.
Okay. And information technology, is the cybersecurity bump in that budget? The investment that we're going to be putting into cybersecurity, is that where that would be? Because it's not a separate line item in the budget.
Yes, ma'am. If you refer to, I just wanted to be able to say, if you refer to page 35 of the budget book, information technology, 3.5 million is the amount that we've built in to IT's budget for the cybersecurity betterment for software and cloud-based related items.
And then lastly, emergency management budget went down. What would be the reason for that?
Commissioner Thorne, I'm going to have to look at that. You're talking about from their
5.5 to 2.1?
Yeah, I'm gonna need to take a look at that,
Okay.
Commissioner Thorne.
Okay, thank you, that's all I had.
Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I have a couple more questions. There's a note on page, I believe it is 39, where under the section where it's talking about, I believe this is things that are being funded. But there's a note that says, under state court judges, funding was not provided for costs associated with additional judgeships requiring legislative action. And I was wondering about that because I believe it is on our legislative agenda to try to get those 2 judges approved. And I understand from Judge Taylor that if we get them approved, these are certainly not going to be positions that would need to be funded for the full year, and additional staff and all that all the expenses that go around with each new judge, that it would only be partial year because by the time the legislation happened and then the hiring happened and all of that, it would maybe be the last quarter of the year, but there should be some funding allotted for that, assuming we get the legislation through now.
We did have some discussion around that, and I think the primary driver for this was uncertainty around when the effective date of the legislation would be. So we just wanted to draw attention that we did not build anything into the budget for the additional judgeships for state court or any of the other partners that would also require resources if the judgeships were awarded.
So state or superior court?
State, well, it wouldn't be state or superior court. It would be the state court judges.
Right.
State court general, the administration function, the public defender, and the solicitor general, and the marshal, I believe, all had additional funding requirements if, in order to support each new judgeship.
Right, okay, we're on the same page. Okay, the other, I had a couple quick things that I forgot to ask when I was speaking the first time. There's some mention in this book about the consolidation of the accountability courts, and I just didn't know, are we gonna talk about that later, or do you wanna talk about that now, or, because we haven't really been officially told about this yet, I don't think, so I know a little bit about it from behind the scenes, but I'm just wondering when we're gonna get an update on that.
I'm happy to have Steve Naraki come forward and share with you what he has been working with our justice partners on around that, and give you a little preview of the plan.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Steve Naraki. We are currently working with State Court, Superior Court, and Magistrate Court to create a consolidated accountability court. Sorry, just trying to gather my thoughts here. We have been working on this plan for several months. I think we're currently going through the planning phase with HR, finance, DREAM for additional space. And so I guess were there specific questions you had that I could address? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna assume here, and correct me if I'm wrong, that, and I think for people who don't know, or the public who doesn't know, that all three of the courts you mentioned, Superior Court, State Court, and Magistrate Court, all currently operate different kinds of accountability courts, correct?
Correct.
And so the idea here is to consolidate so that we are able to create some more efficiency, that kind of thing. What's the rationale behind it?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Commissioner. So we are looking to optimize through this consolidation. So it would do a few things from a, I think the two primary functions that the accountability courts have are from a treatment perspective and a testing perspective. As far as treatment goes, currently we're using River Edge for a lot of these services, as well as some staff in-house. What we would look to do, optimizing and getting better efficiency, is bringing these operations back in, which is why we're working with both HR and finance to confirm that the budgets we currently have across the three courts would be able to be reprogrammed so that we can hire these staff members through our general fund, that they are all reoccurring dollars. It's not grants or any other temporary funding. So that's treatment. From a testing perspective right now, again, each accountability court that has either DUI or drug are running their own testing services. So we'd look to bring that in under a single umbrella, do a single RFP for that. So starting to work with purchasing on that RFP and would consolidate all testing services.
Thank you. I think most of us know, and I'm not sure how much the public really knows about these accountability courts, but they are a key component of addressing recidivism and addressing diversion and some of the populations that are impacted by drug use and that kind of thing. So they're very positive, and I'm all for whatever we can do to continue to invest in them. Do we have a sense of how much each one has been costing on an annual basis for each of the various courts?
I have all those numbers with me, but not in front of me, and I cannot remember off the top of my head.
No worries. Maybe we could get a presentation on that at the next meeting or sometime in the next, before we finalize the budget. I'd just like to see kind of not only what they were costing, but also what we expect to be sort of the cost savings in building in this efficiency and having one accountability court versus three.
I do want to stress one thing. While we hope to eventually achieve some cost savings, our initial year plan is going to be a budget neutral reorganization. So we're not projecting right now that we're going to have cost savings in year 1, year 2, year 3, and on. It's part of our, I guess, sales pitch here is that this is a budget neutral reorganization of these three courts into a single court. domiciled in Superior Court administration. So just want to clarify that.
No, that's good. It's good to know, but I think ultimately, so then the goal is to be able to provide services to more people?
Yes.
Okay, so, yeah.
Definitely expanding the reach.
And then, okay. And then longer term, in theory, again, it's hard to measure this, I think, but we would be hoping to see, therefore, sort of less people in the jail.
Absolutely.
And so we would just overall include this in sort of working towards a more effective, efficient justice system, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, at some point, it would be great to see some
Okay.
more detailed reporting on it. It's not urgent, but just want to get some information on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That was all I had on that. And then I just had one other thing. When you're talking about the tranches, and I think it was Commissioner Hall that was going through some of the things that were listed in the sheriff's tranche, et cetera, I think it's hard to sort of prioritize these ourselves or even understand what they're all for based on the single description in that spreadsheet. If it just says Dream 20 and there's a price, or it says, law enforcement uniforms. Is that necessary? Is it are the old ones falling apart? I think it's just hard to get a sense of which things are critical and which things are not based on some of these descriptions. I think some you can probably guess are or are not. There's a lot of in here in the sheriff's in particular that have to do with staffing, whether it's increases in salaries and things like that. So I think especially in the sheriff's tranche and as it relates to working in concert with him to try to address some of the challenges that are listed in the DOJ report, et cetera, et cetera. It would be good to kind of know which of these directly relate to that, so that as we're making decisions, we're aware of the ones that are sort of relevant to that and which ones are maybe more things that could wait. I'm not quite sure what the right way to do this or what the reporting, is it more detailed reporting? Is it different reporting? I'm not sure I have the answer. I'm not prescribing what that should be, but in order for us to make good decisions on what to do with this tranche, I think some more detail would probably be helpful. I think that was it. Let me just check before I give up the ghost here. Yeah, I think that's all that's critical right now for me. Thanks.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I just want to thank y'all for the work you did for putting this together and doing it in a practical fashion. I mean, obviously, $200 and something million worth of enhancements, and that is what they are, is not realistic on where we're at from a budgetary standpoint. And, I think while certain of these things, when you see them on paper, they all look nice and shiny and good, it'd be nice maybe to have some more detail on them. Also, sometimes it'd be nice to have more detail on how somebody's existing budget is being expended as well, so you have a full understanding of what all the components of that are, so that is there an opportunity for something to be eliminated and something to be replaced that would have some more priority. And, part of that, that's not necessarily your job as a budgetary person to figure that out, and I'm not asking you to do that, but this is more of a message to our department heads and other officers that bring forth and put together budgets. I mean, this is the kind of thing you have to do, right? I mean, we, like it or not, the practicality is there's a portion that's there's scarce resources, and there always are going to be. And, in many cases, how effective you are as a department head, constitutional officer, elected officer, et cetera, depends upon how you choose to manage and utilize those resources. And if you use them on things that are less effective, you're going to be less effective. I mean, we just don't have practicality, have the ability to fund all these things. So, we'll go through this exercise. Again, I think it's very, very well laid out. I think the assumptions are good. I think there's some stuff on the margins that we can continue to talk about. But just wanted to thank y'all for doing the hard work, dealing with the pushback, asking the right questions, all that sort of stuff, and being the person in the middle oftentimes who has to say no. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Barrett?
One last thing, I'll be brief. I just wanted to say also, I haven't said thank you for all the hard work, so I did want to say that. And I in particular want to thank you guys for adding some additional level of detail. I know I asked for it in previous years, and I see that it's in there this year. And I do really appreciate that because I know it takes extra effort. So it's really, really helpful to have it there, and I appreciate it.
All right, anyone else? Madam CFO, anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, just a reminder that the next meeting, we will hold our legally required public hearing and provide another opportunity for discussion.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, please continue.
On page 8, 240794, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval of a task order 2 in an amount not to exceed $484,800 to facilitate the repair of 101 jail cell doors and damaged cell walls.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 240795, request approval of a statewide contract in an amount not to exceed $145,000 to provide fuel card management services.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Cast your vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 240796, request approval of a statewide contract in an amount not to exceed $131,368 to provide preventive and corrective maintenance services.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 240797, request approval of a recommended proposal for design build services for North Fulton Health Human Services Center in an amount not to exceed $15,417,450.
All right, a favorable motion by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 240798, request approval of a recommended proposal for program management and professional services for the Fulton County Jail Capital Improvement Program in an amount not to exceed $1,740,749.38.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Let's vote.
And the vote is open.
Mr. Chairman, we did have a update we're going to provide along with this approval item.
You have the floor, sir.
Can we please bring that presentation up with this item? And good afternoon again, Commissioner Steve Naraki. I'm sure you're starting to get tired of seeing me up here at the podium. While we're bringing this up, as the Jail Capital Improvement Program is approaching its first procurement milestone with the selection of the program management team, we did want to revisit what the scope of work is going to be along with the timeline, both to complete procurement and then start our activities. Additionally, we're going to provide an overview of the recommended joint venture team. Do we have that presentation? Okay, thank you. Great. Can we go to the first slide, please, or the next slide? So first, starting with our scope of work, we are going to be taking a phased approach with the program management team, or PMT, once they are deployed. Phase 1, you'll see at the top there, we'll start with the comprehensive facility assessment of Rice Street, the Marietta Annex, and the South Annex. The PMT will be able to prioritize their findings from this assessment and will be providing to the county the options and scenarios of what we think we can deliver within that maximum allowable budget. Additionally, the PMT is going to help us create a plan for inmate housing during the construction phase, during renovations, and they are going to help us develop a plan for a future special purpose building, which we do expect will help with our medical and mental health population. Once phase 1 is completed, phase 2 will commence, and that will largely be the management oversight of the delivery of the program. This will start with the program management team assisting us with procurement of our initial project vendors, so that'll be the design team, construction teams, and other project consultants. Once these vendors are onboarded, they will be providing oversight and management throughout the entire duration of the program, through during planning, design, and the construction phases, and finally closeout of the project. Next slide. And here you've seen this graphic before with our timeline, so we just wanted to give you an update on where we stand today, where we have progressed in our procurement process, as well as planned future activities. As we are nearing completion and we are requesting approval of the PMT today, you will see denoted with the blue chevron all the activities that we expect to bring back to the board, both through formal action or through updates. Assuming favorable approval today in November, we look to have the contract executed in December, and that will lead us then into the beginning of next year in January, where we will kick off our facilities assessment. We anticipate the facility assessment to conclude by April 2025, and at that time the PMT will provide a report that is going to consist of their findings and recommendations for both the renovation project and the special purpose building. By May, we expect this initial report to be submitted with now in a prioritized order as opposed to just everything that was identified. And in June, we look to finalize that scope, returning to the board hopefully in July to present the scope, get approval, and again, this is going to be the overall program, so both the renovation and the special purpose building. And upon approval, we would commence phase 2 services, which would be starting the procurement of those design and construction teams. Next slide, please. And then finally, we just wanted to give a quick profile of our recommended PMT. The selection committee is recommending ACR Partners. They are a joint venture comprising of AECOM Technical Services, Comprehensive Program Services, and H.J. Russell and Company. The selection committee believed ACR Partners did have the related experience aligning with the jail program across their regional and national presence with a deep bench of industry professionals. They do have extensive jail and correctional program management experience, and here in the county, we have a successful track record of delivering county projects with this team. And last, just want to give a quick snapshot of some of those projects they're working on. First, the top in New York City, the Borough-Based Jails Program. This is 4 new jails totaling 4,400 beds at a cost of $15 billion, which I do believe is the largest jail project going on in the nation right now. This team is also delivering for Walton County a jail program that'll be 850 beds for $150 million. And then finally, here in Fulton County, we have our library program, both phase 1 and 2, totaling $270 million. And happy to take any questions.
All right, the questions. Motion on the floor is to approve. Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on the on the first page, the scope of work page, you mentioned the maximum allowable budget. Is that what, I know we talked about a $300 million total budget, but that includes the new building, a potential new building, as well as renovation. So do we have a dividing line on how much is toward renovation and how much toward a new building?
That will be one of the scope items that the PMT will help us determine how much should be allocated to the renovation versus how much to the special purpose building. But that $300 million is going to be the all-in cost. So all design, programming, all other consultants, and then the actual construction, whether it's renovation or the new building.
So, sorry, you're saying that the cost, including all the plant, then phase 2 basically is within that 300 million, is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Everything will be within that up to 300 million amount.
Okay, and so in theory, based on the schedule here, we would be able to start on phase 2. This, what we're voting on today is just the amount for phase 1?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it's
Year 1.
It's year 1.
It's year 1. So we
Yes.
don't, so we believe that's going to cover not only the assessment part, but also the planning and design?
Yes, some of it,
And,
yes.
and beginning of renovation, or no, just
Some of
planning
it,
and
it
design?
depends on, year 2 will be brought back before the board for approval.
Okay, so do we actually expect any work to be done, actual physical work in the building during the calendar year 2025?
It is possible if we identify some early work packages. I mean, we would be working hand in hand with Mr. Davis and the Dream to determine what early opportunities we would have. But I would say right now, kind of best case scenario, quarters 3 and 4 of 2025 will probably be planning and design.
Okay, and so we don't see any, all of this is accounted for in the base budget already for 2025, yes? Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions? Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 9, under Health and Human Services, 240799, Community Development, request approval of a statewide contract and amount not to exceed $148,075 to continue temporary staffing services.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 240800, Senior Services, request approval of a statewide contract and amount not to exceed $135,135.07 to provide staffing services.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 240801, Public Works, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder in the amount of $200,000 to provide water meter vaults.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 240802, request approval to extend an existing contract for the Big Creek Water Reclamation Facility Expansion Project, Phase 2B, in an amount not to exceed $279,436.22.
All right, a favorable motion by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. And on page 10, under Justice and Safety, 240804, Emergency Services, request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing in the amount of $219,852.13 for the purchase of the 911 recording system.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 240805, Sheriff, request approval to allocate $2,137,496 into the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Natalie Hall, seconded by Commissioner Dana Barrett. Please vote. Commissioner Barrett, you have the floor.
Can we hear from the sheriff's team? They're here on what this is about.
Good afternoon. Michael Schultz, Chief of Staff, Fulton County Sheriff's Office. The request for this $2.1 million from the non-agency budget that is allocated specifically for the Sheriff's Office is partly to cover the current balance that we carry and that we anticipate for the end of the year based on our bust-out checks for retiring employees, for employees who are at the max in compensation. Right now, we have about 200 employees who are maxed out in comp, and we have to pay them regardless, and to cover any anticipated overtime for the remainder of the year.
So, if you're not able to get this funding moved over to your budget, are we saying that people will not be able to get their bust-out checks if they're retiring, or Is that what I'm hearing? Is that part of this expense?
The way that the system is set, they will get paid, but our account will be basically in the red.
I see. And on the overtime, does this change the ability for you to pay? Because right now, my understanding is you are just offering comp time.
We are.
And would this allow you to pay overtime or not?
Well, what we need is we need the ability to pay those people who are maxed out in comp time. We have 200 employees who are at the max already.
Oh, I see. So they've already
And they're
done as
going
much
to-
overtime as they can for comp time?
Correct.
Legally?
And as of now, we award them comp time, but the system will automatically default to pay them.
I see.
And it's the public safety, thank you, Fair Labor Standards Act.
Okay, I don't mean to play dumb here, but I left the meeting at the last meeting early because of a family emergency. And so if there was some discussion that I missed on what everybody else's opinions were on this, maybe I missed it. But it feels to me like, from what I understand about everything we just went through in the budget as we project for the rest of this year, that we do have the money and we can afford to pay this. And that as far as I can gather, the only reason we're not paying it is because we're saying the sheriff should have done that within the bounds of his budget. Am I missing something? Is that where we're at?
Well, this was, I'm sorry, if that's
No,
for me,
please, I don't know. I don't even know who to ask that question to be
Well, it
honest. I'm
was-
sort of asking it to the universe.
The board did approve to set this money aside specifically for the sheriff's office during the FY24 budget process.
Yeah,
So
Sheriff,
it wasn't put in our budget, but it was set aside within the non-agency.
Right, okay. I guess there's some controversy about this. I don't know. To me, it seems logical that we would want to make sure that the folks that did the work get paid fairly. And, regardless of how we got where we are in terms of the sheriff's budget, it seems to me that, we don't want him to have any more people resigning because they're not able to get overtime or that kind of thing. So for me personally, I would appreciate everybody's favorable vote so that these people who are doing this hard work in this difficult place can get paid, especially in this time of the holidays. To not be able to pay overtime just feels like a travesty to me. So I don't know, again, I perhaps missed some of the other arguments as to why we shouldn't, but seems very much to me that we should.
You finished? I am. Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Barrett's questions lead me to ask you about these resignations, because it sounds like it's a lot of them. And what's the reason for so many resignations? Because you mentioned that you need this money for bust-out checks, too?
Yes, we have, since we ceased offering overtime a month ago, we've had approximately 20 employees resign. 21.
So that goes back to, I think it was Commissioner Barrett who mentioned earlier a 15-year employee resigning because they haven't received their overtime pay.
He retired.
He's retiring because of it. Would he have not retired if he could have got his overtime? Is that what?
Hey, first of all, good afternoon. I know everybody's had a long afternoon, but let me answer your question specifically, because I met with the lieutenant on yesterday, and his exact words were to me, Sheriff, I come to work for $30. I've topped out as a lieutenant, and if there's anything, be it retention bonus, is there anything that we can do to make sure, because I want to stay. This is my livelihood, I want to stay. And so we, again, are asking at this moment, giving that, and I'm not sure, and let me provide a little foundation that was provided last time when a couple of you all were out, and the conversation was, let's make sure we give everybody all opportunities to hear some of this. So if we go back to a couple of years when you all approved, and the board makeup was different, $10 million for overtime to include double overtime. We spent 6.25. The recommendation from our county manager and the team at the time as we moved forward into 2023 was $4 million. At the date of budget ratification, it was cut by $2 million, hence leaving us already, we had already projected we needed at least $4 million in overtime, regular overtime. Cut by $2 million and an additional $362,000 to balance the budget. At that point, it was put in, and brilliantly, I might add, put into a non-agency account and not spent. And so in as many conversations we've had around managing the budget, as we recognized we would not have enough money for overtime, we started decreasing overtime. And to a point, we got October, November, and December where we would go back to the old way of offering comp time. At that point, we've lost 21 people since then. We've lost 60 people since the elimination of double overtime. 70 people since the elimination of double overtime. And so all that said and done, part of anybody's report, whether it be the state report, the DOJ report, et cetera, really highlights retention as well as recruitment. We've done a good job of recruiting. We've hired over 700 people over the last 2 years, and ultimately, we continue to lose them. We lose them because nobody wants to work in a jail. We lose them to East Point, College Park, City of Atlanta, to again, and part of the conversation we had 2 weeks ago, was the City of Atlanta has done a better job with their pension plan. So instead of 5 years being invested in people moving from agency to agency, they've added a multiplier where you can retire with 70% of your budget, your salary. So that's kind of the crux of where we are. And certainly, if there's any other questions, we'll take those.
Yes, you did say something that has led me to another question. You said the money was brilliantly put into the non-agency account to hold it?
So again, and we've had this conversation over the last course of the last couple of BLC meetings, from my understanding, and I say brilliant because I would say the county manager and even our CFO knew we were going to need it. We started out a conversation that said if we got rid of double overtime, because as one of the commissioners pointed out, it could not be an emergent situation for that long. At the very base, the foundation, we're going to need $4 million. The day of budget ratification, it was decreased by $2 million to add an additional $362,000 to that. So we were short going into the budget, knowing that we would not be able to make that in terms of overtime for the rest of the year. And that includes the budget justifications. We have really shifted money around to the tune of $18 million. Every single thing that we have been asked for, we have reduced in writing. And so that's one of the last things that we were discussing.
Okay, Sheriff, since I have you here and you're talking budget, I had a question about tranches and actual enhancements, needs, above normal work. Can you clear that up for me, please?
There's a point of order, Mr. Chair. It's not germane to the item at hand.
Commissioner Hall.
Well, I think it is because of the fact that we're going back and forth on where money is to pay overtime and all of that. And
Affirm my point of order. You're talking about 2025 budgeting tranches. We're talking about specifically overtime.
He's correct, Commissioner Hall.
we were talking
Commissioner
about
Hall.
the 2024 budget
Commissioner
at this
Hall.
meeting. So
Commissioner
what are you
Hall,
talking
please.
about?
On the matter before us is 0805, using the $2,137,000 for overtime.
Okay, and the sheriff spoke about the budget in his response to that. And I'm just asking a question about what he spoke about.
Commissioner Hall, you're out of order. That's not relevant to what's before us.
Okay, well, Sheriff, is the money available for this to be paid in non-agency still? Or
So
do I
as I-
need to ask that of Madam CFO?
Madam CFO, would you respond, please?
It is, in non-agency.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Commissioner Ellis?
A few questions. As I recall, when we did the set aside for the 2.1, there was specificity that it would be applied towards our concern, which we've expressed, I think, collectively as a board, detention officers and workers within the jail. That's correct, right? In terms of that was what we designated it for, right?
Yes, sir, it was originally intended to support double overtime
Right.
in the jail unit.
And there was a plan to come back there was an ask for a plan to come back and presented to us about how that would be utilized as such, correct?
We brought back a resolution for the board to consider that would allow for the double overtime rate of pay. And I believe there was some discussion during the presentation of that resolution about the prior utilization of double overtime
No, but
within the
portion we
jail,
set aside within a
within
non-agency.
those job classifications, the detention, the detention officer classifications, is what I recall from the discussion.
Did you have some additional commentary on that?
The comment in the adopted budget was that it was for double overtime based on utilization and need.
But a plan was to be presented back to us, right? To which, my knowledge, we've not received such.
What we came back with, Commissioner Ellis, was the resolution that would establish the rate of pay. And as I just stated, I think in the discussion around that resolution, I believe Mr. Herman did provide some of the utilization data that had been requested for double overtime in 2023, specifically within the detention officer ranks within the jail unit.
Okay, but I don't believe we received a full picture of that based upon what the ask was. You can go back and look at the full record on it, but I don't believe we did. And I think, I think this board's been pretty consistent about trying to do something about, kind of specifically employees and retention of folks working within the jail facility. One thing that I just would be helpful for me to get very crisp, clear detail on, which I don't have. I'd gotten some data from our HR staff, which had indicated that through, I believe this would have been through October, is that correct, Mr. Herman? There was overall overtime pay associated with the sheriff's office of about $5.8 million. And, when I look at the sketch of employees on that, it's in multiple categories, which aren't necessarily clear. Some probably clear that there are folks working in the jail, some necessarily not. There's front office categories, there's some other things, there's law enforcement, and I don't know all these folks who work in there, but I know some of them within there, and some of them are working in motor units and other things like that. So, the part of this whole discussion around this portions over a non-agency, that it was prioritized and it was going to that for that specific purpose, which we wanted it to go to, and that being folks working within the jail. So for me personally, I'm going to need some more detail on where those dollars have been spent year to date for overtime and how they would be applied going forward. And with some clear prioritization how it be managed, that it would be going to folks working within the jail facilities themselves.
Can you provide that, Sheriff?
Well, we have provided, let's be clear.
I haven't seen
We
it.
have offered several meetings with each commissioner every Tuesday.
Do you have?
To make that clear.
Sheriff,
And then,
can you provide that information specifically as it relates to the detention officer?
well, this is what I'd ask, is Commissioner Ellis, if you'll provide that to me in writing, that way I can absolutely provide that as a breakdown so that we understand what has been in law enforcement transfer, for instance. Law enforcement that has been called in to work at the jail specifically. So that there's no ambiguity. If you could have someone on your team, provide that in writing, I will certainly make sure that you have all the clear answers, again, that we have discussed for the last several months.
I'll provide that, but just clarity, we've not gotten clarity, and I've asked on different occasions, and I'll ask with more specificity, and it'll come through our staff, with some clarity about who's doing what roles within the sheriff's office. And I'm not looking for who might be pulled over and be working in the jail. I'm looking for what their principal roles are.
Well,
Are they
that's
assigned
different,
for
and
working
their
with the
principal
jail?
roles change, Commissioner.
No,
They do
I'm-
change.
well,
They change.
I'm not
and to
looking.
say it, that they don't is disingenuous. And they do.
I'm not looking for necessarily obfuscation on this. You have multiple units. I'm looking for who the folks are assigned for working in the jail. If you want to say, hey, we pull some people in from time to time, that's fine. But I do want to break down in terms of where the poor folks' principal roles are, because I know for a fact we do have people whose principal roles are outside the jail, because we see them in patrol cars, et
But they
cetera.
don't get overtime as it relates
Well-
to the jail. So let's be clear.
Well,
If
then-
you're asking for
Yeah, but-
roles, then the organizational chart we will certainly get to.
Correct.
If you're
Because-
asking for which roles
All right.
then work in the jail, I would like to provide that as well.
That's
I think
fine.
that's fair.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just
I
saying
think
there,
that's fair.
in this overtime, the reason I ask it, in this overtime breakout that Mr. Herman's provided to me, there are multiple people who have the title law enforcement, front office, who have received overtime. And I'm just trying to figure out, okay, where our funds are going.
And that's fair.
That's what I'm asking.
And that's fair. That's
Okay,
fair.
and
I
I'll
would-
clarify that and ask it back.
And that's fair, and I appreciate that, and I'd ask Mr. Herman to provide me the same information he provides you as we get ready to move forward.
Okay. You're trying to be
That's fair.
helpful, Sheriff, yeah. We just need to know exactly who's going to get this overtime money. It's real simple.
And to be very
Okay.
specific, it is all slated for the jail, period.
Yeah, okay.
So
Hear
if
that.
if
All right.
somebody comes from serving a warrant and they work the rest of their shift at the jail, then we've asked that it be broken out as specifically as how many hours they have worked in the jail to provide that service.
All right, Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't know there was a overtime breakdown, whatever you're calling it, provided by Mr. Herman. But I do want to make it clear, please do not provide me with any of these roles of your people, hierarchy charts, breakdowns of who's getting overtime or anything like that, because I do not manage you, Mr. Sheriff.
I appreciate
I'm
it.
staying within my role as commissioner. I don't need all of that because I'm not overseeing your management. You manage your people and how they get overtime. So do not send that to me.
I appreciate it. It is important to note that not just detention officers work in the jail. We have deputies assigned to the jail, and there are a number of them. So we will certainly, we can even go as far as posting it on our website if that is something that we want to do in terms of the HR collaboration. So they're not just detention officers. There are deputies as well, and a great deal of them that work every single day in the jail.
It'll just be a second,
No,
sir.
No, you're kidding. I'm not going to say anything.
It'll just be a second.
I'm
Sheriff,
not gonna say
you do not have a problem with the request that Commissioner Ellis, do you? Do you have a problem with that request? Well, let me rephrase that. Are you able to send all, whether they want it or not, the request that was made? Because at the end of the day, there's a request for money, correct?
Absolutely.
And so my colleague, Commissioner Ellis, has asked for something. Would that be an issue for you to provide to this entire board?
So the answer is no, and
Okay.
I appreciate that. I'd also like an opportunity to reiterate, we're right here in November. We've not paid overtime for October and approaching November. And the request I made last time, and I appreciate you taking the time to listen, is that, and I've asked Mr. Herman to do this. I don't know if he's had an opportunity to do it as quickly as he's provided you the information, Commissioner Ellis, is provide us with the number of people and what the cost is for October and November, if you recall, just so that we can pay our people. There is no bigger ask and no bigger support than those women and men that have actually worked those hours in the jail, and let's pay them for it. So if there's an opportunity, if Mr. Herman's done that, I'd like to have that opportunity at some point. I don't know if it's an emergency meeting or otherwise, but I'd like to not have to come back in 2 weeks to ask for something I've asked 2 weeks ago for, so that we can get our people paid around the holiday. But we will get the information.
Sheriff, and the reason I'm asking you this openly is because I think if we're going to move forward and get stuff done collectively, then we don't need to politicize an ask. If it's an ask that you're not comfortable with it, I'd like to know. If it's an ask that you're comfortable with, I'd like to know. And so what I'm asking for me if you don't have a problem with it, if you could send that information to all of the board so the question will be answered. There is no one here in this body that does not want to work with you. I mean, at the end of the day, we all serve Fulton County residents. And so I think when you're talking about being disingenuous, I think when you try to politicize, and I'm not saying you, but when we have individuals of this body that try to politicize stuff knowing that they're not going to be here next year, that's disingenuous. And so I want to go on record saying that my colleague asked for something. If you don't have a problem with giving it, I would appreciate you giving it.
I appreciate that, and if you would go on record as well, is that I've asked for clarity in writing so that I can be very specific.
Exactly.
And if that's the case, then we'll make that happen.
Thank you, Sheriff.
I appreciate it.
Commissioner Hall, you still want to be heard?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question was politicized, and I said what I said. I do not want it. I don't have to be bullied into accepting something I do not want. I didn't ask for it, and let's leave it at that.
Yes,
A
ma'am.
hit dog will holler.
Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification, Madam Vice Chair, and I guess Commissioner Ellis, are you both saying that you need this additional information from the sheriff in order to vote on this? Or are you, in order to support?
Oh,
paying
I'm going
this?
to vote on it.
But I mean.
I'm going to vote on it.
Just a minute.
I'm going to vote on it I'm sorry,
Chair.
Chairman, go ahead.
Do you have a statement of, what do you?
I asked her a question, so she's.
Well, she didn't have to answer that.
No, let me answer it. Let me.
Mr. Barrett, you're doing okay. You have to, do you want to respond to, not the sheriff,
I'm not allowed to ask a question of my colleague?
She wants to know if I'm going to vote on it. I am voting on
Well,
it.
I'm asking if you have enough information.
That's
to vote
none
on
of
it.
your business.
Okay.
Barrett, please.
What I'm trying to determine is.
That
if-
is none of your business.
there's a
You are
reason-
out of order.
Mr. Barrett, please. She doesn't have to
Can
explain
I
to you
fin-
her vote.
I don't have to
Fine.
explain my vote to you.
Can I continue to speak then? I will
You have
refrain from asking.
We've been here before.
What I'm trying to
Mr.
ask
Barrett.
is, do we need to,
Stop it.
Stop what?
Stop. You have the floor. She doesn't have to explain to you her
fine,
vote.
accepted. I'm asking for clarification about whether or not there's enough information being provided to this board to make a decision, or if we should hold this. That's what I'm trying to ascertain. I'm not trying to ask for somebody what their vote is going to be. I'm just asking if they have enough information. I don't know how that turned into a crime.
Commissioner Arrington?
I think people are talking past each other and not really listening. I think what I heard the sheriff say was not that he didn't want to answer, it was that he was trying to get clarity on the question so that he can make sure that he completely answers it. So hopefully we can get past this. I get it. I get it. But they're real people's lives. There are people that are working. This is holidays, Thanksgiving. We got 21 people that have left the sheriff's office and 70 total. Like, hopefully we can get past all this.
Commissioner Ellis?
I was just going to respond to Commissioner Barrett's question. I'm not quite there, in terms of just feel like I could make as informed a decision as I would like. I'll be very prompt in getting back some specificity in terms of what it is I'm looking for. And then certainly, I guess if somebody doesn't want it, that's fine, but it should be provided to the whole board too for consideration. So, I mean, if the will of the board is to take it up today and, then that's fine too, so.
All right, anyone else? All right, the motion on the floor is to approve.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails, 3 yeas, 2 abstentions.
All right, it'll be back at the next meeting. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Commissioners' action items, page 10. 240611, request approval of an ordinance of the Code of Laws of Fulton, amending the Code of Laws of Fulton County relating to rules of decorum governing meetings of the Board of Commissioners and for other purposes.
All right, who was working on this? All right. I would like for the two of you to meet between now and, just a minute. If you do not, we're going to vote it up or down at the next meeting, one way or the other, as is. All right. Next item. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Harrington.
I've already offered my input on this item as far as decorum and as far as what needs to be done. And that if we want to protect others, you have to start out by protecting the people up here. So I hope that that will be included. And I'm happy to work with anybody on making sure that that is included, because we can't demand or ask for respect of others if we don't demand or ask of it of ourselves.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
2406.
Mr. Chair,
I'm sorry,
I just-
Mr. Ellis.
there's a motion to reconsider that we could take up the legislative agenda at this point, given that
Where's it?
it's taken up a lot of time in the past, and we've been not able to complete that and give it a full
Where is
attention.
it?
Page 11.
Page 11.
0764.
All right, motion by Commissioner Ellis to amend the agenda, seconded by Commissioner Thorne, to take up item number 24-0764 at this time. Any objections? Any objections?
I just asked, can we pull up the rec authority item as well? I've been sitting here sick all day waiting on that, so, like.
Okay.
I'll defer to the chair. I mean, how you want to handle that?
I mean, it doesn't matter, I
Yeah.
just don't want to
Yeah.
make it last.
Yeah, that's fine, whatever you.
Okay, we'll pull it, reordering the agenda to take the external affairs and,
I withdraw, just
okay,
keep going, we're close enough.
that's withdrawn.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk.
Okay, back to page 10, 240654. Request approval of a resolution to designate a resignation procedure for appointed members of boards, commission, task force committees, councils, and authorities created under the authority of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners and for other purposes, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, and I'll second it. This has been held for too long. It's pretty straightforward. Where anyone on a board, authority, commissioner, commission, et cetera, would notify the clerk if he or she chooses to resign, and the clerk in turn would notify each commissioner. It's pretty straightforward. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the notification can be either via postal mail, email,
Yes.
in writing?
I have
Okay.
no preference. All right, let's vote, please. I'm sorry.
And
Mr.
just
Ellis.
one other clarification. If, I can't even, I mean, it's been a while since I looked at this thing, but if we receive the resignation, which is typically the way it's going to happen versus coming to the clerk, and we provide that to the clerk, that's one and the same.
That's fine, as well, as long as the clerk gets it, and the clerk will be responsible for disseminating it to all board members.
And the vote is open. And motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
240655, request approval of a resolution to ensure free accessibility to Fulton County records by county officials and employees as needed to fulfill their public duties and functions and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Thorne.
All right, there's a motion to file. Is there a second? Yes or no?
Second. Well, it says motion to approve right now. It's not a motion to approve.
Yeah, not to approve, to file.
Okay, the motion to approve to file.
motion to file. Is that in your,
That's not an option. So we'll have to do that.
well,
That's
we'll do a
not an
voice.
option.
All right, the motion on the floor, properly moved and seconded. Motion to file by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Commissioner Arrington, Commissioner Thorne, and Vice Chair Abdul Rahman in that order.
I only did that to make the motion to file.
Okay. Commissioner Thorne?
So this resolution is just very straightforward, very basic, that in order to perform your duties, any publicly accessible information should be accessible to any board, authority, or task force, anybody serving the county without having to do an open records request. It's publicly accessible information. It's nothing special. It's nothing that needs to be personal information revealed or anything like that. It's just basic transparency in government. So if you vote against this, you must be against transparency in government, unless you can give me another reason as to why you'd want to vote for not vote for this. If you want to withhold information from a board, from a task force member, from a committee, and force them to have to do an open records request, then that doesn't reflect well on good governance of this county. And so the reason for this is just to make it easy for someone to do their job when they're appointed to a committee, not to be blocked.
Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. County Attorney, I remember asking you if this gets to the crux of the problem that my colleague is having. I don't think it does. And so I'm thinking, with all due respect, maybe we need to go back to the drawing board on this for if there are penalties, because I still feel like this is not answering the problem that she's facing based on her comments that she made. And I made that crystal clear to you the last meeting. So if you could weigh in on it, because I don't want to not support, because I understand what she's saying, but I don't think this is the answer to the problem that she's having. So I need you to weigh in, please.
So this rule recognizes, it just really clarifies that information should be available to people who do the work of Fulton County without having to resort to open records. But as you're pointing out, it's only going to be as good as compliance. And if there is any resistance to the current state of the law, which is it should favor open exchange of information, then this resolution is not necessarily going to magically change that. And there aren't any automatic penalties, and I'm not sure that I would necessarily recommend automatic penalties. But it is true that a statement of policy is not necessarily going to control any particular individual's behavior or compliance if they're not currently complying with these requests.
Well, Commissioner Thorne stated that as a sitting commissioner and different boards will request, board members will request information and they're not getting it. Now, I've never been subjected to that. I've been subjected to other stuff though, but not that. And so I can understand where the problem lies, but I'm trying to see what needs to be crafted in order to address it, if anything, because I couldn't imagine as a sitting commissioner to ask for something and not get it. I just not have had that. Now, I've had people to give me incorrect information or information that it didn't fully answer the question that I asked, but to not give me anything at all, I've never had that in 4 years. And so my concern, out of fairness to her, if she's having an issue, one, will this answer it? If it doesn't, then it doesn't mean that I'm not for transparency. It does, not for me. It means that we need to see what the problem is and address the problem, in my appreciation. And so you are correct. I don't know if we could draft something in that regard, but I don't think it would be a problem with something coming from the board asking people to honor the request of sitting legislators, in my opinion. I mean, you're the attorney. So here again, I'm in a quandary on this, Chairman, and I want to be fair, but I also want to be realistic that if this does not get or solve the problem, why are we voting on it? And so I'm not sure if you can even answer that, county attorney, but it's still, because today, two things can happen today. It could pass, and she'll still have the problem. It could not pass, and she'll still have the problem. And so here again, not to belabor an issue, what do we do?
All right, Commissioner Thorne.
Well, we can't force compliance, but we sure can point out when someone is out of compliance and try to force them. Instead of coming before publicly, we have a piece of paper, a resolution that we can say, hey, you're out of compliance. Why are you out of compliance? We could, I mean, not that we would enforce a penalty, we just hope that now that we have a resolution drafted, that they will comply. I mean, I look at our decorum policy. We have a decorum policy, but it rarely ever gets implemented. That's why it's hard to revamp the decorum policy right now, because the current one doesn't get utilized. So if the current one's not getting utilized, it's getting ignored, then what's the point of having a new one if it's just going to get ignored as well? So I look at this as just more of an intent to have all departments, task forces, committees, be able to say, hey, I believe you're out of compliance with a resolution that the Board of Commissioners drafted that is supposed to create transparency in our government processes.
So,
All right, Commissioner Arrington.
So the challenge with this resolution as is, I think Commissioner Barrett pointed this out when it first came up, is that this puts the members of other boards, task forces on the same level as commissioners. We've got, how many different boards and task forces, like 20-something?
About 60.
About 60? So imagine 60 people having the same power as commissioners to make requests. Like, it sounds like an unfunded mandate. Who's gonna process all those requests? And some people are just obstructionists. Some people will just have you digging for stuff just to have you digging so you can't get your work done. You know, this just is not, I mean, I think, you know, to some extent the intent is good, but we also have to take a couple steps back and look at the timing. This was put on the agenda when the election board member couldn't get access to items from the elections department. The judge already made a ruling on that, saying that she could have access to those items. So it's basically moot at this point. And I'll just stop there.
All right, Commissioner Barrett.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, it's not just 60 people, it's 60 boards, task forces and authorities with 5 to 7 people each. So it's 60 times that. Not that they're all going to come in with massive requests, but it could open the door, to your point. I understand the intent as well, and I feel like it's a sweeping piece of legislation that is really to solve a problem that one person had. So I don't feel like it's necessary, and I agree with Commissioner Arrington that the judge's ruling has already responded to this and dealt with this. So that's why I'm not supportive.
Commissioner Thorne.
Why not be supportive? It's being transparent. It's ensuring transparency. You're like, oh, it's not needed. A judge ruled it. It is needed. I mean, I've had issues with my office trying to get a copy of an email that was sent. And I was blocked for 5, 6 days before they finally said, oh, yeah, there was no email that was sent. But I was at the point where do I have to file an open records request to see this email that was sent out to all our libraries? Okay, if you want to talk about transparency and you want to talk about elections, Judge McBurney said that it takes about 14 days for someone to go through all the election-generated material that's generated in an election. Our board members have basically a weekend. Every county emails the documents to their board members. Our Board of Registration Elections meets on Friday for 5 hours. They met on Tuesday for 7 hours. Board members are only allowed to look at election materials in the meeting under the scrutiny of FGTV. They are not allowed to use their phones. They're not allowed to talk to anybody. They actually tape up the USB drives on computers for fear that they might copy information.
Commissioner Thorne, hold on one second.
So how do you look over
Hold
2
on,
weeks
hold
of
on.
materials if you can never
Commissioner
see
Thorne,
them?
hold on. The motion on the floor is to file the legislation. So
Mm-hmm.
please limit your comments to whether you support filing it or not.
Oh, I don't, I mean, obviously, I am trying to figure out why they think it's irrelevant. If it is irrelevant, then why not go ahead and pass it for added transparency? Instead, they're going to kind of try to hide behind, oh, we don't need it, so it's just a waste of time. But there will be that one instance where the people are going to need it. The board, committee, task force. I don't know where it might be. I mean, I've had instances with my office where it has been needed. It'd be nice to say, well, look, you need to give me this material. I need this material to make this decision or to evaluate something. You say that you're going to have 60, you're going to have this plethora of people come. A plethora of people aren't coming and doing open records requests. It's just that one off here, that one off there, where this rule will be important for them to call on.
Vice Chair.
County Attorney, you were getting ready to follow up, and I was waiting for you to do the follow-up. And I hope you still got the thought in your mind, which you were getting ready to say something, and I just wanted to know what the follow-up was.
Well, I was just going to respond to your question, and I think kind of piggyback on what Commissioner Thorne was saying, that in my mind, the practical function of this resolution, if it were passed, would be along the lines of a statement of policy by the board. So I think you were mentioning that perhaps the board could express that intent in some way. This is just one of the ways in which that intent, if it is the will of the board, could be expressed.
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to file, and Commissioner Thorne, I'd recommend that you maybe, if it's passed, is to work with the county attorney to tailor it, to narrow it a little bit. That may satisfy some of the concerns. All right, the motion on the floor is to file, not to approve. Let's vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open on the motion to file. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 2 nays.
Next item.
On page 11, Commissioners' Full Board Appointments, 240767, Atlanta Fulton County Recreation Authority. Commissioner Barrett has nominated Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. for a full board reappointment to a term ending November 1st, 2028.
All right, Commissioner, so motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Arrington. Commissioner Arrington, you have the floor.
Thank you. I thought about this since it came up at the last meeting, and we were short a couple people. So, but what I will say is, I think it's important, particularly with this board, that we have representation from throughout the county. We currently have one commissioner from North Fulton, another one that's elected countywide, and I am the commissioner that represents South Fulton. I think it's important that we have that equity on this board with these 3 appointments. I remember when I was first elected, we only had 2 we only appointed 2 board members, and the third person was a community member. But now that we have 3, I think it's important that we have, frankly, one from North Fulton, one from South Fulton, one from Atlanta. I mean, I couldn't imagine us having 2 commissioners from North Fulton, or even 3 from North Fulton on this board or any board. Mr. Chair mentioned something about Commissioner-elect Ivory being interested in this position, and I'm sure that there will be positions that come available once she is seated on this board. But I think it's unprecedented to talk about someone that's hasn't even been seated yet taking an open position now. So I hope that you all will vote to reappoint me to this board. I think that I have represented the board well. Again, I always bring back the minutes from the meetings. We worked well to benefit the pool at Welcome All Park, Sandtown Park, through the years. And so, again, I think it's important that we have equity throughout the county on this board and other boards, but this board in particular, because we have 3 members. And I think, again, it's important that we have North Fulton, South Fulton, and the city of Atlanta represented. Thank you.
Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to make a motion to hold this until January. I think out of sense of fairness, I know that
Correction, that would be the motion on the floor is to approve. Yours would be
mine is a motion to hold.
Substitute motion.
Substitute motion to hold, and let me give you the reasoning behind it. I think out of a sense of fairness, and I've reached out, and asked, would it hurt if we held this up to January, until of which I was told it wouldn't. And so I think out of a sense of fairness, not necessarily one way or another, because holding it to January will not change my vote for it, but holding it to January, to me, in my opinion and appreciation, signals a sense of fairness. So I'm going to make a motion to hold this.
Substitute motion.
Substitute motion, I'm sorry, Chairman. A substitute motion to hold this until January.
Is there a second? All right. Substitute motion to hold by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Commissioner Ellis?
So the concept of holding it is because this would be a full board appointment, and we would have a new board set in January. Is that why you were?
That's one of the reasons.
Explain to me kind of what your rationale is.
It's 2 reasons that I wanted to wait. One, we do have another board member coming in, but that plays into it, but not all the way. I think out of a sense of fairness, as when decisions were made, I think about when I came in. This is not necessarily under the purview of Commissioner-elect Ivy, but it is in her district. Now, I did have 2 other people who are not elected officials that did reach out to my office, that did supply a resume that wanted it to be, looked at. And so 2 reasons, Commissioner Ellis. One, I think out of a sense of fairness, and I have not been given the impression that if we hold it from now to January, that there's anything pressing. My understanding, Commissioner Arrington will hold that until we either reappoint him or reappoint someone new. And so I'm taking the position of what I think is fair, given what my office has received.
Commissioner Ellis, you still have the floor.
Kind of betwixt and between on this. I mean, it's kind of like where we are, whether we like it or not, we will have a new, board set up come January. We all play, functional roles on different boards, and I think I'm open to holding it. My ask would be that, and Mr. Chairman, I think you've done a good job of, coordinating and working with people on, making sure all have some media outside board authority assignments that we're sharing kind of the load on throughout the work we do. If we hold it, my ask would be that, you continue that and seek to work with all of us, including the new member, to, come up with an approach that's, so that we're doing that, so that everybody has sort of media assignments that make sense given the areas they represent, what they do, what their skills are, et cetera. That would be my ask. And I'm reluctantly willing to hold that if, we have you can provide some sort of assurance that would be the case.
Well, I can commit to doing that, but the statement that I made at the last meeting was that I've never seen a situation like this. We have 3 sitting members who have expressed an interest in this board for Lord knows why, and then 1 incoming one for this one board. So I'm going to support the motion to hold until January, but I've never seen that much interest in a board that I think ought to be abolished in the first place, at least our role in it. But that's a story for another day. Commissioner Arrington, followed by Commissioner Thorne.
Well,
I said I didn't mean to say abolish the county's role in it, but that's not before us today.
The practice and procedure that we have is that typically the new commissioner gets the boards that are available, and that I've been here for 10 years, and that is the practice that we've had. Nonetheless, the Beltline isn't in my district. I represent South Fulton. So what boards do y'all have that are in South Fulton? None. So, y'all gonna do what y'all want to do, but again, I think we should have representation from throughout the county on this board. This is the area that I represented for 8 years. And, we're talking about a place that owns facilities, but you're talking about what's in someone's district. I'll tell you what's in that district is the Beltline. That's what's in that district, and not in my district. So it is what it is. I would hope that you all would approve it today, because in effect, what you're doing by holding it is basically saying you don't want me on there. And so that will be very informative as well.
Commissioner Thorne.
Well, I have just expressed an interest because of my background being an athlete, college athlete, post-college athlete, college grad assistant coach, as well as I've donated tens of thousands of hours working with youth sports and trying to empower primarily girls in sports as well across the county, across all demographics, socioeconomic levels, as well as being in college sports with a husband who's coached for 26 years, as well as being 8 years on the professional tennis tour, as well as having him coach professional athletes on the pro tour as well, knowing the NIL, knowing the transfer portal, knowing the effect of the new revenue sharing NC2A just passed that's going to start taking away opportunities in sports. And I really wasn't that interested in this till I realized that they do give out funding to youth sports. So that was just kind of in my wheelhouse. The only thing in my district is water and sewer. It's not quite the glamorous board, but you know, it's an important board. Yeah, so water and sewer. So this was just one that I thought would be fun to be a part of and to help strengthen sports, especially youth sports across the county.
All right, the motion on the floor is to hold until, all right, Commissioner Barrett.
Just a quick comment, Mr. Chairman. I think this is getting at a bigger issue that we probably need to bring forward again. It was one of the things we were trying to work on when we had temporarily agreed to do retreats and talk about how some of our procedures worked, and full board appointments was one of them. So I think, you know, that's something we should probably revisit so that we don't encounter these kinds of things over and over again. And Commissioner Thorne, all due respect, it doesn't sound like they're holding this for you, because you could be appointed right now, and I don't see that happening. So just pointing that out.
All right, the motion on the floor is to hold. Let's vote, please. Until January.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold
Until January.
until January. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 2 nays.
Next item.
240764, External Affairs, approval of the 2025 legislative agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Jessica Corbett, Director of External Affairs. We are prepared today to present the 2025 legislative agenda. We presented this to you for the first time last month. You asked us to make a few revisions, and we are prepared to go over those today. Mr. Chairman, at a previous meeting, there was some discussion about whether you'd like to vote on these item by item, or if you'd like to adopt it as a group. Would you like to let us know that?
But you're
before we
asking for
begin?
approval today, correct?
We're asking for
All
approval,
right.
yes, sir.
On those that we choose to approve.
That's right.
Okay. Well, just go through and take them one at a time.
Okay.
I mean, you don't have a laundry list, I hope.
No, sir. It's not too much. So we'll begin with the first slide, please. Next slide, thank you. So Superior Court, this is based on an agenda item that the board approved last December. And this is for 2 parts. One is to continue to advocate for full judgeships in Superior Court, a minimum of 1, but we've asked here for 3. And then secondly, and equally as important, to seek local legislation to authorize Superior Court judicial officers to handle non-serious felony and civil cases by the assignment of the chief judge.
We'll take each one?
Yes, sir.
All right. What's your pleasure? All right. Make a motion. All right. Motion to
Essentially, we're
appro-
asking if
Just a
you'd like
minute.
to-
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
Thank you.
I'll second it. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is a page called Clarification of Purchasing Powers, Constitutional Officers.
Yes. Commissioner, do you want us to, we weren't there yet. Did you want
Oh,
us?
you want to go, you're going to go by,
We were asking, we understand that the board, each of you does not support each item in the packet, so typically we've asked you to vote on each item.
oh, okay. So you're going question item
Right,
by
I'm just
item?
asking, I think there's been a motion to approve this item, which is the Superior Court resources. When we get to that one, certainly.
Yes. Commissioner Thorne, you have a question? All right. Motion on the floor is to approve this first item. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. The next item is regarding state court judges, and Judge Taylor is here in the audience. There has been the completion of a study by the Georgia Council of State Court Judges that has recommended an increase in the number of judges. Specifically, this is to request 2 additional state court judges, and that would be a piece of local legislation.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. The next is regarding expressing Fulton County's position of support for the recommendation of the Senate Public Safety Fulton County Jail Subcommittee to transfer the Atlanta City Detention Center to Fulton County.
So, Mr. Manager, let me,
Would you like to
I'm
hold
trying
this?
Would you like to amend it in some form or fashion, Mr.
How would we
Chairman?
amend it here? Because
It could be something to the effect, supports the Senate Public Safety Fulton County Jails Committee recommendation, transfer Atlanta City Detention Center to Fulton County in, I'm trying to think of how to say, in partnership with or in conjunction with the city of Atlanta.
let me just tell you without, let's see, what?
Mr.
We're
Chairman.
having some discussions with the mayor about this. This is a sensitive topic now, and,
Mr. Chair, perhaps we should hold this
yeah.
discussion.
Well, let's just hold it then.
Okay. Thank
Without
you.
objection, we'll
No,
hold it.
never mind.
Without objection.
Okay, thank you. The next item, and so those are some of our priority items, and the next we would consider our next top priority, which is regarding the ongoing advocacy for behavioral health resources. We are continuing to advocate for behavioral health crisis beds in accordance with the outcome of the Georgia DBHDD
We
bed
got
study.
it, we got it. Motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote. I'm sorry, Commissioner Hall, you want to be heard? Okay.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. The next item is regarding the ongoing online publication, of legal notices. We have had ongoing discussion with ACCG. I understand that there's been some internal discussion as well about the options for other avenues within Fulton County.
Okay, we got it. All right,
Okay.
motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
How many more?
Just a couple more, Chairman.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Next is Transit Board representation, permanent membership on the ATL Board, and parity on the MARTA Board.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
Thank you. The next is the cleanup of the language on the Housing Authority of Fulton County and the residency requirements.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Let's vote.
And the vote is open.
That's enough.
We're almost done, Chairman.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Next is Office of the Child Attorney. They had 2 procedural changes that they were requesting.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next is the item that Commissioner Hall just asked about, clarification of purchasing powers for constitutional officers. This is essentially a cleanup of, or a clarification in existing law about those purchasing powers.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Commissioner Hall, you want to be heard?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was a bit confused. I needed just some clarification about this because didn't this board pass a resolution to require constitutional officers to go through the county's purchasing process?
That is,
Madam County Attorney?
I'm so sorry, Commissioner Hall, I missed the question.
That's okay. I needed some clarification about why this was being added to this packet because didn't we pass a resolution that required the constitutional officers of Fulton County to have to go through the county's purchasing process?
So the answer to that second question is yes, we did, the board did pass that. As to why specifically this is being added to the legislative agenda, I don't know if I can answer that portion of it. Perhaps to get.
I'm sorry, I thought you helped with the legal side of the legislative packet. You don't have any input?
When requested, we will give advice on items that are added. I don't have a specific recollection of advising on this one.
this was requested by some of the members of the Board of Commissioners in discussion with the, with some of the commissioners. So I think, again, Fulton County has made some clarification. I don't know if, I think the sense we got from the conversation was that greater clarification would be helpful in state law.
So does this mean that the resolution that was passed is not legally binding to the constitutional officers, requiring them to go through the purchasing process? Because why would we need clarification from the state if the resolution that was passed stands?
Again, I'm not positive exactly why this was added, but if I had to make a guess, it would be that there has been some dispute after that resolution was passed as to whether that is something that is supported, consistent with state law. And perhaps this would be an effort to resolve that dispute in the most expeditious manner and going straight to the source.
All right, well, I want to make it clear I didn't vote on the resolution when it did pass. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Barrett.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just take a moment here, but thank you. I guess I'm sort of confused by this a little bit too, because I'm not sure, I guess this is my first time seeing a legislative agenda item that's listed as clarification. So what does that actually look like in terms of action for your staff? What would you be asking for and who would you be asking it of?
I think, Commissioner Barrett, that the spirit of this would be a modification in the law to, in the discussion with those who were interested in this, there was I guess a sense that some purchasing requirements across the board would be, or compliance with some purchasing requirements by constitutional officers across the board would be helpful for counties in Georgia. So that would be seeking those places in the law where it is not clear and requesting changes there.
So this would be not local legislation. You'd be looking for statewide legislation to enforce that purchasing powers have to go through county procurement?
I think, Commissioner, we're still, I don't think we're quite there yet, but I don't know that I think that in some places there's a requirement that there be some purchasing requirements that constitutional officers don't have, or any government official does not have, carte blanche to use taxpayer dollars. And I think that's essentially the spirit of this.
Yeah, I hear you. I guess my thought is that, I think I may be echoing Commissioner Hall a little bit here, but it seems like we've already passed an ordinance to say that they have to here. So it feels like this would be you guys spending a lot of time just to confirm something we've already done. So it feels like maybe there's a better use of your department's time, but that's just my gut reaction to this. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, I'd say clearly this is a secondary priority. I think we're just trying to help people out around the state learn from what we learned going through this. But, you know, if we want to withdraw it, focus on other stuff, let's withdraw it.
What's your pleasure? All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. If it fails, I'm going to support it, but if it fails, and that'll solve the problem.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 nay.
Any more?
One more here, and that is the governor has announced that one of his priorities is around tort reform. And based again on feedback from commissioners, we have added a recommendation around reforms to limit property owner liability for minor non-serious injuries or incidents that occur on their property due to factors outside of their control.
All right,
And this-
motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. There are some policy positions at the latter part of the presentation, Mr. Chairman. One is ACCG's position of support for Next Gen 911. Fulton County has taken a position of support in the past on Medicaid expansion, on changes to personal property and Freeport return dates, as well as authorization of digital court reporting, which is another item the ACCG is working on. And our youth commissioners have expressed an interest in raising the high school dropout rate. If you'd like to take those as a group, if you will.
What's
But
your
these are
pleasure, Commissioners? All right, is there a motion? How do you want to take them? All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion failed, 3 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to come back and do this again. Can we just bifurcate these and just pick them apart?
If, sure. Next Gen, I mean, that's fine with
There's
me,
more?
Mr. Chairman.
No, I mean, Mr. Chair, can we just not just, I mean, there was a request that we take these separately. Can we just do that?
That's fine.
Yeah, and just be done with this.
Next Gen 911 is the first item.
What is it?
Support for next generation 911.
I'm going to support all of them. I think, I say this every year, we have too many items, and all, the 1, 2, or 3 things that we really want gets lost in this laundry list of stuff.
I
So
understand, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to vote for all of these.
Thank you.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
And I guess the feedback I get from not only our lobbyists, but the legislators as well. Y'all send all this stuff over here, we never know what your priorities are.
Yeah.
So, motion to approve, let's vote. The second, what is it?
Okay, the next one is Medicaid expansion.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 nay.
Next is a change in personal property and Freeport return dates.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
The next is digital court reporting.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next, the youth commissioner's position or support for increasing the high school dropout age.
What the hell does that mean? Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I did want to note that the top items, which are listed in orange on your list, are our top priorities. We will revisit that given the hold today of the detention center item. Just wanted to mention that we do have 4 new members of our delegation. So we will make sure to have, introduce you all to those members in
Mr. Ellis?
coming weeks.
Just, Mr. Chair, before we get into the session and all that, and to amplify what you're talking about, well, yes, there are a number of things here that we supported. A lot of these are somewhat generic, or they're in line with ACCG positions and whatnot. When we're coming back and doing our presentations, because it's typically at the end, we lose a lot of people. I think it would be beneficial if we generally limited the presentation to where we were with our policy priorities.
Yes.
And something, or unless it was something that was just really, really critical, we felt like that we needed to know about.
Sure.
And perhaps that your other updates could be provided more,
writing.
Individually to us. We can have individual discussions on some of these that we might have a little bit more passionate about than others, versus trying to go through where these are and what's happening with them and who's done this or that. So
That's helpful.
that may not be the will of the board, but that would be
Well, I
at
agree
least
with
my
you.
ask for
I agree.
consideration, so.
Thank you. We can certainly make those modifications. We do provide detailed written reports every week as well.
All right,
Thank you very much.
when is the legislative dinner reception?
It will be the first week of December.
We need everybody's attendance at that. They don't even know what it is. Hello?
I'm sorry?
They don't even know what I'm talking about. The
It's
commissioners
on,
don't.
they all have a calendar invite, so,
Each year, before the session begins, we host a reception for our delegation.
yes,
And I'd like
thank
to
you.
encourage everyone to attend,
Thank you,
to
Mr.
show
Chairman.
some support and love for our delegation. Thank you. All right, Madam
you.
Clerk, continue.
On page 12, Commissioners' presentation and discussion items, 240615, inmate phone contract, jail commissary contract.
All right, I've just received information from the sheriff, and I will transmit that to each of you, and we can take this up at our next meeting. It's hot off the press.
240806, update on City of Atlanta water bills, sponsored by Commissioner Barrett.
Mr. Chairman, this is my item. I just brought this, I put this on the agenda because I wanted to get an update from Madam CFO on the water bill conversation we were having back and forth with the City of Atlanta. I'm happy to hold this for now,
No, she
and
can-
can you,
yeah.
unless you wanted to take it now?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Take it now.
Thank you, Commissioner Barrett. Commissioners, we did, as of this morning, communicate back to the City of Atlanta our findings from our account analysis. As you recall, they provided us with a list of all of our accounts, balances that they indicated were owed. We've been undertaking a review of all of that since the information was provided. What we found in that data is that there were 17 facilities that were not currently owned or leased by Fulton County. 5 of those, based on our research, it appears we have never owned those facilities. 12 are either formerly owned or leased, or facilities that we had a intergovernmental agreement in place on. So we've communicated all of that back to Atlanta. We've asked that for those 17 accounts that they close those accounts immediately, and that they provide us with the billing and payment information so that we can determine how much may be owed back to the county for those particular accounts. We've also identified a number of accounts in the list that we were not able to clearly associate with an existing county facility. It's close, but not exact, either by address or like the physical address they provided us, or when we mapped it with GIS or went to visit it. So we've listed those and asked that they provide us with some additional information on those, the meter numbers, or something else that we could use to specifically identify that back to information that we have in our system, or come meet with us and physically go review each of those sites. We've also communicated to them a list that was provided in 2014 of about 20 accounts at the time that we indicated from that review cycle that were not owned by the county. And at that point in time, there was approximately $1.2 million in balances that we felt were due for credit or refund. So we've asked that they provide us with the detail of how that list of accounts were actually closed and the balances either credited back or refunded to the county. And then lastly, when we completed the analysis on the 6 accounts, which were the 6 accounts that had the largest outstanding balances, the details, they provided us with all of the billing, payment, and adjustment information in their system. When we completed the analysis on that, what we found is that we have about $1.7 million in payments that we've made that we were not able to connect back to a credit against our account for those payments. Either it looks like maybe they partially credited the account or there was no credit at all for some of those payments. So we have shared that information with them and asked that they identify to us how those payments were credited to our accounts. We did provide to them the canceled checks. They did ask us when we met with them if we could provide them with canceled checks if we found that it did not appear something had been credited properly. So we provided them with that information. We also found that we had missed 2 payments over the course of time, so we made those payments. We found that we had 2 checks that were still sitting in outstanding status, so we did a stop pay reissue on those and provided Atlanta with those checks as well. So we have communicated all of this information to the city as of this morning, and we are, we will follow up with them, give them a reasonable period of time, to review it, follow up, see if they have any questions, offer to sit and meet with them to share our analysis. But that's where we're at. So Dream and the county attorney's office and the Treasury and the accounts payable team have all had a part in trying to complete the research on this. So what we did find is, particularly with those 6 accounts where we found that we were not able to clearly see a payment application, we tended to see it across all 6 of the accounts. So we made a payment for, one payment that covered a number of accounts, and we would see that for that payment cycle, nothing had been credited. So at this point, we have responded to Atlanta, and we'll wait for them and follow up with them shortly on the information that we've shared.
When this whole conversation began, I think this go around, because I know this conversation has kind of come up and gone away over the years, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't the number somewhere around $5 million that they were saying we owed? Was that? Or
Something
did I make that up?
something in that area, yes, ma'am.
10? Okay. Well, do we have a sense, given all the analysis that you've done thus far, of what, have we taken some of that out of contention now? And are they in agreement with that? Is there some lessening of that number at this point?
I think when we hear back from them, the answer to that will be yes.
Okay.
To what degree, it will depend on how they respond to where we have provided them with canceled checks, where they received our check and deposited our account, but we can't see the credit applied in the data that they provided to us. So I think when we go through that, it should bring that balance down substantially, as well as if they can provide information on how they handled the previous $1.2 million in account concerns that was raised to them in 2014. We just couldn't readily see it in the data.
Do you have a sense that we'll have enough information in case we need to make a budgetary decision for 2025 as it relates to some additional funds that have to go to them?
I don't think that we'll have a budgetary need personally, but you know, when you look, and it depends. I mean, one of the conversations that we just had, in fact, yesterday was around the four-year statute of limitations. And when I went through and looked at the number of billed amounts that we could not find a payment application on, but we believe we've paid and we've provided them with the canceled check, it was less than $500,000. So, you know, within that 4-year period. So I'm at this point, I don't think that there will be a budgetary impact.
Okay, thank you.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
240807, discussion, Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, sponsored by Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. So I put this item on the agenda for a couple of reasons. First of all, I sort of want to clear the air and just apologize to all of you publicly for not talking to you earlier in this process of bringing a CJCC concept to Fulton County. I saw this endeavor as something I was interested in and working on in the same way that the chairman works on foreign direct investment or Commissioner Thorne works on elections. If no board action is necessary, we often don't hear about initiatives or projects each other work on. And if board action is required, we often don't learn about it until the commissioner doing the work puts it on the agenda. So I just miscalculated, and I apologize for that. I wish that I could go back in time and bring people into the conversation earlier, but all I can do is apologize at this point and hope that we can move forward in this collaborative effort with our justice partners to improve efficiency and effectiveness of the justice system, especially in light of the DOJ report and the State Senate Subcommittee report that we received several months ago. I think it is fair to say that all of us, this board, county management, and the justice partners have been working on a variety of strategies to improve conditions at the jail for some time now. And in this case, the elected and appointed leaders of all the relevant justice agencies and departments are interested in working collaboratively in this way as a criminal justice coordinating council. I want to give you a sense also of the timeline, because I think there's been some confusion about how late or early you have been brought into this process. And just to make it clear that this process started based on my learning about CJCCs at the NACO conference in July of 2023. I applied for technical assistance from the NIC at that time based on their recommendation to do so because a deadline was looming. And then made introductions between the NIC and the various justice partners. It took several months for them to engage with each of those partners, to have individual conversations with each of the elected and appointed leaders of justice. And it wasn't until November of last year that any meeting was held by the group. That meeting was, for all intents and purposes, a lunch and learn type of session in which the NIC and JMI, at their expense, came to the county, met with those folks, and explained in more detail what CJCs do, how they work, how they function, how they're different from some other models, and to gauge interest in continuing. That would have been, as I said, November. The next get-together of that group, because they did express interest in continuing, was not until February of this year. There have only been 3 meetings of the working group, so to speak. That was February, May, and August. At the May meeting, myself and Shay Alexander were asked to be co-chairs of the working group, And it was in between the May meeting and the August meeting that we reached out to this group by email to introduce the concept and ask each of you to take a meeting with the NIC folks to learn more about the concept. So that's kind of the timeline. I wanted to bring it up today for a couple of reasons. The group has continued to move forward, is, doing all of this under the guidance of the National Institute of Corrections, which is a part of the Department of Justice. They see this as important work for Fulton County. They see CJCCs as high-functioning, as key components of high-functioning justice systems. And they do believe that having a working CJCC will be helpful as we move forward in trying to work collaboratively to solve the problems at the jail and across the justice system. So, as you all know, I believe after Madam Clerk and I sent the email in July, some of you did, I think, take meetings with the NIC, which I appreciated. But we did then receive an email and an official letter from the chairman's office that stated that there was a majority of the board did not support this endeavor. And I think there were several reasons that were sort of stated in the memo, one being, I think the primary one being the potential use of county staff and resources, and that this was going to have some excessive cost associated with, or any cost associated with it. And so I want to be really clear, the CJCC is not asking for any funding whatsoever. This is a completely budget neutral endeavor. I see it really as an evolution of the meetings that Alton Adams was having with the elected leaders of the justice system, which those meetings ended, I believe, at the end of 2023. And that with Alton's departure, there was an attempt, or some efforts by the county manager to kind of rethink how that might look going forward. And that this idea was an idea that could sort of slot into that role. And it does have some differences to what the elected leaders meeting was, but not much. It's just sort of a more formal procedure that has some earlier opportunities for our board and the county manager potentially to be read in on some of the struggles that the justice partners are having and some of the decision-making that they would like to see happen, that kind of thing. The net result of the chairman's email and memo was that and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Mr. County Manager, so please feel free to correct me if I say something that's incorrect. But the net result of that letter from the chairman was that the county manager, who had been attending meetings up until that point, and Mr. Naraki, who works for him and whose sole job really is to interface with justice and to do projects on behalf of justice and the county to increase efficiencies and effectiveness. And again, Mr. Naraki, I see you there. Feel free to interrupt me if I get something wrong about your role. But that both of them and the county manager felt that they could no longer even show up to those meetings, let alone participate in any other way. And so I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page and that you all had the same understanding of what the body is doing and what the purpose of it is. Other concerns, the reason I sort of went through the timeline and the number of meetings that occurred and all of that is because there did seem to be some concern about this being, well down the road before you all knew about it. And I want to just be really clear, it's still in the very early stages. The group has not launched. It's ideally going to launch tomorrow when the group meets to sign the bylaws and approve the bylaws that they have been working on, and make decisions about what projects they can undertake to try to affect efficiency and work towards things that will improve the number of people in our jail, average length of stay, things of that nature. So I think earlier today, Mr. Naraki talked about the consolidation of the accountability courts, that is the perfect project to be under the umbrella of the CJCC, to get people in the same room at the same time, to have these conversations and make sure everybody is working well together on projects like this. It would potentially eliminate the need to stand up new boards and authorities and task force every time we want to do something. That would be all happening under the umbrella of the CJCC through subcommittees. It allows for public involvement through subcommittees. It allows police involvement through subcommittees. So I think it's a nationally recognized concept that's working very well in numerous counties across the country. And, you know, I can't say more about how positive I think this is and how important I think it is as it relates to, you know, doing everything we can in this sort of, again, as I said earlier today, all hands on deck moment of trying to make improvements in our justice system and make sure that our jail has every advantage to, you know, be treating people the way we want to be treating them. So the only thing I'm really asking today, I guess what I'm saying here today is that I would like to see the roadblock that was put in place by the chairman's letter that forbids essentially the county manager and Mr. Naraki from engaging with our justice partners in this way. I'd like to see that roadblock removed, and I'd like to see the county manager have the ability to make the decisions that he thinks are best in terms of how he and Mr. Naraki interface with justice without this roadblock, so that, you know, they can attend whatever meetings they see fit and can, you know, engage in projects that they would have been engaging with anyway, but just under this particular name. So I guess I'm really asking, is there an objection to allowing them to do that?
Do I have the floor, Chairman?
Yes, ma'am. Everybody wants to have it.
Okay,
I'm not even sure why this is before us, but go
I'm
ahead.
not sure why this is before us, and for me, I can only speak for me. My interaction, I was very clear. It wasn't a roadblock. I felt disrespected. You all did not say anything to me. You all was under the opinion that I would not be reelected. After the primary, then the tone changed. And so I do not get into petty politics with anyone. I want to make the impact that I need to make, and I also want to safeguard that our county staff is being utilized in the correct manner. We did have an opportunity, or I don't even know if it's an opportunity, but we did have a situation where county staff was being, after hours, asked to go here, be at this place 5 and 6 hours, be on the weekend, be places because of someone's political ambitions. And so I'm very crystal clear on when the county executives and the county team are being utilized for political gain or being utilized for what they are to do which is what affects all the citizens of Fulton County. I'm not going to support it because the same thing that I said to you in my office, I will repeat openly. Had I not won my re-election, you would have not said anything to me. Now, that's not to hold a grudge or none of that. Whatever you all are doing, go ahead, keep that same energy and keep doing it, but I'm not going to be brought in after the fact because people decide to play politics. Now, the jail is a serious issue. The court is a serious issue. We have limited resources here at Fulton County. So for me, I can't support this because I felt, and even to this day, disrespected about the way you did it. Even today, in disrespecting me as though I owe you an affirmative vote on something that you and I, one, have not discussed, and two, I owe what I owe to the citizens of Fulton County, not to Commissioner Barrett. There is nobody else on this body that you will say that to other than me. That is disrespectful. The way you did this was disrespectful. You may have the best of intentions. I don't know. But I can only tell you what I felt, which is what I feel today, that the way this was done, it was not done the correct way. I'm very concerned about the county resources and the executive staff being pulled different directions when at the end of the day, we know what the issue is, we know what we need to do. And so for that, I will not be supporting this. And that is my opinion, and I openly state why.
Commissioner Thorne?
Yes, I attended the session at NACO as well, 45-minute session on CJCCs. And when I came back, I talked to my staff about it, who's been here far longer than me. And we kind of determined that what Alton was doing was basically a CJCC already. And for me as a commissioner, when I come and I see something at NACO, I kind of bring it forward to the county staff to implement. I don't personally interject myself. I feel like as board members, we can't be totally interjected in that cycle, because all we're going to do is come forward to the board. Okay, such and such needs money, which we've seen. You know, you've wanted to extend the ORCA contracts. You wanted, you know, $4.6 million for the DA. You wanted to build the $2 billion jail with the 5,000 inmate capacity. It's almost like you, as a commissioner, we kind of got to step back from it. You know, you talk about me being involved in elections. I work with my Board of Elections members on the board. I assist them if they need help, but I'm not in there making the day-to-day decisions. They express their concerns to me of things that they've encountered. I also work on the state level with legislatures, with elections. So I think it's different when one of us are on. I think Steve does a great job, and I think he needs to build that relationship and then be the expert on bringing forward to us what we feel like our justice partners need or not need. So that's kind of my main objection. I'm on the Justice Public Safety at NACO committee, so is Marvin Arrington. Neither one of us were made aware that this was going on, which is kind of embarrassing when you attend the meetings and you don't even know, oh, we're doing a CJCC in your county. News to us, we're on the board, and we didn't know. So that was a bit of a shock that you'd almost been, you know, meeting for, 10 months or so. But I just kind of wonder our involvement as Board of Commissioners, that's my concern of being a part of the CJCC.
Commissioner Barrett?
To be clear, I was involved and have been involved because that's what was recommended by the National Institute of Corrections. I have also volunteered many times and will volunteer again today to step away from the CJCC if that means you all will support it. I don't need to be involved. It's not about me being involved. But I will also say that the model of the CJCC includes involvement with the Board of Commissioners, with one or two board members sitting on the council. And the model also recommends that the county management be involved. The benefit of us being involved on a council like this, and it doesn't have to be me, but one or two commissioners, and I believe the bylaws are right now the bylaws say one commissioner. It does not have to be me, but that allows this body to be read in earlier to some of the decisions and some of the problems that the justice partners are having. I hear both of your comments, and on the one hand, there's the words that are being said that it's not political or it's not about me, but at the same time, it's also it sounds like it's very much about me. And I did start by saying, I apologize. And I want to clarify, Vice Chair, that first of all, I learned about it in July of 2023, long before I was thinking about anybody's reelection to anything. And secondly, I didn't tell anybody, had nothing to do with you individually. And the reason I didn't tell anybody, but I also didn't keep it, I wasn't trying to keep it a secret. I mean, the county manager knew about it. I didn't swear him to secrecy. I just worked on something I thought was important. It's really that simple for me. I'm sorry that it somehow got convoluted into a political animal, but really today, all I'm saying is, can we let the county manager and Mr. Naraki determine what they think is best in terms of interacting with justice, and if they feel that their time is being used inappropriately, I feel certain that they will not continue with that. And if they need help from the board to make that stop, I feel certain that they will come to the board to make that stop. I am not somebody who has used county resources almost at all in the 2 years I've been here for anything I've worked on. I'm certainly not asking anything from them in particular in terms of their involvement. But at this juncture, I think I would like the county manager to weigh in a little bit about where you think we are and whether or not you think this is something that would be beneficial.
Well, like most things, this can be argued both ways. I'd say, first of all, Alton epitomized county manager staff involvement, and ORCA was a significant success. By virtue of having management involvement, some structure, some monitoring, of course, coming along with $80 million in federal dollars helped a great bit. You mentioned the consolidation of the accountability courts. I think that's on the opposite end of the spectrum, where, again, management involvement solely through Steve has been helpful to that process. It's budget neutral, didn't require any resources, but again, I think is helpful. Ankle monitoring in between does require resources. Not sure it would have gotten done in the same way that it did. It does result in at least 750 to 1,000 people, hopefully, being out of the jail that might otherwise be there. So I do think management involvement can be helpful. I'll start with that. On the other side of the coin, I would say, myself, I have tried to start something like this at the onset of my tenure. It had Accenture as the consultants then, and JMI, who is the consultant now, in addition to NIC. It, had great promise because it was the same positions, although all of the players have changed now, which is going to be a good fact because the end result of that effort kind of devolved pretty quickly into the group lobbying for additional resources with no real clear plans for improvement. In fact, the first recommendation made was for case management standards, which would be implemented consistently in every courtroom, and that was, in the end, not adopted, and of course was the most simple thing that could have been done to improve court performance. So that was a disappointing, I guess, result, having gone through that. So I guess the question might be, is there a middle ground of, I don't know that our participation on the committee itself is necessary. We're certainly here and could be helpful to projects, real projects, that might emanate from that committee if they tee up something and they don't have the management expertise to put together a business case with outcomes, bring it forward in a productive manner. If I were in your position, I might consider that. I don't know, given all of the falderah to come up with bylaws and that sort of thing for almost a year, if it's going to be able to produce that or not. I don't understand why that was, again, so administratively burdened, so that's a red flag. But at the same time, that's why I'm saying I'm arguing both sides. We do need productive cross-functional proposals that emanate from that group. So how do we best get them? Do we get them through this committee, which has formed, albeit with a lot of baggage now? Or is there some other way of doing it? And maybe there isn't another way. There's not another Alton breakfast meeting, I don't think, that will occur. That time has come and gone. This is what has replaced it, as you said, I guess, early on in your comments, Commissioner Barrett. So it's the question of, can we be helpful? I think we can if the group is committed to producing proposals that are cross-functional, aimed at improving the system, that may require resources but come with a real performance commitment. If it, we want to get together and advocate for ORCA resources to be reinstated, then it's kind of DOA. And I don't know, as we sit here today, which end of that spectrum it's going to come out on.
Thank you for that. I think, the only way to know for sure is to let it play out a little bit and see. And, I'm, again, if there's not an objection, I hear what you're saying about being a sitting member, maybe not being necessary, Mr. County Manager, and I respect that. But I think, again, allowing the county manager to be in that room, to hear what the group is working on, to allow Mr. Noraki to interact with the justice partners whose job it is to work with him and them to work, for them all to work together, like for us to restrict him from being in that room doesn't make sense to me. So I just, whether or not he's taking, only working on what they tell him to or whatever, I don't think that's the issue right now. I think the issue is let him participate and make the decisions as he works for the county manager on which things make sense to work on. All I'm just saying is right now it's been a complete, they can't even walk in the room if the meeting has the words Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, in the meeting, if that's what the meeting's about, they can't even walk in the room. And all I'm trying to do is eliminate that roadblock. And, that's really all I'm asking for.
All right, Commissioner Thorne and Commissioner Ellison, we got to adjourn here shortly.
Oh, did you want to talk?
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just, so my understanding is you guys are meeting tomorrow to adopt the bylaws. So it doesn't matter what we do here or not, right? Because this is moving forward whether we approve of it or not, correct?
Yes, so let me answer that. So the good news is the long process to do the bylaws, which by the way, I agree with you, took too long, is done. So it's done, it's out of the way, moving on. And yes, the idea is now to move into substance starting tomorrow, essentially. To move that administrative setup part of it out of the way, become a real council instead of a working group, and actually start to determine what are the first projects to work on. And I think it would be incredibly valuable to have Mr. Naraki in that room, to have the county manager in that room if possible, to help inform those decisions about what is viable to be working on right now. So, that's why it's important now. And yes, the group can, as the chairman's letter indicated, there's no reason for the group not to get together and continue to try to work across silos to help each other. It would just be better if the county management and us, if we all support that effort. That's really all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'll try to be brief. I mean, I think what you're asking for, if you follow it through, it will imply that this is a board-sanctioned thing and that if you're suggesting they should be allowed to sit there, they're going to be forced to sit there and forced to be part of it, and it's going to consume their time and their resources. I've objectively looked at this thing. We've done a lot of great things in terms of coordination with the justice partners, absent any sort of outside structures. Met with these folks. I'm sure, they could potentially do some good work, but quite frankly, I was sort of nonplussed with in terms of what they had to show in terms of actual deliverables in other places that were like the county. I think we know what our issues are. We've been working well to address them. And, quite frankly, I think we should continue within that fashion. I do think there is a portion of stuff where our justice partners need to work together independent of us to figure out how they can work together to resolve issues that are within their span of control. We have two elected officials very publicly fight with each other. We can't mediate that. Ultimately, they need to resolve that on their own. There are pieces of things, how they do the things, how the sheriff does things operationally at the jail. I don't see how this CJC benefits that at all. How the stuff we're talking about that emanates out of the DOJ report, I don't see how how they're going to have any engagement in that at all. So, you know, to me, I kind of stand by where we are. And, you know, if the group wants to meet and they can start to meet and start to force some of maybe the dialogue that needs to occur to improve their relationships with each other, that's great. But I do think anything other implies that this is something that we've really well vetted and we think this is going to have a significant impact on our county. And I don't think we've done that as a board. So.
All right, anything else?
Yeah, so I'm just want to make sure I'm really clear. You are all saying Mr. Naraki and Mr. Anderson are forbidden from attending this meeting. Is that what you're
Well,
saying?
you keep saying forbidden.
Well, that's the way they're taking it.
Listen, I wrote a letter which you apparently shared with the world, which is okay. And I stand by that letter, and the board has not changed its opinion on this, whatever this thing is called. I think that everybody and their brothers now is hanging on to this DOJ report. We know what we have to do at the DOJ. It was very clear. And the good news is we have done, are doing, or will be doing everything that they said in that report that the county should be doing. We're doing that. So what the courts do and what you do on your own, that's something we can't stop you. Anything else? Madam Clerk, anything else come before us today? All right, we're adjourned. Thank you.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.